In the early 1900s, British colonizers tried to solve a disturbing problem in Delhi, India. Venomous cobras were everywhere. Their bites were often fatal, with over 20,000 deaths recorded across India each year. To deal with this hazard, the British authorities announced that there would be a reward for every dead cobra they received. The Indian locals raced out into the streets, tracking down cobras, killing them, and turning in their bodies. The plan worked, until it didn't. It wasn't long until cobras were seen as a valuable item. Locals began breeding cobras, just to kill them to claim the reward for turning them in. Cobra breeding became a profitable business. The British government was confused because the amount of dead snakes kept rising. After a few years, they caught on to what was going on and stopped offering the reward. Suddenly, cobras were worth nothing, so breeders set them free. Once again, the streets slithered and hissed. It is even said that the problem was worse than before the government intervened in the first place. This story coined the term Cobra effect, which refers to a situation where good intentions lead to bad outcomes through misguided incentives. They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but the engineer of that road was a bad incentive. Lao Tzu, the legendary founder of Taoism, wrote, "The more rules and regulations, the poorer people become. The sharper men's weapons, the more trouble in the land. The more clever the scheme, the stranger the outcome." End quote. Everyone has good intentions, or at least everyone claims to have good intentions, but oftentimes the results are completely at odds with those intentions. It's almost like the more we intervene, the worse things can get. Intentions are easy to get right. We say we want to fix a problem, or help those in need, or improve a system, but incentives are not so cut and dry. A poorly thought out incentive can lead to a tremendous amount of energy to be spent moving in the wrong direction. Another example to illustrate this point comes from Vietnam. At the end of the 19th century, Hanoi was plagued by rats. The French colonial government created a bounty program which paid citizens a small amount of money for each rat they killed. Given the health risks, the colonial government didn't want piles of rat corpses to be handed over to officials, so they opted to pay locals for every rat tail they handed over instead. Can you foresee what happened next? Rat tails became the center of a booming industry. Vietnamese locals realized they didn't have to kill the rodents. All they needed to do was catch a rat, cut off its tail, release it, and cash in. This way, the rats could even breed again, producing more valuable rat tails. Needless to say, the bounty failed to achieve its desired outcome, worsening the rat plague rather than solving it. The French government's plan failed for reasons similar to the Cobra effect, but their approach also shines a light on a critical aspect of incentives: how success is measured. This brings us to Goodhart's Law, an adage named after British economist Charles Goodhart. It states that when a measure becomes the target, it ceases to be a good measure. In our example, the intention was to reduce the rat population by way of citizens killing them for money. Rat tails were determined as the measure of the number of rats killed, and determined how much money people could earn. As a result, the measure became the people's goal, and rat tails became an object of value overnight. Citizens optimized to get more rewards, rather than reducing the number of rats. In hindsight, the consequences seem obvious again. The reward was attached to a problem, so more problem equaled more reward. Now let's look at a different example that shows us what happens when an incentive is not clearly defined. In the Soviet Union in the early 20th century, nails were in high demand, but the Soviet Union did not have a market economy. All production was centrally planned. In order to increase production, the government tried to incentivize nail factory workers. First, the government offered to reward workers by quantity. The more nails they produced, the more they earned. This led workers to use their limited steel resources to make as many small nails as possible. So the government shifted their incentive structure, now measuring the output by weight and rewarding workers accordingly. Unfortunately, this also proved counterproductive, as the factory started making fewer but insanely large and heavy nails. The factory workers adapted their behavior to increase their reward rather than act in the spirit of the incentive structure. The incentive, to meet quotas, did not match the true goal, to satisfy consumer needs. When quotas are the target, quality always gets sacrificed, and what we end up with is flimsy, useless junk. What all three of these examples tell us is that humans act in their own self-interest. Incentive systems are often targeted across large populations to achieve a common good, but individuals will always prioritize themselves over the collective. Yes, cobras are dangerous, but I need to eat and feed my family. Yes, rats carry plagues, but I need a roof over my head. A centralized government authority does not need to incentivize me to take care of my own home, because that's my home, and the impact of not taking care of my home directly affects me. It is in my own self-interest to take care of my home. But how do you get people to care about large group efforts? How do you encourage them to act in a manner that achieves a common good? First, an incentive structure must be based around outcomes, not inputs. If the input is rewarded, then the problem becomes a source of revenue. So instead of paying per dead snake, the British colonists could have rewarded communities for measurable reductions in cobra sightings or bites over time. This shifts the goal from producing snake carcasses to actually reducing the population. Instead of paying per rat tail, the French colonists could have rewarded neighborhoods or households for measurable reductions in rat populations. Fewer burrows, fewer sightings, plague cases declining. This aligns the incentive with the actual goal. Fewer rats, not just tails. Instead of rewarding nails by the amount of weight, reward by the number of nails that pass a stress test or meet a clearly defined standard. This would ensure that the nails actually serve their purpose. Free market economies do this naturally. Customers don't buy nails based on weight. They buy nails that actually work. Unfortunately, input-based incentive structures are everywhere in our society. The pharmaceutical companies make money when they medicate sick people, so sickness has become lucrative. A patient cured is a customer lost. This is not to say that the entire healthcare industry is evil, but the incentives are perverted. Anytime you have profit attached to a problem, a great deal of energy and intelligence will be directed towards keeping the problem going and growing. This is what we call an industrial complex. Look at all the major issues America faces: crime, war, drugs, illness, poverty, racism. Each one of these has become its own industrial complex. Prisons profit off arrests. Drug companies profit off chronic illness and prescriptions. Banks profit off people in debt. Defense contractors profit off war. DEI programs profit off injustice. Homeless nonprofits benefit from more homelessness. Maybe it's time to focus less on the intentions of these so-called do-gooders and focus more on the results they produce. Carl Jung famously said, "If you cannot understand why someone did something, look at the consequences and infer the motivation." One good way to stifle the emergence of an industrial complex is to introduce time limits on the people designated to solve the problem. Time limits prevent problems from becoming endless wells of money to draw from. Without deadlines, the very program designed to solve a problem eventually mutates into a parasite, one that is invested in keeping the problem going, so it can keep feeding. Perhaps the British would have been successful in reducing the cobra population if they only offered the reward for 1 year. This way, there wouldn't be enough time or reason to set up cobra breeding factories. Now, before this video makes you too cynical, I'd like to give you one example of an incentive structure that actually did some good. In the mid-20th century, beverage companies moved from reusable glass bottles to cheap single-use containers. Customers had no reason to return them, so people threw them out. Litter piled up, and cities were overwhelmed by waste. States like Oregon in 1971 introduced the bottle bill, a deposit return system. Instead of simply asking people to do the right thing, they created a small cash incentive. Pay 5 or 10 cents extra when you buy a drink and get it back when you return the bottle or can. Redemption rates soared. In Oregon, over 80% return rate. Litter decreased dramatically, and recycling became financially self-sustaining. The incentive flipped from "it's easier to throw this away" to "I get money if I return this." Another important thing to note is that good incentives give people skin in the game. Workers are best motivated when they get to experience the fruits of their labor. People tend to game the system when they don't have to suffer the consequences of their actions. A good incentive must also be flexible. It's like running an experiment. If it's not working, it must be tweaked and updated. The world is infinitely complex. It's hard to know what will be the second and third order effects of our initial assumptions. Even the best incentive structures eventually run into the limits of human nature. That's where culture comes in, the invisible force that guides behavior even when no reward is on the table. A good culture is one where people care about the long-term outcomes, where people feel valued, challenged, and connected to a purpose greater than themselves. This is why founders and CEOs act like cult leaders, constantly emphasizing culture every chance they get. If you have a strong culture, incentives are barely necessary. When you don't have a strong culture, you end up in a situation in which the individual's interests are disconnected from the group's, and incentive structures have to account for an endless amount of loopholes. If you find yourself in such a cynical position, what else is there to do except outgame your own reward system? As Mark Twain put it, the best way to increase wolves in America, rabbits in Australia, and snakes in India is to pay a bounty for their scalps. Then, every patriot goes to raising them. Our civilization seems to get more insane with every passing day. The mainstream media is a major cause of this insanity, because their entire business model is based around selling narratives and pushing propaganda. This is why I use Ground News, which is the sponsor of today's video. They've been endorsed by the Nobel Peace Center recently as an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview. For example, this story on the first ever Olympic Games for humanoid robots just happened in Beijing, China. I can see that over 200 sources covered this story, and it's a fairly even distribution between the right, left, and center. However, the left focused on the cutting-edge technology and how this is the future of sports, while the right was much more focused on the strangeness of the event and how the robots were dysfunctional. Ground News gives me a bird's-eye view of the media landscape, so I can see who's pushing what narratives and compare how different sources cover the same story. Ground News also helps me spot my own biases. I can see if I'm getting stuck only viewing sources that favor my beliefs. Ground News has developed a blind spot page to show you articles that are disproportionately reported by the left or right. So if you're looking for a way to be informed without being misinformed, subscribe to Ground News through my link, ground.news/afterschool, to get 40% off the Vantage plan for unlimited access to every feature. This is the plan I use. Ground News is providing a valuable service, and I hope you check them out.
I was a lowly heroin addict, loser, failure with no opportunities in life. I went within to myself and found a light or an experience of God. I took that outside of myself into the world and got a whole bunch of experiences at court and in situations that are essentially miraculous. I get to bear witness and testify to these miracles in order to inspire others to look at an idea or an understanding, right? This is what they always do. They say, Paulie's going to get a whole bunch of people hurt and killed. Why haven't they hurt and killed me yet? Why didn't they even keep me in the box like the Castro for 180 yet? With half a dozen fucking cases with no lawyer. You know? These guys are going to get you guys enslaved because they're spiritually unsound and in disalignment. They're dissolute. So they'll say a bunch of things that is sorcery to trigger manifested reality to come about. And they don't seem to get that. And that's what everyone who thinks they're godly is doing, becoming like the thing you say is bad and evil. Gotcha, bitch. It's pimping on you again. Stare not into the void lest you become the void. Care not to fight monsters lest you become a monster. This is coming from the guy who's supposed to be the angry, bitter, resentful, violent one, who's obstinate and rebellious. And I'm telling you, saved by grace and all the rest of this religious words and terms, I've now come to believe is a real thing based on experience. I was the opposite of that. All right? So this is a guy who went to drugs and my own understanding and prophets of the world, right? False prophets of the world. I mean, God, please. Faith, trust, equity of faith. What? The system as far as upholding the law and rule of law? Fuck you. I was one of those poisoned, well, worldly morons. And more as time goes on, God, I guess, is working on it. You guys need 10,000 pieces of paper and can't get a result on your own because you're not aligned with God and there's no amount of worldly crap that's going to give you power. The reason you believe that is because Shaitan owns your inner space. Dummy. I say dummy with the utmost disrespect because you folks don't want to respect the truth and you don't want to look at and listen to someone's direct experience while you still live in obvious dysfunction and in a reprobate state. So you guys are going to keep failing. No amount of paper is going to work because it's a spiritual dynamic before it's physical, just like creation is. We're a spiritual being before we're physical. All right? We use the physical, but we're non-physical beings. So every time you point to the Constitution, to statute, policy, and code, something in and of the world for where you get your power, status, and standing and chain of title, they dismiss you. And then they determine that you were in and of the world, just like I would. These people are great judges. You just think they're judging the facts. You think that they're judging legal and lawful procedures. In some ways they are, but the core of it is they're judging your heart. They're standing in for God in any moment, and they're judging your heart. Do you really believe what you're saying?
We're back at it. We're going to get right to it. But first, I need some gorilla season. Our new favorite.
Yeah. This ain't a season. It's a sermon. Yeah, still spine. Eyes straight
God
ahead.
damn it, Paul.
Silver tongue. Evolution with purpose. You feel that drum line in your chest? Your heart chakra won't give a rest. That's the call to stand for something. Yeah. Yeah. Gorilla season. That's a bloodline reason. Truth stay breathing while the fake ones weaken. Y'all chase trends, I'm tending temples. Building bonds that don't bend when it's stressful. Imagine being in the foxhole, praying like an apostle. And the only thing that'll stop you from giving up in front of the obstacle is a man fighting next to you screaming, I got you. You scroll for a moral to rent. I'm in the trench with intent, truth paying the rent. They quote real till the deal gets signed. Then peel off fast when the heat's on the line. Something that's been stuck in my mind is if I start diving money made versus drama looping time. You find this drama looping slaves work about $3 an hour. That's fine, but don't they know we can press rewind, begin to search and find all that line about getting on my level and how to climb. I don't flex clout, I flex conviction. This is permanent red ink, not a subscription. Feed addiction, your timeline fake evaporates quick. Mom built brick by brick, no algorithmic trick. We're talking conviction. Imagine you trying to build a house, but the BQ print is missing. You ain't got a pot to piss in, a window to keep the wind out. What is this? In search of consensus. White gorilla, I'ma need a witness.
It's gorilla season, no off switch, no treason. Truth don't trend, it's a lifelong reason. Y'all just posting for a pause in life. We be building systems that survive the night. Y'all just posting for a pause in life. We building systems that survive the night.
I seen profits turn profit, then vanish in the mist. Spiritual grifters with a sponsorship list. You was woke to the check clear clean, now your conscience on mute. You off the team, but the best part of this gorilla thing is the jungle been know to bring a certain unsettling, meddling with the vision scene. I'm talking camouflage, green and brown, hot with the metal ring. Crouch real low, stop breathing, hold your chest. We hold truth like a family crest. Checking lies like we bench press stress. Accountability's the new revolution. Mutual correction, that's real evolution. You talk loyalty,
I live that code.
got brothers who would die before they drop that load. Every word that I write, I could back in flesh. Your authentic brand, just merch at best. But now you stress, cause you got a shopping cart, but it's not adding up. Use your mathematics, bruh, instead of the numerology got you stuck.
It's gorilla season, no off switch, no treason. Truth don't trend, it's a lifelong reason. Y'all just posting for applause in life. We building systems that survive the night. Y'all just posting for applause in life. We building systems that survive the night.
Gorilla don't follow trends, we set vibration. Perennial flame through each generation. No filters, no slogans, no borrowed creed. Just roots and deeds and a soul that bleeds. I don't kneel the metrics, I kneel the meaning. Planted fruit seeds while the cloud fiends scheme and they scream real talk, but they talk rehearse. Selling virtue by the verse, man, the script got worse. I'm calling back the tribe, the aligned, the aware. The ones who build truth like a solar flare. It's there, cause every lie's just a tax on breath. And gorilla don't pay that debt. We
gorilla season, that iron reason. When the ponies fade out and the real start breathing. No slogans, no stunts, no treason. This truth we live in perennial season.
God damn it, Paul.
Civilization is crumbling. bless you.
All right, folks, we're back at it. We come here to do what we do oftentimes, which is to entertain the normies and the NPCs and get our fix as well, right? We have some bizarre interest or obsession with interacting with the everyday folk and the people of the world and going over the talking points and, providing a perspective, maybe questioning ourselves and each other. So the narrative going around on Slave Book, yep, I did it again. Went on Slave Book. I think we have some actual video of what it looks like when I go on Slave Book, right? I get about 10, 15 minutes into reading, the popular ideas and narratives. And then this happened.
I'm a pioneer. I'm an explorer. I'm a human, and I'm coming. I'm animated. I'm alive. My heart's big. It's got hot blood going through it fast. I like to fight, too. I like to eat. I like to have children. I'm here. I got a life force. This is a human. This is what we look like. This is what we act like. This is what everybody was like before us. This is what I am. I'm a throwback. I'm here. I've got the fire of human liberty. I'm setting fires everywhere, and humans are turning on everywhere.
Right. And again, this is why, as we know, I don't get invited anywhere nowadays where they're going to talk politics, religion, pretty much anything. That old saying, don't talk politics, religion, or pretty much anything that's important to society and civilization. So the narrative going around on Slave Book recently, I'm sure most of you have heard about, because this is how the system works at this point, is everyone's going to hear about the same stuff at the same time and then argue over the same talking points. The ICE situation, right? And feel free, if you're a conservatard, usually we have to break into the algorithm to get access to you folks. At some point, we may do that today. It's up to YouTube and Google. But yeah, the narrative is, at this point, quote unquote, if you just do exactly what armed men in masks tell you to do, they won't execute you. Maybe, most likely. Some folks have pointed out that that's the exact definition of tyranny. So I'm going to give you a headline here, right, or a commentary. Interesting how we can kidnap Maduro, not we, them, and his wife to stand trial in the U.S., but Trump and company can't get a single meaningful arrest for COVID, voter fraud, Russia hoax, Epstein, Benghazi, Biden corruption, Clinton corruption, Obama corruption, or literally anything else. So while they're pushing narratives as always, and people are just gobbling it up and repeating it, oh, we have to get Maduro, we got to bomb the boats because of all the drug pushing. Well, some might argue that those shots everyone was getting, not me and others here, but shots being given out were more dangerous and deadly than the drugs being used, right, as a pretext to take over. And as the word goes, Donnie apparently reported on his Twitter recently, and go and double check me, make sure we're not AI'd out here, because you don't know what's real anymore. That's the great part of living through AI. Now we don't know what's real and what's not. But yeah, Donnie Trump is apparently declaring himself active president of Venezuela at this point. Of course, most likely they're going to do one of these fraudulent elections that we've learned about over time, democratic process, and install a politician who's not going to be like any of the other politicians before. Of course, this politician is going to be the one. That's the only thing we can hope for every time we do one of these fraudulent elections, that this time it's going to be different. Famous last words. So yeah, that's the two narratives going around this week. If you want to be caught up, very simple, straight to the point. Got to take over Venezuela, horrible dictator pushing drugs, forget about Fauci, Bill Gates. As a matter of fact, Bill Gates, 2-3 weeks ago, was an honored guest at the White House. No arrests there. No proclamations there. Nothing to see there, right? From the father of the vax. billions of people at this point given doses of who knows what, anything from luciferase to recombinant DNA. Who knows even what luciferase is, but I think it's in the name. Somewhere in the name, we get a clue on what that is. So if you got anything, 602-730-0122, 1013 WSLV, the only place for all things rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith related, also sovereign citizen related, for all you folks who get off on that, right? A lot of folks streaming into my channel. Last few weeks or so, they covered me once again, or a video referencing me, the famous one that we covered here, now infamous, where the man breaks down the side of the road, sobbing and crying. No, I'm not making fun of that specifically. I've cried on this broadcast, right? Part of being a human being is showing emotion at times, right? Experiencing the emotion, but they're streaming into my channel and like shaming me, finger wagging me. Paulie boy, we saw the video recently. It was covered once again, like it's new for them, right? Even though it's 2 years old, whatever it is at this point. We saw the video of what you did. I go, what did I do? You somehow convinced some guy to ride around without license, registration, insurance, and plates, and they took his car away and arrested him and destroyed his life. Well, I highly doubt that they destroyed his life. May have had some minor inconveniences, maybe some court dates, some explanations. I mean, anything's possible, but what was telling about these interactions is all the males, the inauthentic corporate males who were streaming into my channel, finger wagging me, telling me how it was my responsibility and accountability after showing multiple videos of me getting arrested and having to go to court, someone else taking a chance and it not going so well. I did that. I should be guilty and ashamed, and I should immediately take down my successful travel video where the cops let me go and tell me how they're interested in me and what I do and like to talk more because I got somebody arrested and locked up. Well, again, that just goes to show what kind of times we're in, where somebody else makes a decision, gets consequences, and now it's someone else's fault. And also the fact that the woman and child in the video were not crying and begging on the side of the road. The man was. So this is very appropriate. This is very emblematic of the times that we live in. Once again, woman and child who was being used as, the ultimate standard for wrongdoing, women and children. The women and children weren't crying and begging on the side of the road. The man was. The women and children were actually rather composed. Okay. And the woman even kind of told them, listen, I don't like you. I don't like what you do. I think this is all nonsense. And I'm just going to get a ride back home since you're going to take this car. See, it was the man crying and sobbing and begging and pleading. And it was all you inauthentic corporate males who don't understand personal accountability, responsibility, and what activism looks and feels like, crying and complaining and using that woman and child as the benchmark for your complaints. Okay, so let's get really real with ourselves and each other when it comes to collectivism. Sometimes if you're going to attempt to uphold the law of the land, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, you may have to have some unsightly things happen, right? You may have to be arrested, persecuted, prosecuted. You may have to go sit in a box. That's part of the walk. If you're not ready to do that, then don't take on that banner, right? Don't become a leader in that endeavor. Don't take those actions on, that responsibility and accountability on, if you're not willing to accept that. And you would think, like most things here, that would be obvious and self-evident, right? If you're going to ride around without license, registration, insurance, and plates because you saw me do it once and get away with it, well, go look at the other 2 times where I was obviously fearful to an extent, a bit nervous, if nothing else. And I was taken out of the car and arrested and car impounded and charges were levied, so to speak. And of course, I've gotten through it, didn't sign anything, didn't pay anything. It's all been wiped away and dismissed. With that said, results may vary. I shouldn't have to state the obvious, but again, we live in a time where if you buy a car, the first page of the manual says, don't drink the contents of the battery. Okay. So that's, again, kind of emblematic of where we're at. So I'm doing my duty here today. I'm doing my due diligence and reminding people, if you're going to watch me and listen to me and reference what I do or what I talk about, and attempt to take on that cause, your results may vary and you have to deal with the consequences. Okay. And that's just, again, part of living at any time in history. I don't care what time in history you go to. There are certain people who are kind of sick and tired of the collectivism. They're sick and tired of being told what to do. They're tired of their property being regulated, including their body. Okay. They're the kind of tired of paying for the privilege to use their own property. And they start to say, you know what? This is all sick. This is twisted. I'm going to opt out and let the chips fall where they may. Well, great. And you have to accept accountability and responsibility for that. If it all goes wrong, predictably, if it all goes wrong, and again, this is where faith and trust is cultivated, not only in God, but in yourself and in the cause, right? You have to have a loyalty to something. If it all goes wrong, well, that's your accountability and responsibility. I didn't tell you to do that. I didn't advise you to do that. As a matter of fact, I did quite the opposite. I've said many times on this broadcast that if you attempt to do what I do and others have done, not only may your results vary, but you may have a bunch of tests and challenges in between, as we all do, quite frankly, right? So that's what solidifies a bond, is essentially going to war together, right? And that's, so to speak, in quotes. It's not an actual war. You can argue we're in Cold War here. A war on for your mind, as some have said, right? An information war that is more and more translating or transitioning from the metaphysical to the physical. Again, you kind of got to do this for the right reasons. You got to be willing to accept the outcome, good, bad, or indifferent. And you have to surrender that up and practice trust, equity, and faith in the meantime, because a lot of times the outcome is unknown, short, middle, and long term, right? That's what makes it a worthy cause. It's not only not for everybody, it's not for most people, unfortunately. Just, taking a stroll onto Slavebook proves that. Rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, activism is not for most people. They'd rather sit back, parrot the narratives, do what they're told, and make excuses when it all goes predictably the way that it seems it's going. So, with that said, I'm going to thank Ryan Horde Creature for his contribution. Thank you, Mr. Ryan Horde, as well as Travis T from yesterday, Patricia as well. Appreciate you guys being there for me. Non-taxable events, extended friends and family, gifts, of course, because we don't do income here. We don't do anything that is based in legalism that generates duties and obligations for us. We prefer rights, for engaging in our rights, upholding the foundational principles of the law of the land, and not being told what to do, and not being kind of extorted to an extent, right? Again, a lot of folks yelling taxation is theft, but I'll say it over and over again. That's what you would think. That's what we would think. Till we come to realize that this is status and standing based. It's contractually based. The maxims of the law are there. He who wished to be deceived, be deceived. That's one of them. Another one is a man who does not assert his rights does not have any. And another one is consent makes law. These are three maxims among many that we've gone over. So, that applies to the experience that a lot of folks are having. If you don't assert your rights, you don't have any. Consent makes law. Statute, policy, and code are given the force of law to the consent of the governed. If you consent, and again, silence is acquiescence. So silence is considered consent. So if you stay quiet, if you yell taxation is theft, if you don't correct the record, if you don't attempt to practice upholding the law and exercising your rights, you're not going to have any. And they're going to tell you who and what you are and what's going to happen, right? Here's the deal. The phrase they like to use a lot of times. Here's the deal. Here's how this is going to go. Well, maybe to an extent. For a time, I contend that there's a lot more to the story, and my and many others' experience in and out of court proves it. Greg N. Thank you, sir. As well as Scott B. You guys are very generous this week, and oftentimes, I can't just say this week, but for always informative and motivating. Thank you, Mr. B. That's Uncle Scott. And Cousin Greg says, or reads rather, he writes to us, peace, brother. So let's get into it. We got some bunch of clips. Probably not going to, as a matter of fact, I know I'm not going to get to all of them, especially if folks call in. But if not, we got a bunch of stuff I haven't gotten to. We got Donnie now saying he's going to move in on Cuba, Colombia, Greenland, and many other places. I want to know if this is what you folks voted for, because that's another uh, meme going around. The magatards love this. This is what they voted for. This is what they've always wanted. They're like, where have you been all my life? Donnie and the constituency, the constabulary around him, they're really into this stuff. Imperialism, expansionism, world takeovers, essentially. And of course, it's for the centralized banking system. We went over this last time, and we've gone over it many times. A lot of these things are continual themes in life, so we tend to touch on them and redo that and redo that. And a lot of life is looping to an extent, right? We've learned that here on this broadcast. So in 2000, there were 9 countries without a Rothschild-owned central bank. Iraq, we've been there. Cuba, we got a base there now. So they're kind of, half in the bag, so to speak. Syria, yep, we can cross that off. Libya, Sudan, Venezuela now, and of course, Afghanistan. So we only got a couple left, right? North Korea, Iran, Cuba's half in the bag. And of course, any other outlying territory, district, nation, or continent that is not subservient to the central bankers and their system, that is not on board with a new world order, where we're going to use centralized militaries and corporate structure to take over the world. Essentially, we're back to Pinky in the Brain. For those of you who grew up on that, this is an archetypal sort of perspectives that is pervaded history from the beginning of time. It seems it's a thousands of year old concept of taking over the world, remaking man in our own image, right? It's very Luciferian. We go back to the 1800s, the text from Albert Pike and all the heads of world Freemasonry declaring that Lucifer is their god, along with the central bankers who put out hits on some of the founding fathers. Whether you accept the mainline version of history or not, that's what's there. So you're not arguing with me, all you libtards and conservatards. You're not arguing with me. You're arguing with history, mainline history, and what has been put forth. So same theme again, looping over and over again from the beginning of time, seemingly till the end of time, whatever that means. We basically have a creational component here, a supernatural, co-creational, faith-based spiritual component here, as far as a creator God. And then we have a deceiver, okay, that comes to kill, steal, and destroy and remake man in its own image and likeness. And of course, that ushers in the idea of the recombinant DNA, the luciferase, the chips in the brains, the AI stuff. We're all right on time here, right? If you let them get it done, I contend also scripturally, it seems to be, it's prophesied that these folks have always attempted to do this and will always attempt to do this. And in some way, somehow, it's impossible. It's an impossible test. They'll never get everybody at all places, all times. There will always be a spirit of the creator God here, not necessarily in resistance, but in alignment with what is and what should be, not from the side of deception, co-opting, and corruption. Right? So the kingdom of Shaitan has and always will be present and overtaking for a time. And then at some point, it seems something or a list of things happens that halts that progress, right? Or pushes it back, only to reconnoiter and restart its progress all over again. So human history, when you study it from that perspective, is rather fascinating in its looping sort of duality, if you will. So let's get to it. We have an unprecedented CDC vaccination schedule rollback. See, this is what I'm talking about, that we can see at the same time that this AI stuff is coming in, the recombining of the DNA, we got like 20 to 30% or more. And I've done some background research on this number. If you look into, just forgive me here because I got to recall from memory, how many people don't vote? How many people believe that marriage is a legalist scam for the state? How many people don't buy into main religions and religionism? I'm not talking spirituality. I'm not talking faith-based trust and equity and co-creation. I'm talking religionism, right? So whether it's the vax, legalism when it comes to marriage and other things, voting for masters, and a few other topics, it's about 15 to 30% maximum of the world's population, right? So that's our group here. That's the group that we essentially resonate with and align with, is about 15 on the low end, right? To 30% on the high end. And I think that's being a bit liberal, right? I don't meet in my life one third of people who can actually see, feel, hear, understand, and speak what's going on, right? If we're lucky, it's one third, right? So probably a little bit less, more like 75 to 85% on people I meet just repeat whatever they're told. They toe the party line. They can't look at any situation and understand what's going on. They have no foresight and ability to foreshadow. They have no ability to kind of chart progress and see where things are going, right? And again, it's been postulated or speculated that this is an IQ, EQ, SQ issue, right? It's just an overall lack of intelligence. I would argue I'm feeling kind today, relatively for me. I'm feeling rather nice, kind, and polite today. I would say it's not a lack of intelligence, it's an unwillingness to use it because of subconsciously what folks have determined, right? The subconscious mind, they say, is stronger than the conscious mind. And I contend that there's some merit to that, and that most folks are hijacked by their subconscious mind. They have the intelligence and ability to know, they just don't use it because their subconscious mind has already got out ahead of them to report to them that, hey, if you use your intelligence and you go down these roads, you're going to discover something that's going to change your life forever, and it's going to make existence here a bit more testing and challenging. You can't just go through life in the world and of it, right? The more conscious and aware you are, typically, the studies have shown, the less happy you are. Imagine that, right? And that in itself is an indwelling test and challenge. How do we live life in a conscious and aware manner and be resolute and solutions oriented without sapping ourselves of any kind of joy or rejoicing that is available here? So that's a hell of a test and challenge, right? Can we remain somewhat joyful and purposeful and exist in a peaceful and yet also meaningful life? Enjoy ourselves, but not remain willfully ignorant and arrogant in order to do it. See, we got that middle ground again. So double check me, of course. Don't believe anything that I say or put forth here. I would advise you of that with anyone, anywhere. Don't just outright accept it or believe it. Do your due diligence, double, triple check. Hold everyone accountable, especially me. I'm just some guy on YouTube in a trailer. Imagine that. Imagine coming here to get informed or stay informed. Just going to look over my chat creatures. It's growing though, Paul, in my opinion. Oh, yeah, it is. I got folks who message me every day. Paul, why are you on Facebook posting these things and wasting your time? I'll tell you why. Because 10 years ago, and again, this is a long game. 10 years ago, I couldn't get 1, 2, 3, 5, if I was lucky, likes or agreements on what I was putting forth. I was reviled, rebuked. Right? I was an insane person, crazy person, conspiratard. The drugs had got me. Now, I can put a post up and, with the Charlie Kirk, especially that week, 400,000 likes, over 1 million views. I can regularly do 50 to 100 reactions at this point on Facebook, up to 50 to 100 shares, right? So you got to figure 50 to 100 shares of your content is probably 10x at least eyes on it, right? And that's all that this is about. We're conscious and aware. We're putting forth an idea and understanding that typically we're at least 8 out of 10 here, probability wise, comes true. And then folks are forced to look back or be reminded of, hey, those people said this and then this happened. Maybe they know something we don't, right? And then over the course of time, one at a time, people start to get walked out of Babylon, so to speak, or at least become aware that Babylon is a thing. that they need to be aware of certain things. And most importantly, right, to prioritize their understanding, their conscious, their awareness, their co-creation, their community, and potentially secure themselves, their body, their property, and whatever extends off them going forward into the future, if nothing else, right? And of course, we're working on that here as well. Something that I need to get on more frequently as I start to, uh, have less and less health issues, God willing. Seems that I've, over the past couple years, slowly but surely, after a certain curve, things seem to be getting a bit better. I don't want to speak negatively or, you know, affirm that the deed is done yet either. So I'm just kind of taking it moment by moment, day by day, exercising, eating right, doing what I can. As things start to get a bit better, I get more focused on and inspired for not only doing the broadcast from time to time, but securing some more land with the folks who've come forward from this broadcast and our experiences. So I think that's the ultimate upshot here. I think that in between that, from time to time, we're going to get arrested. We're going to go to court. We're going to put some understandings on record. It's going to have a impact exponentially on the system and what's going on. We've already seen that. For example, Josh sent me, just comes to mind, Slavin. And I kind of, folks often presume that because of the way I come off here, that I want like agents and other folks to be punished. Right. And I found myself feeling, sort of sorry for Slavin. If you remember Judge Slavin, yes, his name is actually Slavin, Slaven. Can't make this shit up. But Slavin, even though he gave 4 dismissals out of 5 to Joshua, he referred to himself as a sovereign citizen there at the end of his career, has resigned recently because he's under ethics violation investigation. This is another great one. You know who the other judge is at that court? Judge Shackleford. You can't make this shit up. This is why I say there's definitely an order to this place, some way, somehow, on a holographic level. But Mrs. Shackleford came out recently. Josh sent me a video. She admitted she let the cat out of the bag, right? As these folks oftentimes do. When you push them enough, when you ask enough questions, when you hold their feet to the fire, they'll come out in the open and admit we ain't no crazy sovereign citizens who are talking out of our ass. We're repeating to them things that they know and have learned that they don't want to adhere to because they got off on a gravy train. It was just so easy and profitable for them to slave everybody, require fees to do it, tell everybody you had no rights and no due process. And what are you going to do about it, right? Well, we're showing you what we're going to do about it. We're showing up more and more. We're putting it on record. We're holding you accountable and liable. We're suing your asses, and we're getting you on record with the people who oversee your conduct, okay? So she came out and admitted recently, Ms. Shackleford, after Mr. Slavin resigned for ethics violations, after calling himself a sovereign citizen. See, first it was, we're all crazy. We're insane. These sovereign citizens are terrorists. They're threatening the democracy. Well, now we have J.D. Vance just 2, 3, 4 weeks ago, whatever it is, saying the most important thing we all need to do over the next X amount of years is become sovereign citizens. And you can't be a sovereign citizen if government or corporation can take your property. Wow, J.D. Vance and others. It's amazing how we turn that corner. Now you're repeating the narratives of little old Paulie Boy and others in the back channels of YouTube, proving that we are some way, somehow, somewhat effective. Okay, so the grassroots movement is reaching the top of the bottom, as I like to call it, the lame stream. Okay, and these folks, I suspect, right, because it's not going to be that easy to earn my trust. I got a lot of trust issues, as folks know here, my background over the course of my life. It's not going to be that easy for myself and others to just start trusting you because you're repeating the narratives. I tend to believe that now you have no choice but to co-opt or corrupt these movements, which I tend to believe is what's going to go on here. You're going to start to see potentially folks get indicted more and more on some false flag events, potentially. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm saying it's a possibility like anything else. Hopefully, faithfully, we won't see that. Hopefully, faithfully, this is a genuine push to right the ship, right? To change what has taken way too long to become aware of and change. It's always possible that these folks are saying, you know what, we are going to be representatives. We are part of a corporation, but we do have a duty and obligation to not overthrow the law of the land and to do subversion and tyranny and treason and go into full on despotism. But yeah, if you look at the Trump administration and every administration and what they continue to do, not a very hopeful outcome, at least in the short term. But they're at least now repeating the narratives and using the language, which shows that we've kind of penetrated that barrier between the supposed lowly average common man and the lamestream media, top of the bottom there on Capitol Hill. So they're aware now. They know it's not going away. They know folks are going to challenge them and question them, and they're going to go to court. They're no longer just going to hand over their hard-earned value and pay for their own enslavement and regulation. They will show up at court. They will ask questions. They will stand for themselves, and they will make you put them in a box. They will make you substantiate your charges, right? So that's a little bit something different than we've seen in a long time, potentially ever, right, on a mass scale. But I believe more and more that's happening. And of course, it comes on the back of a lockdown situation, right? This is how the devil does good sometimes. If you want people to stand for what's true and what's right and challenge the status quo and live into some kind of archetypal purpose and meaning, well, first you got to take everything nice and pretty and substantial away from them, right? Folks who become too comfortable over too long, too weak, right? Created too many hard times for themselves and each other. So now, that process is somehow being reversed. Right? Again, once you tell people lock down, stay in the house, everybody's a criminal, everybody's a slave, and we're going to fire you and take your livelihood if you don't take the Luciferase, 14 shots of them, people start to wake up a little bit. Start to realize, holy crap, what is this place? What am I doing here? And what's even the point of living if I'm not going to step outside of this box every so often, right? If not, I'm essentially the living dead. Like they like to talk about and make all these movies about zombie apocalypses. Well, we live through in a zombie apocalypse. Bunch of undead folks walking around like this, looking for other people's brains to eat. My original channel is a perfect example of it. Yeah, the devil does good sometimes. I believe that whoever, whatever it is, whether it's inside of us, projected outward, vice versa, a little bit of both, works hand in hand, right? The shaitan, the deceiver, and the creator, conscionable force or aspect of us. They work hand in hand, right? Just as long and short complement each other, light and dark are correlated to each other, just like hot and cold. These things all work hand in hand in a mysterious way for most, right? If you can't see how one follows the other, right? Tends to be the case. So things have to get really bad before they start to get good, right? People have to lose it all before they start to gain an interest in themselves and what's true and what's right. So yeah, we're seeing definitely some of that. Okay, unprecedented vaccine rollback. From what I understand, this woman is covering it. 55 doses, which is a good start, right? Maybe we shouldn't, is what they're saying. Maybe we shouldn't put 55 different kind of doses and shots into a newborn child. Just saying, right? And again, this is the tug of war between the deceiver that wants to remake man in its own image and use manufacturing to try to overwrite nature versus the supernatural aspect of our conscionable mind and spirit and beingness, right? That kind of just says to itself and others, why would we need 55 shots? Unless this place is not where we're really from and we're not meant to be here, right? In which case, that brings in a whole bunch of other questions and implications. Why would us, as a supernatural being here, in an environment where God, whoever, whatever created this place, gives us everything we need to survive or not, right? Why would we need 55 or more hundreds of shots in order to keep a baby alive or living in this place? What is that? And how could so many people buy into that, right? So let's go to that. It's a good start.
Effective immediately, the CDC has just removed 55 doses from the childhood schedule. Now, I still don't trust any of these, but this is so important for parents to now be aware, to open their eyes and hopefully start to do their own research as to what they want given to their children, if anything. The list includes COVID, influenza, Hep A, Hep B, rotavirus, and meningococcal. All have been switched to shared clinical decision-making or high-risk population. This is the largest rollback of childhood routine vaccines in U.S. history. And this is because people are waking up, standing up, and the propaganda is no longer working. Effective immediately, the CDC.
Right. So, again, we see glimmers of a change happening. Right. Consciousness is rising. Like my email up there, you'll see contribution support links and also an email. Right? Consciousness is rising at gmail.com. So, to an extent, at least some places, sometimes with some people, the consciousness and awareness is becoming more and more. People are asking questions, and they're not complying. They're opting out. Right. I've been in touch with many of them privately, so I happen to know that is going on, right? And that's good. It's a good thing that I have that reassurance, because if not, it can look pretty dark and bleak, especially on the streets of Slave Book, right? For those of you who scroll the pages of Slave Book and see just how repetitious a lot of these comments can be on both sides, the left wing and right wing, which is pretty much the domineering parties when it comes to all global politics and political decision making, right? And then, of course, that carries over to every other aspect of life. And that's how it's supposed to be. Political science is to get the minds and the hearts of the majority of people tied into this corporate endeavor we call democracy, voting for presidents and then arguing with each other over who caused everything to go wrong. Well, it turns out it's all of you, because this was never supposed to be a fascist democracy. This was supposed to be a nation that was founded on the rule of law. And most of you think that you know what that is, but you don't, because you confuse legalism with what's lawful. They're not one and the same. Right? Legalism is synonymous with corporatism. Okay? And corporatism is, of course, the merger and state corporate powers that use statute, policy, and code, whether we consent or not, to override the law of the land and to interfere with rights, freedom, property, and essentially to just take over the individual's property rights, and therefore their body, and basically command them into oblivion. Right? It's basically a world dictatorship. There's many different ways, there's many isms and ocracies that we could get into, right? An aristocracy, a technocracy. It's all circling the drain on the same idea. The individual has no real rights. There is no real God. They're our God. They're going to tell us what we're going to do and be, and if not, or else, right? It's an extortion event. Do this or else. So we went from consent to the governed to nobody can opt out. Since nobody can opt out, if you don't toe the line of the unspoken social contract and follow thousands and hundreds of thousands of policies and codes, maybe we just gun you down in the street. Maybe we just take you to a box with no due process. Maybe we just take your property and ignore the fact that you had rights at one point, right? And again, one of the founders was asked, what level will these folks go to with their tyranny? And the answer is whatever level that you let them. Okay. So that remains the same throughout time. So I have we can circle back on that, I think. Let's go to, just to remind folks that I'm not just whistling Dixie. This ain't just sovereign citizen propaganda. Let's go back, blast from the past, over 14 years ago on the Glenn Beck show with Judge Napolitano. You're going to hear this congressman to another congressman come up on the TV, and he's going to say the quiet part out loud, the part that when you repeat today, most folks will say, oh, as I just said, that's sovereign citizen talking points. That's nonsense. And what is that? That the United States is self-defined as a corporation and therefore cannot be the lawful government of this land. If you understand the lore and the philosophy and even some theology, why it has never and can never be that legitimately, right? A corporation that uses statute, policy, and code without consent to overwrite the law of the land, which is rights and freedom, aka pursuit of happiness. Okay, so basically, this is what creates the dual jurisdiction. If you want to do administrative legalism and corporatism, you can do it with anyone and everyone who consents, who applies, who registers, who begs for services, who wants privileges, who wants protection. You can tell them all day long what they're going to do and not do, require duties and obligations and performance from them, use performance bonds, securities, and all types of documentation to get that done. For the rest of us who don't apply and register and beg and want privileges and safety and all the rest of it, whenever we choose, we get to opt out, and you can't tell us that we have no choice to opt out, right? Or else. See, this idea of government was never supposed to be an endeavor where if the individual wanted to opt out, harm or loss was done to them. Government was always supposed to be a endeavor that benefits the people and the individual, right? Keeps them safe, protect and serve. The moment that this endeavor stops protecting and serving the individual, it becomes illegitimate. Okay. The moment that the individual can't opt out without having harm or property or rights done to them or taken from them, the government as an idea becomes illegitimate. And that's all in the Constitution. We're not a party to it, but these agents swear to it. And that's all we need to keep them in line, right? Physically and metaphysically, philosophically. So it's important that people understand these concepts and how they all join together and how they operate independently and co-creatively. So let's go to that. Let's go to the quiet part out loud. He talks about the president of this corporation known as the United States.
Congressman Mack, it's a pleasure. Welcome to the Glenn Beck program.
Great to be with you, Judge.
Does the Republican leadership in the House understand the true dangers that we face, the precipice that we're looking into, how enormous this debt is, and how this may be their last great chance to settle the debt issue? Or they want to go forward with some kind of a compromise with the Democrats in the Senate and the Democrat in the White House?
Well, I can't speak for the leadership, but I can speak for myself, which is we are in deep trouble. And even the $100 billion that we talked about cutting isn't enough. I mean, instead of talking about, we talked about this before, Judge, instead of talking about raising the debt ceiling limit, we should be talking about what we're going to cut so we don't have to raise the debt ceiling limit. In my opinion, why have a debt ceiling if all you're going to do when you approach it, raise it? It doesn't make any sense. I think there is a strong growing majority in the Congress that says enough is enough. We can't afford to continue to spend the way we are. We've talked about things like national or NPR and Amtrak and National Endowments of the Arts. I mean, we need to get serious about making these cuts and do it now.
All right, your colleague, Congressman West, standing next to you, has told me here and elsewhere that he will not vote to raise the national debt, no matter what kind of promises the Democrats make. And he will not vote for another 2-week continuing resolution, which, just to use that phrase we all use, kick the can down the road for another 2 weeks. Will you take the same pledge now, Congressman Mack?
Well, I have said over and over and over again that I'm not going to vote to raise the debt ceiling. As far as moving forward on the CR, if we can continue to get savings, I understand the political side of this. And I'm willing to give my leadership a little bit of room with that. But at the end of the day, we need to get serious about these cuts. So if we go to another 2-week CR, but we get significant cuts in spending in return, that is something that I am interested in continuing to help support.
Congressman West, is it time for the government to be shut down if the White House and Congress can't agree, in order to force the president's hand and compel him to do what we hired him to do, which is run the government within the confines of the Constitution and only with the money he collects from taxes and other fees?
Well, you're absolutely right, Judge. You know, what we have to look at is the president is the chief executive officer of this corporation called the United States of America.
What? Yeah, I know that it took, for the folks like myself who's been diagnosed with ADHD, who knows what that is or if it's real or not. But basically, that's just code for sometimes you check out when people are bullshitting and talking nonsense. You just kind of start looking out the window and daydreaming. But then it kind of just picks up right there, right? something snaps you out of it, and then you come back to reality. So there's the quiet part out loud. Let's hear it again.
Of this corporation called the United States of
What?
of this corporation called the United States of America. It's the chief executive officer of this corporation called the United States of America. Look.
Okay. So again, going back over 11, 14 years, we have another piece of evidence right there. He didn't seem to be making a mistake with what he was saying. He was very deliberate in choosing his words. So the president, right? Imagine this, a congressman talking like a sovereign citizen. The president is the chief executive officer, that's a CEO of this corporation we call the United States. Hence why they call it a president. Because every corporation has a president, a vice president, a treasurer, secretary, on and on and on and on. These are corporatist title / positions that make up a corporation. In which case, if the United States is a corporation, its principal headed in DC, the District of Columbia, it's a foreign corporation on this land. It is not the lawful government of America. It is, in fact, a legalistic corporatist takeover of America that has been afoot for hundreds of years at this point. I believe the 1860s, if I remember correctly. So, going on a couple hundred years at this point. Quick math. Cage Creature is in the back. Cage, I want to stay focused on what I'm doing here. I don't want to get off. That tends to happen when folks come up. What can I do for you? Questions, comments, concerns?
No. I like to hear what you said. Well done.
Thank you, Cage. You got anything? Because I'm going to put you in the back and I'm going to plow through this, man. I got a ton of stuff. The last time I was on, I didn't get to any of it because I got focused on the guests, and it's nothing personal to you. I got a lot of stuff that I want to cover, and I want to try to bait some conservatards up here. I want to get some magatards up here to tell me that the ICE shooting yesterday is what they voted for, taking over multiple nations, including Cuba, Greenland, Colombia is now on the list, and they're working their way to Iran as well. Working my way back to you, babe.
Have you covered anything about Iran? Because I looked into it the other day on there, and they're saying they've piled bodies up and killed thousands of protesters.
We're gonna see. We're gonna see where it all goes, and then based on what we see, we're gonna reverse engineer, and we're gonna find out that the same old usual suspects, and I argue a spirit that inhabits them, is behind all this.
They said they piled up the bodies for their families to come find and identify them with. I'm like, first Greenland too, and the Arctic Circle, all this shit. Like they're going completely and utterly insane.
And well, you got a demon on you. Your mic is doing the thing where it's like, there's like some kind of demon trying to hone in on this broadcast right now. You brought it in with you, it seems. It's not your fault. It happens. So yeah, you might have to reset and restart. Yeah, man, this is what the apocalypse means. Apocalypse Sahim is the revealing of the truth that's always been here. So while it's going to look like more and more folks are going insane, it's just more and more revelation of what's already been here for the longest time, and apparently is inhabiting all of these folks who were involved in these same endeavors. Google sucks. The radical left, he writes, in conjunction with the lying mainstream media, are officially going all in on the Podesta plan for a second American Civil War. Sir.
Can you hear me now, Paul? Is that better?
Yes. This isn't about the radical left. We need to stop with the games. They're two wings of the same bird, as the being just wrote down there. I just saw it. Where was he? Where is this highlighted at? We got a lot of chatting going on is what's going on here.
So I was saying I found out that there's been a 15 or 16 day protest in Iran, and what they did was they went over there and they piled bodies up for their own family to identify them, for people who are protesting and not going along with the bullshit. and now they want to
Oh,
take
right.
over
Yeah, I saw that.
Greenland.
I saw that. And the MAGA-tards are already saying we need to do something like Maduro, the dictator. We need to do something about Iran because Iran's killing its protesters. The same week that they shot a woman who was protesting ICE. You can't make this shit up. So
No, this is ridiculous. Like, it's seriously ridiculous.
You gotta love it, though. You have to love how the masters are so eloquently able to game the public against themselves, each other, to support something on one hand that they're going to deny on another hand when it applies to them, because they're so Stockholm syndromed out that the same activity could go on to them and they'll say, no, that's different. Those are libtards. They deserve everything they get, while clamoring to go to war at a place that they've been attempting to go to war to for over 15 or 20 years. And of course, this is a perfect time. I got to play it at least once a week, once every broadcast. The famous Clausen video, where Clausen, the Israeli lobbyist, stands up in front of a bunch of politicos and says, just out in the open pretty much, that every war has been created to expand the interest of United States corporation. And he says, if I remember correctly, we're finding crisis initiation to be rather tough. He admits that they're trying to initiate crisis to go to war, and they're having a hard time because they can't get the Iranians and other folks to step out of line and react, right?
Well, yeah, but you know what they said with the Iranian? Okay, after they killed thousands of people apparently and fucking made a pyramid out of their bodies. Yeah, the Iranians are like, you know what? We're gonna have complete action done back to Israel and the United States. They have this collusion. Like, if you're gonna go do that to people and then pretend like they did it to themselves, like, what the fuck kind of reaction do you think you're gonna get back? And is there anything wrong with that?
We've covered the rabbis here and the world leaders and the religious leaders who all agree that we need a Armageddon type event, some type of a World War III event where we have.
It's happening, bro. It's gonna happen very soon.
Potentially, yeah. And you could argue that, I'm sure it has been argued, it will be argued, is this prophecy unfolding, or is this prophecy that the world leaders are taking and attempting to manufacture the unfolding of?
It's definitely manufactured and done very purposefully.
I haven't made up my mind, because I contend all this stuff is spiritual, that these folks, even if they say they know what they're doing and that it needs to happen, they don't really know what they're doing or where it could go. But they've somehow, some way been avatared to believe that there is nothing else that we could do with ourselves and each other other than manufacture problem, reaction, solution-based genocides and wars, so we can have an enlightenment period, I guess, a Renaissance period, as they put it, a period where the Messiah, the Mashiach, comes back.
Mm-hmm. So would you say it's all done by design?
Yeah, the argument is this just a group of men who are all individually and collectively coming to this determination independently, or are we all, in fact, to an extent, inhabited? Are we being avatared? Is there working through us?
Yeah, is there an infallible thing? Exactly. That's exactly the point I would say. It's just something else, like a higher being beyond a human being that's creating this stuff. Like,
some might say a demiurge. There's many different ways to look at it or to talk about it. It has been talked about in many different ways. Kind of a similar idea.
Do you think this is a natural thing? Because I don't. I think it's, like you said, it's manufactured, which is, I guess that could be natural in a way. But no, I think this is being done very purposefully. And I don't think it has anything to do with human beings at this point. I think there's another force that's, if you want to call it a force, that's, quote, manufacturing it and making it happen on purpose. Right, and then we're just being used as tools for it. But yeah.
As bizarre as this race may be, it may actually need to happen in order for people to turn from their wicked ways, right? If we take it on a micro level, I didn't start exercising regularly and eating properly until I started to see issues with my health and certain declines.
That's kind of fucked up, because you're saying it has to get taken to a level where people are going to be crying in the background as soon as they realize how reality could really deal with them, and then we get some sort of progress. Okay, well, why does it have to be that way?
Why does it have to be that way? Seemingly because we exist in this state of almost living hypnosis, right? Where we tend to forget, we tend to loop, we tend to ignore, we don't remain conscious and aware, we don't remain willful and inspired and motivated. It usually has to get bad before it gets better, right? It's like, like there's many examples.
Unfortunately, I don't get why it doesn't have to be that way. So it's
It
autodidactic
doesn't
or
have to be that way, but
Okay.
it seems oftentimes that it is that way, right? My father didn't buy a gun and engage in his rights to have a gun to protect himself until someone kicked his door in one day, right? It's like, hello, it's got to get bad before it gets better. All right, let's go to Clausen and then Cage, if you'll please. I'm going to power through here. If you want to hang out and you can.
I'll hang out, buddy. I'll shut up. I get it.
You can resist the urge to talk over me. I know that I'm verbose. I'm constantly bloviating and, rambling on and on. But that's what I do here. Nothing
But
else.
can I before I mute up? It doesn't have to be that way at all. All right, don't let anything or anybody tell you it must be that way. Oh, don't fucking.
Well, it doesn't have to be.
Don't Talcott me like that, buddy.
If you folks would get with Jack Talcott and experience some life coaching, this could all change, right? Wars could be ended, legal secrets could be quashed, but you won't. So it's got to get bad.
You know what, Talcott? I mean, sorry, Mr. Paulie. You know what I need? I need death coaching, and I need to learn how to get a firearm and put it under my chin and a noose while I'm at it. At that point.
Potentially,
you know how to tie knots or
Daddy's home. Daddy's here. It's okay.
That's some weird shit. Okay, I'm definitely muting now. I definitely do not.
All right,
that guy.
Please.
All right, I'm done.
No Talcott, no nothing else. Let's stay focused here. This is what happens, right? I bring you folks in and I somehow, join the mental asylum even more than I already am, right? I get out in left field with the circus.
Bro, you're trying to stay on a subject, fucking putting that shit up.
We're borderlining on algorithm here. There might be some magatards who just joined who need to hear and see that their politicians on both sides are advocating to start wars all around the world in order to respond a certain way where they can take over and install their centralized banking systems and do New World Order, right? This isn't a new narrative, but we got to stay the course. Let's go, Clausen.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough.
Clausen?
And it's very hard for me to see how the United States...
See, my producers like you. Very addled, potentially on drugs. We don't know.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough. And it's very hard for me to see how the United States president can get us to war with Iran. Which leads me to conclude that if, in fact, compromise is not coming, that the traditional way of America gets to war is what would be best for U.S. interests. Some people might think that Mr. Roosevelt wanted to get us into World War II, as David mentioned. You may recall we had to wait for Pearl Harbor. Some people might think Mr. Wilson wanted to get us into World War I. You may recall he had to wait for the Lusitania episode. Some people might think that Mr. Johnson wanted to send troops to Vietnam. You may recall we had to wait for the Gulf of Tonkin episode. We didn't go to war with Spain until the until the Maine exploded. And may I point out that Mr. Lincoln did not feel he could call out the Federal Army until Fort Sumter was attacked, which is why he ordered the commander at Fort Sumter to do exactly that thing which the South Carolinians had said would cause an attack. So if, in fact, the Iranians aren't going to compromise, it would be best if somebody else started the war. One can combine other means of pressure with sanctions. I mentioned that explosion on August 17th. We could step up the pressure. I mean, look, people, Iranian submarines periodically go down. Someday one of them might not come up. Who would know why? We can do a variety of things if we wish to increase the pressure. I'm not advocating that, but I'm just suggesting that this is not a either-or proposition of, it's just sanctions has to succeed or other things. We are in the game of using covert means against the Iranians. we could get nastier at that.
Right. So these are always great comments. We're going to address a few of those. This is how you know we're in the algorithm. When they start projecting onto me everything that they are and what they're doing.
May I ask a
Cage,
question?
no, you keep interrupting my rhythm and my flow. This is what I'm telling you, right? This is why I try to be nice and I tell you ahead of time, hey, it's not personal to you, but it's what tends to happen. I get in a rhythm, I get in a flow, I have certain things I want to go to and cover and an interaction that I want to have. Right? So can we do that? Can I do that? Is that possible?
Of course you can, bro. But I was going to ask you a question, and my question is, where does this lead to at the end of the day?
Well, again, that's the whole idea is that, as you said, as we said earlier, potentially we have a choice. We can do certain things or we can do other things, right? We can buy into certain concepts and co-create that, or we can buy into other ones and co-create that. So it seems to me that this is always in flux. It always remains to be seen. And we always have a choice or an option to an extent, right? The question is, are we going to take that opportunity and do something different than what we're used to, at least for the most part? So let's get to the comments. I'm going to put you in the back. Are you going to be mad at me if I put you in the back? I got to focus here. I got extreme issues.
No, I'll literally just mute. That's it. You don't have to put me in the back.
Well, you say that, but I feel like you're going to.
No, I will do it. I will do it.
Okay. Kind of hang out. I'll go to you at some point. When we get through whatever I'm going to. Look, I'm already an hour and a half in. I haven't even gotten to anything. An hour and a half in already. I don't want to do a 4 or 5 hour broadcast again. Maybe that's what my lot in life is. I may have to. Nate the Gen writes, and he is a cross section of society. Perfect example. I couldn't have written it any better. You folks don't realize that I bait you to come in here to show me who and what you are, project onto me, and then I just flip it back on you with the facts. And that unlocks the mind and heart of so many others. That's how I get my cult following, as you call it up there. My cult following is as such because it's watched so many of you over thousands of days straight come in here with the same narratives and projections only to be shown that's you and that's not me. So the channel is a straight up conspiracy channel. Conspiracies, you mean like the whole world has to get shots, 14 of them, in order to stop what's in the air that is potentially coming from the towers that were put up at the same time as these diseases were created? By the way, we have the clip of Trump admitting that 6G is a bioweapon, okay, and also a surveillance instrument. So is it always conspiracy theory till we're right, and then you continue to repeat that narrative even though we've been shown to be right over and over again? See how that works? So is it a conspiracy that we have to take over Cuba and potentially Russia and Greenland and Syria and Iraq and Libya and on and on? You mean conspiracy theories like that? That the terrorists are behind every corner and out to get us and they're coming for our rights and freedoms if we don't do imperialism and expansionism on the taxpayer dollar, of course. Conspiracies like that? You mean conspiracies like a bunch of representatives and public servants getting together to basically abolish private property rights to the point where everyone is now paying tribute or tax to use their own property, and if not, after 3 years they come and take it? You mean conspiracies like that? I mean, I could go on and on and on here, right? When do you, the statists, the left wingers and the right wingers, all the folks voting and towing the line, become the actual conspiracy theorists who are in the cult? And by the way, literally every line of what you're saying applies more to you than it does to me and everyone here. This is a contingent of rather free thinkers who question their own beliefs and other people's beliefs in order to come to an accurate understanding of how things work. That's not you. See, you're against that. You're for the official narratives. You're for the actual conspiracies and conspiracy theorists. You're for giving your cash over to fund your own enslavement and then knocking on someone like me, who's been to court 6 times in 5 years, gotten dismissals on everything because I know the law and my rights better than you do. And the majority of you collectivist trash. Okay? So this channel is a straight up conspiracy channel with the cult followers. This guy will have his dumb chatter drinking the Kool-Aid. By the way, you're misspelling every other word. Before too long, that's TOO. The moron doesn't even know the difference between TO and TOO. What a surprise. After he cons them out of their cash. That's you and the cult of statism and fascism and communism and socialism. I'm going to go to my post because it just hit me. It just came up. I'm going to read my post from just the other day on Facebook. I got a couple of other folks. Oh, there's some folks who are getting conned out of their cash. And it was so easy for me to do it too. All I had to do was come on, get into what I'm inspired by, what's entertaining to me, what's informationally based, show how this all works. By the way, Jennifer just messaged me. She's over 6 months out on the original letter, and she's given 3 notices so far to the Internal Revenue Service, a corporate subsidiary of United States Corporation, who claim that maybe she made a mistake on her documentation and has to correct it. So she followed up by asking them questions, trying to get them to come out in the open and admit certain things, define certain words, and they just poof, disappeared. So she's 15 days and counting since she got the return receipt of the latest letter that she sent, latest notice to the property tax department, letting them know their silence will be noted as their acceptance, right? See, we just learned to use the law the same way they do on us. See, what's a maxim of law? Another one we can go over. An affidavit unrebutted stands true. That means if I sign a notice and put it on record and you don't rebut it or question or challenge it, it stands true when we go to court, if and when we go to court. So you got to get these people to define certain words and terms. You got to question them. You got to state your claim, be open to conditional acceptance. If they can explain to you how you've violated the law or not done or fulfilled your proper obligations and duties. If they can't do that, well, then your affidavit, your notice, and your claim stands true. If and when you ever have to go to court, that's going to be your first piece of evidence. Please let the court, let it be noted on the record, right? Let it show that multiple notices were given to men and women acting as servants of this corporation. They did not honorably respond to correct the record. They didn't challenge or rebut the affidavit, so it stands true. Your silence is consent.
It's called implied consent, right? Meaning, and okay, so we got, you mentioned maxims. What about the other two, right? Because there's a trinity of it. So there's axioms, precepts, and maxims, right? You want to call it that? And how does that relate? Again, I'm learning, and I'm just trying to understand. Yeah.
Paige, do you have a channel? Is there any way I can just promote your channel and you do a broadcast later and we go over there or not?
I'm on here for promotion.
Okay. So when you say precepts, you're going to have to define those words you just used.
Maxims, axioms, and precepts. You use one of them, but there's a trinity.
Right. So general common sense principles versus truisms versus what was the other term? Presumptions.
A presumption, well, it is phonetically kind of similar.
Let's just move forward. Can I just move forward and stick on to what I'm doing here? I got 3 to 5 things going on. I need to go to you when I need to take questions or not. He just see what he does. He just said he's muting. He's not going to interrupt. He interrupts me to ask me questions, doesn't clarify, and takes me off of what I'm doing. And numbers drop immediately. Does anyone ever notice that? When I stop talking, numbers go to dropping. That's concerning to me. Part of what we do here is try to hold an audience and keep people on some kind of... I have a hard enough time keeping my shit together and staying on track. I'm so oftentimes mountain goating. Let's go to the definitions here. I put it forth many times, but I wrote a treatise, let's say, State of the Slave Union Address to an extent. So where is it? Right, here we go. Fascism is the merger of state and corporate powers. The U.S. is defined in its own code as a corporation and gets its legal tender from a private bank/corporation. Marxism wants the abolition of private property, as Americans pay tax to use their own property land as we speak. Socialism is the redistribution of wealth, aka income tax, to give away what you earn to fund the collective. The scary part about watching politics is realizing we are already in fascism, Marxism, and socialism, and neither Republicans nor Democrats actually knows it or cares. They're too busy blaming the other side for what everyone is creating out of ignorance and arrogance. Okay, and I went on to speak about this is all in the back of a lockdown, and it's almost you know, hair falling out fascinating, right? I can almost imagine my hair just falling out while also being fascinated by how we could have just experienced a 5-year lockdown of just pure Marxism, socialism, collectivism, fascism, whatever ism you want to put on it. Because I contend behind all the isms is the same force, Satanism. And there's little to no difference in how these isms all wind up, right? The ending always kind of looks and sounds the same. So, yeah, for you left wingers, for you right wingers, it's important that you know we're already in, by definition, if you look at the tenets of these isms, we're already in fascism, socialism, and Marxism. It's a conglomeration, right? That's what essentially the cabal, along with its citizen slaves, has done. You've created a conglomeration of all these isms that are now running your nation, and you're voting for it, you're paying for it, you're begging for it, you love it, most of you. Jimmy Shively says, appreciate all you do, sir. Thank you, Mr. Shively. And Julian Barbary says, thanks and blessings, Paul. All right, we gotta call our first call, Cage Creep. Oh, we gotta take some calls here. I know. 850-103. Hello? Can you hear me?
Hey, man, how's it going?
How are you, sir? You're on 1013 WSLV, your only station for all things sovereign citizen related and also slavery and genocide related. Questions, comments,
Slavery and
concerns?
genocide related?
Yeah. It's an American pastime. Slavery and genocide, if you didn't know.
I thought you were saying that was my mistake, sir. I would like to have a debate.
Sure. I mean, we're not going to maybe do a full debate here. I'm no Andrew Wilson or the likes of these folks, you know. I'm very low level. I'm not rich, far from it. I live in a trailer, you know. I'm not even monetized on my second channel over here. Lucky if I get 5, 10, 15, 20,000 views. I'm lucky at that point. Last couple broadcasts we did that.
I was just sliding through, and I would like to know your stance.
Well, no, go ahead and tell me about what you want to debate specifically, right? Okay, I'll lead you a little bit. I'll question you to get an answer, and then we can get into it. So, do you vote? Do you vote?
No, I do not.
Have you ever voted?
No, sir.
Okay. So you might not be the person to debate me right off the bat. Did you get all the shots for safety?
For COVID?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Well, you did. So you're not voting.
Oh no.
You're not voting for Masters, but you're vaxxing out. You got to be honest with me now. Don't like. Unless he might be doing a bit.
I ain't pulling your leg, man.
You are pulling my leg, or you aren't?
Oh no, I ain't pulling your leg. I'm just saying that I'd like to stay healthy.
Okay, so then let me just go to you. What do you want to debate about specifically? Because you threw me off right off the bat. You don't vote for Masters, but you took the shot. So what are you getting from me that you disagree with so far?
Oh, I just saw the number and I thought I just had to have a chat with somebody. I'm not a long time viewer. I don't know how it goes around here.
Right. So the overview is what I like to tell people is rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. We here believe, the royal we, meaning I, and some others who gather here, that collectivism is always a fraud. It always goes wrong. It goes bad. We need to understand the individual's connection with history and with what we call God, or indwelling conscience, if you will, if you don't like the term God. We need to activate conscience and live with that and through that in order to create a better self and therefore a better world. The absence of that modality or endeavor gives way to collectivism, which gives way to corporatism, as we spoke about, all the isms, right? Which really just amounts to Satanism, the deception that we fall under that leads to kill, steal, and destroy, right? Just to kind of boil it all down using some quasi religious or biblical language. So, yeah, we're pretty much here. We would be the essential idea of what conservatism and republicanism was founded to be and should be, but isn't, because the Republican Party is taken over by politicos and intelligentsia who only seek to further the collectivism I just spoke about.
I see it. So you are a non-MAGA conservative.
Well, I would be. We would be here, right? If folks understood, you know, theoretically or principally the philosophy that led to what folks will call the greatest country on earth. Right? The greatest country on earth only is such because of the philosophy that keeps everybody in line, right? This idea that we essentially can do whatever we want to do if we don't cause loss, injury, and harm, we pay our debts, right? Pursuit of happiness. So it's radical freedom with the backing of personal responsibility, accountability, also known as self governance, right? Now, you don't hear or see anything like what I'm talking about in the mainstream media with any Republicards, right? And conservatards. You don't hear that. It's not spoken about. If anything, what I just put forth is demonized. It's sovereign, citizen, anti government rhetoric, right? So, again, a similar idea would be if we went back to the time of the founders, the majority of folks who want to side with the redcoats and pay to be owned and ruled and say, well, we need taxation for not only the tea, but for the roads and all the rest of it, right? And if you don't buy into that and you don't believe in the king's English and the king's parliamentary process, then you are a terrorist and you're anti-government, right? So it's the whole idea of one man's freedom fighter, and I'm not fighting anyone or resisting anything, is another man's anti-government terrorist and overthrow or subverter. So perspective plays a large role here in how we perceive who's who, what's what, and how it's all working together. So again, this is a historical sort of narrative that continues on at all times in all places, right? You have folks who are actually standing for what's true and what's right, what this place was meant to be, and folks who claim to be patriots and conservatives and Republicans who are literally doing communism, socialism, fascism, Marxism, collectivism, and
Fuck communism, man.
Go ahead.
I gotta say, man, fuck extremism, communism, and fascism.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's again, this is what it inevitably becomes, right? When you have these two-party systems, these supposed democratic systems, where people get to vote other people out of their rights and property, this is invariably what it becomes: is two wings of the same bird. And again, spiritually, I believe there is something behind both of these parties that is getting them to work against themselves while they believe their enemy is the other side, right? It's one big deception and disempowerment event.
Yeah. Turning us against each other and shit.
Well, yeah. You know, instead of folks being worried that you know, due process is being violated, and that as Americans, these supposed constitutional protections are being eroded and our rights are dwindling, they're too busy fighting each other over who caused it, right? Oh, it's Trump who did it all. Oh, it's Biden. It's the libtards. It's the conservatives. Both sides are having their rights washed away through legalistic procedure. Both sides, instead of standing strong as Americans and upholding the law of the land and holding their representatives accountable, are supporting their side and their team to essentially do war on folks who they see as the opposing side, right? So the mind and heart control takeover is pretty much complete at this point, where you have all sides of Americans fighting each other over who's going to lead and rule over everyone else, while destroying the foundations of law, rights, and freedom that made this place great, right?
Yeah, I see you. You're saying they both sides working together to oppress us.
I don't know if they know that they're working together. I'm saying that it's playing both sides against the middle. I think that
You
folks,
think there's one above both sides?
well, yeah, potentially, not only spiritually but physically, as far as
Yeah.
organizations and you know,
Think it's
collectives
the
go.
Illuminati and shit.
Again, there's a lot of different words and terms people use to talk about this idea. I couldn't narrow it down to one term or phrase, but that's a term or phrase that's been used that you could say, you know, goes along
Yeah.
with that idea, right? If you
Yeah,
wanna,
they be
if you
saying
wanna,
that, man,
if
they be
you,
calling us crazy and shit.
if you want to colonize hundreds of millions and billions of people, you got to get them fighting each other and divided in order so you can provide them the solutions and their heroes so they can pay to be ruled over, right? So that's essentially what you have going on, which is a concept that has been described as, Bavarian Illuminati and, various sects or sectors of certain families, organizations that are intergenerational, mostly banking cartels, right? Um, so, we see this historically. It's always the same families and the same types of people against the other same types of people who stand for the same types of things. That's the foundational story of what the founding fathers, so to speak, went through as well. Right? They were trying to codify and put on record this idea of rights and freedom to an extent. Many of them didn't sign the Constitution, as we know, because they didn't believe
Oh
that it would work out well.
shit! You got a point there. Man, they ain't all signed the Constitution.
Well,
I never
this is
thought about that.
the idea of the Federalists, right, versus
Is
anti-Federalists.
that be y'all and shit?
Excuse me?
Or is you the Federalist and shit?
No, I'm trying to go along and ignore from the beginning your voice and whatever you're doing, but it's getting more and more exaggerated. So if you're gonna do the bit non-bit, try to make it plausible. Try to keep it together.
I.
So, like, do you actually have anything that you want to talk about, or questions, comments, concerns, any ideas to put forth, or are we
No.
basically just gonna mock me or whatever I'm doing here while pretending to be
No, I ain't
interested?
mocking you, man. I'm trying to listen to what you got to say.
Right, because that's how you talk, right? Because I'm an idiot.
Yeah, that's my fault. My fault.
Any other thoughts at all? Like, let's just get down to it, right? You really don't care. I'm just a big joke. What I'm talking about's a big joke.
No,
It
I don't
doesn't
think
really
you be a joke
matter
and shit.
because. But where do you stand on all of it?
I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I mean, I kind of be with like the Reds and shit. I don't mean the communists. I mean like the I ride with Trump and shit.
Right. So,
And that be the end of it.
okay, is there a reason why you're pretending to speak like what you would believe black people would talk like? Like, what's that bit? The whole sheet and the whole be and is and all the rest of this. What's that about?
I mean, I'm from Philly, man. That's how we talk.
That's just how you talk.
Yeah, you want me to get with my homeboy?
No, that's fine. I'll take your word for it. So, what is it specifically about Donald Trump that you're so into that like turns you on about him?
Look, man, it's up to me. I think he's for the people and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now, Biden, Harris, all them niggas. They be trying to like suppress us.
Okay. That's pretty simple, man. I think you might have just like tied it all up, tied it all
That's all it
together.
is.
There might not be much else to get into with you because
That's
you
it.
got it so kind of cut and dried.
Yeah, man. I mean, I try to stay away from this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I mean, I'm here to listen. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to spit your shit, I give it to you. I hear you out.
Right. Well, I think that I just did, and I do every time I come on here. It's pretty obvious to me.
And I
And
got what you're
again,
saying, man.
yeah, it's kind of again. I just got the vibe from you from like moment one that you're not really going to engage with me and talk about the
No,
facts,
no,
and you're kind of going to do a
I'm here
bit.
to
And,
listen.
okay, just here to listen. Um,
Yeah, man.
all right. Well, any other questions, comments, concerns, ideas? I think I'm going to let you go because if you're just going to listen and you're not going to engage with me or put forth
Nah,
anything,
you right. You right. You got a point.
yeah.
Hey, this one's from Jamal. Would you? Are you familiar with the schizophrenia?
Uh, In a general sense, I guess.
Yeah. They be saying that they putting fluoride in the water.
Well, there's many things in the water, sir. There's thousands of
No. I ain't talking
detectable.
like purified. I'm saying fluoride.
Right, I get that.
Trying to make
There's thousands of detectable chemicals from pharmaceutical runoff and just direct uh, poisoning, I guess you could say, or alteration of the water supply. That's been known
that's
for
what
the
I'm saying.
longest time. So,
No,
yeah, I mean,
I don't mean they want
imagine
to hurt
that.
us. I mean they want to like they be doing that so we look crazy when we be like, hey nigga, this water, you know, I don't feel too good. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, if you have a system that profits off of a bunch of insane, retarded people who are in degraded health,
yeah.
then yeah, it would make sense that you would do as much as you could to continue that,
And they
among
be trying to say
other.
us niggas is retarded and shit.
Well, I might agree with them at that point. Quite frankly, I mean,
Hold on, you saying niggas is retarded?
well, when you say niggas, do you mean like in the general sense, like just men and women in general, or do you mean like a certain specific ethnic
What?
group?
When I say niggas, I mean like hey nigga, what's up? Like you my nigga, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But
So yes, then technically, as you put it, the majority of niggas are retarded, and no color aside, no ethnicity specifically, no color, just the majority of folks who like. If I were to go out in the town square, any town USA, and I was to approach the average person going to or coming from their job, who's voted, loves to pay slave tax to fix the roads while they get ruled over and give billions and trillions to Israel and Ukraine and do wars around the world and spray the skies down with aluminum, barium, strontium, and other, you know, nice, kind, polite, cute little additions to the atmosphere. If I was to walk up to any one of them and just ask them a series of questions, their answers would dictate that they are in fact retarded, if you want to use that word clinically, right? Their development, their awareness, their consciousness has been arrested or obstructed. Right? So there's a great deal of retardation. That actually, this system is all built on retardation. You'd have to be retarded and completely ignorant and arrogant to continue to engage with it after watching decade after decade of it not only staying the same but getting worse, while claiming that it's all going to get better, right? You would, by virtue of that fact, you would have to be retarded to continue to engage with it the way we always have.
Yeah. Hey, when I be saying retarded, I don't mean like sheep. I mean like retarded, like Down syndrome and shit.
Oh no. That's the thing. See, I would argue Down syndrome people are less retarded than the average voting, tax-paying slave because they don't vote. They don't pay anything. They just kind of sit there happy and look around, play with their toys. You know, they don't really contribute to slavery and genocide worldwide. The average Down syndrome person, like Corky from The Facts of Life, he just kind of hangs out, plays with his toys, does his thing. It's the seemingly normal, right? Seemingly together, seemingly professional folks who think they know it all, who go around fucking this world up and calling it safety and protection, right? So that's what I mean when I say retarded. The seemingly normal, seemingly professional, seemingly day to day, everyday folks who can't find their ass with two hands and keep voting themselves and paying themselves into slavery and genocide. I got another call. You got any final words? Final questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah. If you don't mind making this quick, what do you mean when you say genocide?
Precisely what we just talked about. A bunch of chemicals in the water, in the food. I got the articles where they admit they're going to start spraying vaccines and other chemicals onto the lettuce, even though it's organic. Spraying down the skies, chemicals in the water, chemicals in the food. Your McDonald's hamburgers, they found human meat in them. That's another article we could pull up from the last month or two.
Nigga, what the hell? Me and my McDonald's?
Wars around the world, right? Billions
Hold on.
Billions and trillions of people killed over the past however many thousands of years through democide, death by government.
Yeah. You be saying human meats in McDonald's?
I mean, you got private prisons where people are kept and work for free in order to get meals while they're poisoned with the food and water in there, and that's why it's interchangeable. Slavery or genocide, you pick. I'm not gonna quibble
they
over
be
it.
seeing us all as cattle and shit, but you
Right.
be saying human meat in McDonald's. I'm trying to ask you.
Well, yeah. I mean, for the longest time, it's been speculated that we don't actually have enough meat to meet all the demands of all the retarded slaves who just drive through and have no concern for what they put in their body. So, I mean, they made movies off this at one point. Soylent Green is People. Remember that one? Charlton Heston.
Animal Farm?
Yeah, that's an example.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of these ideas and pop culture sort of, pieces that have been put forth that echo the same ideas.
New World Order and shit.
Right. I mean, if you go back to the scripture, like the first line is, it's every story. The first line is, hey, we're coming for the firstborn children because there's going to be a prophet born, the guy they later called Jesus, all these same ideas. We got to get all the children and we got to do stuff to them to prevent whatever from happening when, one might think that maybe that is the answer to our problems, not a greater problem.
And
but
you be thinking to vaccines and shit?
It would seem to be so. I'm not a person who believes that big corporations and politicians really care about you and I and want to help us and keep us safe. Not buying into that.
You're kind of right though.
Yeah, it would make more sense to me that when you profile people, if you know anything about criminology, the people who work all their lives to get into power position usually aren't the nicest, kindest, politest, most empathetic people. They're usually power hungry, greedy folks who lack empathy, who are willing to harm their fellow man. If I could just finish, they're willing to harm their fellow man to keep their positions of power, right? So that's typically what we see historically.
Yeah. They did that shit too. To be doing that.
Right.
For real. All right. Hey, my nigga, it's been good meeting you. My name's Tyler.
Right. Good to hear from you, Tyler.
Tyler Montiel. All right. I'm gonna head out though. I'm head out now though.
All right, my Negro. I'll see you later.
See you, my dog.
Yeah, he knows that guy knows something. He gets it. It's just, it's all got to be a joke. It's too cool for school, and you got to do a bit, non-bit, right? All right, let's call this guy back. The only broadcast that calls you back. You really care here. We're just like your government. Really care here about you. Vote for me.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, did you call?
I did.
All right, what do you got? 1013 WSLV, your only place for all things slavery and genocide related. Questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah, what about Egyptian slaves? Like, why don't we ever talk about that? Didn't they make the pyramids? They're pretty significant to talk about.
What was your name
Plus,
again?
even to this day. My name is
the questions are going to get harder, so yeah. If you're having trouble with that, we might
Can
just
we answer my question first? Hold on, okay.
I just wanted a name to be able to address you. You could just make one up, right? I won't actually know. My people aren't that advanced at this point.
You can call me Big Z. How about that?
Big Z? Are you a large woman?
I could be.
Are you John Mazzio, who's finally found your true beingness and purpose, Big Z? You may not know.
Honestly, I don't even know who I don't.
Right. Most of us don't. Let's move on. So we do talk about Egyptians here. One of the articles that I have up there that I go to from time to time points out that in the time of the Egyptians, a slave was considered to be someone who gave up to 20% of what they made to the government. Sumeria, I believe it was, is one example. So it's interesting to note that their criteria for a slave is one who does whatever they want to do, but once a year gives 20% of what they make to the establishment, right? That was considered a slave. So I find that interesting that even back then, these people understood and knew that if you are compelled to give anything of what you create to the establishment to substantiate your beingness, you are technically their property. You are a slave. And of course, try telling the average magatard nowadays that they give 30 to 40% of what they create each year to their presidents and vice presidents and corporate positions to redistribute the wealth, a tenet of socialism, and they don't understand that they're in feudalism / slavery. So we do talk about that from time to time.
Well, okay, riddle me this. How can you, without a shadow of a doubt, know that what you're saying is factual? Like, in what context? Is it
I
cite your
can't.
sources?
I can't. And
You can't.
I contend here that nothing can actually be proven. You can only stack evidence so high that you can't see over it anymore. And that's essentially
Correct.
what we do here. I just stack so much evidence historically, right, and philosophically, and supposedly factually, as far as what the news and the record puts forth, that it cannot be ignored, right? So it's like the preponderance of evidence idea at court, right?
Preponderance. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, your words are killing me.
it's the preponderance of evidence idea, meaning that it's beyond a reasonable doubt. So you can't go to court and really prove anything unless I have everyone on video and go, hey, they're right there. And even now you could say that's AI. So
I can go pro se and win.
I have 6 times in 5 years, man.
Oh, what were you charged with?
Possession of 8 ounces of cannabis, an eighth of mushrooms, gun charges. There's been, driving without license, registration, insurance, trespassing.
Honestly, I was hoping you would flip it around on me and
obstruction.
tell me you were the lawyer.
No, I
So you're a
uphold the.
criminal.
Does someone being charged with doing illegal things make someone a criminal?
Well, I mean, repeatedly breaking the law, being a repeat offender, so you're probably used to working your way out of the
Ma'am, you
situation.
don't even understand the difference between legal.
Ma'am, I am a miss.
Miss, you don't even understand the difference between statute, policy, and code and the law of the land. So how are you telling me
Expand on
about
that.
pro se?
Well, explain what you mean. In what context? Explain it.
First
Or expand
line
on it.
or
I'm
first paragraph of Declaration of Independence, Bill of Rights, is the powers that are derived from the corporation you call the United States are done so through the consent of the governed. So statute, policy, and code is not law. It's given the force of law through the consent of the governed. And that also is defined as each and every man and woman, not a collective. So
Crazy.
again, if there
It
is
could
no
be like
victim,
an audiobook.
if there is no victim, then there is no crime. And if I went to court 6 times in 5 years and they could never produce a complainant or a plaintiff, let alone an injured party, then I never committed a crime.
Funny thing is what are you talking about right now?
I'm talking about what has allowed me to get dismissals on all these cases and not have a lawyer, not sign anything, and not pay anything. The understanding of dual jurisdiction that I have them on record at Colorado State Court admitting to. So there's essentially there's essentially 2 parallel systems going on here at once, and the majority of folks are not aware of at least one of those aspects of the system. Would be called the common law, or what he stopped himself when he was about to say common law and said constitutional jurisdiction versus commercial or administrative, right?
I have a question.
Sure.
What drives you to overly expand a conversation, like to where you feel the need to use big words, like instead of just going straight to the subject and talking very, authentically, like where people can relate? Because the truth is always a very simple statement. You don't have to need to, exaggerate your words and throw this big. I mean, it's very flamboyant. You talk.
I could ask you a similar question. With every question that's asked, another question occurs to the being. What doesn't drive you to understand and know more words and understand the language so you could communicate on a higher level and just having to dumb it down to 1-syllable words?
It takes away from the subject.
For you.
It makes it. It's
for you.
Yes. for
Yes,
me,
that's a
the
subjective statement.
receiving end.
So maybe you should get a little bit more of the motivation and inspiration I have to learn and study and know more so you could communicate on a more extensive and expanded level instead of being so simple, let's put it.
Well, I apologize. I didn't mean to upset you.
You're not upsetting me. I just find it interesting the questions that you folks ask. It's really telling rather than asking
I'm glad you
yourself.
find me interesting. Thank you. I'm flattered.
Well, interesting on the level of thinking that you know something, thinking that you know
I'm
something
sorry,
and you're in the
honey.
power position while communicating directly and indirectly, you're supremely disempowered and misinformed.
You know, I really appreciate the fact that you just said I could speak directly and indirectly simultaneously. That must mean I'm pretty good at that. I mean, that makes me feel very flattered. Thank you for noticing. And thank you for being able to explain it in such a way where a simple mind like me could understand.
Again, I presume that folks like you will never understand because you don't want to understand.
Well,
If
I
you
hope that
did
you
want to
can figure
understand,
out
you
how
would
to.
have taken thousands of hours like myself and others to look into every crack and crevice and understand on a higher and deeper level. You don't. So the presumption that I hear in 30 seconds or 30 minutes or even 30 hours could make you understand it is a fool's errand.
Well, could you help me explain that? Like, which crack and crevice did you first look into it to find the information that you're telling me?
Well, we could go to Corpus Juris Secundum. We could go to Blackstone's commentary. We could just go right to United States Code. We could go to our actual experiences at court. I mean, I could go on and
No,
on here.
where did you? Now I know where did you start? You say crack and crevice. How did you start? Did you look on the internet? What was your form of
Well, the
research?
interesting thing about it is it starts with an intuition, right?
What?
It starts with
Okay.
it starts with a
So
core
lead me through your not in general sense. Tell me your steps. What did you do?
I was about to. It starts with a core intuition that something is not right here. Whether it's with self, with others, with the system, with the way things play out, something is amiss, right? Something is just not right. And then that takes you on
So
a life.
that was in your mind. That was that's the thoughts that you're going through before you do the research. Okay.
Sure, at about 10 or 12 years old, it occurred to me that the majority of adults just repeat shit that they have no idea what they're talking about, and when questioned on it, can't explain it. And then when someone brings an alternate
What brought you to
explanation
that
that is
conclusion? Your family?
pretty much
Like when you had this thought,
pretty
what was your
much
surroundings?
pretty much every being that I interacted with who was seemingly knowledgeable according to them and supposedly skeptical, yet always had the same answers and responses for why things are the way they are. And when pressed on it and questioned on it, couldn't make sense of it.
Well, what was that point that brought you to that conclusion? What was the experience?
Authority is a main one. The concept of
So
authority.
you had it. Well, be specific, not in general. Tell me so I can relate.
I am
with
being
you, just being
specific. The
general.
concept of authority. How much more specific?
Who was the authority person that caused you to have this realization?
Parents,
At 12 years
teachers,
old.
parents.
Which one? Which one? Be specific.
Again, how does this relate
Again,
exactly?
you cannot. Okay, bye, liar. Goodbye. And my name is Zara. Goodbye.
So it's a gotcha game that you're playing, and not see. This is what they do. It's so obvious to get a beat on you guys and to know what you're up to and what you're gonna do, and then when I like shift my position and perspective, you reveal yourself. So you're not actually asking to learn and know. You're asking because you want to get me up against a wall at some point and play a gotcha game. You couldn't do it, so you ran. See, because you stumbled into an interaction where you thought that you were equipped to debate me or to overtake me. And then all I have to do is continue to talk and lay out my understanding and explanation or question you, and you fold under pressure. This is so perfect. See, it's like a chess game, right? You just showed exactly the dynamic. See, I couldn't be more specific than what you just did. You just showed the exact dynamic that led me to question everything and everyone, because when I would have interrogatories or interactions with parents, teachers, counselors, police, and other folks in supposed power or authoritarian positions, they all do what you just did. Question me, not to learn or to understand, not explain themselves and where they're coming from, project onto me, presume to know, and then when they're forced to substantiate themselves, or when I don't have to explain myself any longer, they run for cover. because they don't really know. They don't have an understanding. They don't have an experience worth talking about. They're dyed-in-the-wool sheep-tarred slaves who go through the motions every day but have no idea who and what they are, what planet they're on, or how anything works beyond a certain point, right? So that doesn't make me a liar and a fraud by asking you what is the relevancy to what I'm doing here, because you took me 5 layers deep off course to ask me specifics about who or what by name led me to a certain conclusion. I couldn't have allowed you to be a perfect example of showing it any more than you just did, whether you know it or not. See? So every problem contains its own solution. Every question contains its own answer. You were just a perfect what led me to where that. She started by saying that she was pro se. She doesn't even know what pro se means, but she's going to feign like she speaks Latin or like she understands the legal lawful system. Then every layer that I go down, she acts confused, doesn't understand, but claims to. And then when the tables are turned, after I'm done answering her questions for 5 or 10 minutes straight, she runs because she doesn't have any experience or understanding or ability to communicate. But I'm the liar, right? I'm the fraud.
Hello?
How are you, sir? 917. Questions, comments,
Yes.
concerns?
No, I just think, the lady thinks you're a smart dude, I'm not defending her, but clearly you speak, and she was trying to, make you try to dissect the way you talk, but I'm not even going to talk.
It's not what she was doing. She was trying to get me in a form of gotcha where she could label me something and discount or devalue me. It's not what she was doing. Asking me why I care or am motivated to understand words and terms on a deeper and higher level is not an attempt to try to understand me or do and be better. It's an attempt to marginalize me. I must be some schizophrenic who's crazy and overly activated because I'm like interested in learning and understanding. That you can't tell by the tone of these people what they're trying to do, let alone what they're saying and how it doesn't jive with the last thing they say or the next thing they say. It's all in the energy and the tone, if not in the lack of continuity and continuance. She wasn't looking to understand me. She wasn't looking to learn. She can tell after she stumbled in here that I'm more intelligent than she is, but she wanted to feign like she had some understanding that I didn't have. And if I would just be able to change who and what I am to align with her, then we would all be better off, right? It's just a power game. I've dealt with people like this hundreds and thousands of times in my life. I read them like this off the bat. I know who and what they are, where they're going. I indulge them to a certain point, and then I flip the script and the dynamic, and then we get to see who and what they really are, right? She's the liar. She's the fraud. She has no experience at court. She doesn't know the law. She doesn't know what rights are. She doesn't know the difference between legal and lawful. She can't speak beyond one syllable words and limited sentences, sentence structure, right? So I would bet anything on it. She's a voter. She's a slave taxpayer. She doesn't know her rights. She's a collectivist. And she was searching for a place to try to marginalize me and get me in a gotcha. And that's what most people who come here do when we hit the algorithm, right? Because I have to be the crazy schizophrenic who's just talking above everybody's head and isn't really making sense. And why can't I just, right?
People want the answer. They want the solution to their life.
Doesn't work that way, sir. I explained that to her. Yeah. A lifelong journey to reconciliation and resolution doesn't begin or end with a back and forth with me. And if it didn't start before this back and forth with me, this is a waste of our time. You really have to have a passion and a care for truth. You really have to have an indwelling intuition or instinct to seek the truth and be set free, to want to know. Most people in life, I've come to find out, don't really care to want to know in anything how things work, what it means, what it is, how it all fits together. That's the majority of folks, sir. They just don't really want to know and don't care to know. And they're definitely not going to put the time, energy, attention like I have to look into it. As a matter of fact, they're going to devalue and demean and attempt to discount or marginalize who and what I am and what I do, because why does it matter, right? Who cares?
No, it matters, but your value is not really it's I want to say you're high value and you're talking to the people that are in the sewer, these people that listen on YouTube.
I know.
Not all of them, but you're talking to the gutter.
That's the bit, sir. Thank you for showing me that you get the bit, right? And it's not to say that I view myself as so high value. This is just an exemplification of how low value the average person is. It's not a resounding sort of consensus of how bright and intelligent I am. It's an indictment on how little the average person knows and wants to know, and how they're all too willing to play power games instead of just go on a lifelong journey of seeking to know and co-create a better option. So that's kind of the bit. That's the whole broadcast in a nutshell. But you get it. You can see right off what's going on.
Yeah, I moved off grid. I stay in the trailer. It's isolating, and then you realize, wow, where did you where did I go wrong? And because you see people around you that really pretend to care, and that's my thing. People pretend to care, but they don't really care. And I'm not as smart as you intellectually. Most people aren't. So it leaves like, what are we supposed to do? I'm not as smart. My vocab. The lady's just got her panties in a bunch because her vocab's not up to par, and she feels like when she has an intellectual conversation, she's I'm dumb because I don't know your vocab. But realistically, she really wants to learn. Probably she wants to know what she can do to help.
I don't know how you get that impression with the way things ended. They end.
Well, no.
The ending is a peek into how the beginning went, right? I don't care what people say or even what they show. The end greatly dictates the beginning, right? In a certain sense. So to call me a liar and a fraud and then run off the phone is evidence of her cowardice, her projection, her unwillingness to know, and lack of care for the truth. See? So there wasn't an accident that it ended that way. It ended exactly how it began. She just showed herself a bit more at the end than she did in the beginning. I don't have reason to believe her or many folks like her who come here the way that she did actually care to want to know and do and be and have better, because I have a list of folks who do come here with that tone and that energy and that will, and they don't come off that way, right? At all.
Yeah.
So I've dealt with kind of the two sides of the coin here of people who really care, want to know, want to do and be and have better. I'm there for them all day, every day. I'll explain it till I'm blue in the face, and I will also turn it over to them to give me their explanation. That was not this. She had ego and pride issues, and she wanted to play a gotcha power game, and she picked the wrong guy to do it with, because I'm pretty damn good when it comes to reading people and flipping the script on them.
Yeah. So you would say in general you want to help society, and she just came to try to troll. Same as the previous guy that called. He was acting like he was had a fake voice, right? He was using a fake tone.
Right. It's also usually not a coincidence. These people tend to follow each other in a row, and I'm not saying you're one of them, but it's like we break into the algorithm, a certain type of person shows up, and then they decide to engage, and it's always kind of a similar, if not the same, personality type, right? Or endeavor.
No, yeah, I agree. I think you're trying to just make people think. I just feel like, what could I really do? Like I voted for. I didn't even vote. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't vote for him, but just like, he just seemed like the more American dude that wasn't, but who knows what goes on behind the scenes. I really don't. And I saw how California and New York, they changed so much under the since Obama started his divisiveness. I just felt like, wow, since then, and then Biden took over, it just turned in such a crazy, I hate to use the word shithole. I don't like it. I mean, I love all people, but New York, California, they just changed so much that I completely packed up and I moved into Pahrump, Nevada, which is a shithole, but at least it was my own rural shithole. So I'm just, I isolated myself. I understand where you're coming from, and I really don't know what to do. I'm not as smart as you do. I don't know.
I don't, sir. I appreciate you. That's your perspective. If that's genuinely your perspective, I don't think that this is something that you have to be off the charts with IQ to sort of come to a consensus about, right? Like this is pretty simple stuff. Us giving our power away to vote for members of a corporation to supposedly give us more rights and freedom is never going to make that happen. There's no way it could happen, so it's not going to happen. What will give us more rights and freedom is exemplifying that, living into a lifestyle that promotes that. Is an example of that. It's the old "be the change you want to see" idea, right? So,
Hmm.
um, you know, this isn't about going to some top-down feudalistic solution that can never be a solution. This is a bottom-up endeavor where we slowly, over time, build our resources, our knowledge, our practice, right, through our experience, getting together with others who do the same, co-creating, networking, doing community, right, establishing ourselves on a ground level, forming communities and towns, and therefore organizations that promote certain ideas that then the top has to take notice of and decide how it wants to address, right? So it is precisely because people don't want to do the work on the ground and create a community and lead in that community and try to change certain things that are changeable, right? That we
Yeah,
have this top-down default system
my
because
biggest
it's the
fear.
path of least resistance, right? You cast a vote and you go back to your 9 to 5 and life as it always was, and you hope and pray that it somehow gets better, but it never does, right? Because it's not meant to. The universe is asking something of us, and it's only going to get better for the individual and the collective when we respond in kind with what the universe is asking from us. There is no other mechanism that's going to get it done, much to the chagrin of the majority of these folks who, as you say, come here with the same old energy and the same old perspective and the same old vocabulary or lack thereof, and lack of understanding of cause and effect. Right? You have to understand how we got here to understand how it's going to change, and by virtue of that fact, understanding that, the solutions become self-evident and obvious.
Hmm. How is it that, hypothetically, if somebody, I'm gonna make a lot of money, more money than I've ever seen before, and I'm more scared to have the money than not, because I feel that it'll get taken away regardless. That's how paranoid I am of America and the banking system. I'm more nervous about that. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but I'm
No,
more
it's
nervous.
something that I've been tested and challenged with. I think that we all are. Biggie had a famous song, "Mo money, mo problems," right? It wasn't a hit song
Yeah,
for no reason. So
yeah.
you are
I
in a
appreciate.
reality right now where individualism, uh, and the idea of entrepreneurialism is highly discouraged, right? We want to create a collectivism, a collective of lazy folks who are uninspired and unmotivated to do and be and have better, because by doing and being and having better, you owe more now. More is taken from you, more is expected of you, and not in a positive way, in a duties and obligations way, where we're attempted to be compelled to do something for this collective, right? So that's what it's meant to do. It's meant to create a whole workforce that just wants to stay at a certain level on every level in their life, because the more they start to stand up and step out, the more they become a target, right? This is
Yeah,
how you create collectivism and manage it, a herd of sheep, right? Make sure that they all get in line. They only rise to a certain point. They never go beyond that point, because subconsciously they know if they go beyond that point, they could potentially be targeted. But again, what is the universe asking of us? To go above and
yeah,
beyond and to deal with what's put forth, right? That is true accountability, responsibility.
yeah. It's strange, but like, I feel like from a little bit that you said, like, people targeted you. They look to specifically target you and bother you in your life, and I feel the same way. I feel like the devil's targeted me, and all I ever tried to do was be the nice guy in my life. And I'm not a sucker. I'm like, and
Nice guys finish last, man. It's a cliche
yeah,
for a reason, right?
yeah. But life is only you only get to live so long, and I believe in a higher power. and the higher power always looks at me. And I've never fucked anybody. Sorry for cursing, but I've never,
All right.
you know what I mean? I've never done that. All I worry is about the higher power watching me, and that's the best I could do. I try to do. You know, I've never been an angel. I've had similar issues, like you mentioned, to that lady who totally was disrespectful. But it's, you know, you live off the land and you do the best you could do. I don't want to, you know,
That's
take up
it.
too much of
That's
your time,
the
man.
beginning and end of it right there, right? Is you got to see it from what it kind of is, and this has been echoed throughout history. This idea of a chosen being, and that doesn't mean that you can't be forsaken at any time, right? By you forsaking yourself and the virtue of how you're living. So you're always kind of walking the line there. But there are certain folks in this life who you can tell by how they show up for themselves and others, what's important to them versus what's not important to them, that they are a chosen being. They are chosen to do certain things in this place at this time and all times from the beginning of history because it needs to happen. So you are most likely one of those beings, right? And I'm not inducting you into some cult here, like they say. I'm just resonating with what I've recognized lives within me that probably lives in everyone else if they would just look. But most people are never going to look because they're scared what they're going to find and then what it's going to take of them in response, right? It's all subconscious. So, so you are most likely chosen at this time to follow your gut instincts. Gut is God, I believe, in Scandinavian, right? So we all have an indwelling core intuition that's been put there from day one. It didn't come from somewhere else. It comes from wherever we come from. We come to this world to express that and to live with that and through that. And by virtue of that, your life takes different turns, right? You start working for something other than what everyone else is working for. So I get the fear. We all experience it. What makes this journey what it is and worthy of taking on is the faith component that we cultivate over a long game period of time. So the more you follow your intuition, the more you have faith, the more you just do what's right and you plead that case from the bottom of your heart, the more everything seems to work out. Despite how bad it's supposed to go for us and how, we should be afraid and look what everyone else is doing. That's not the calling, right? The calling is walk through the valley of the shadow of death. You fear no evil because this thing, whatever it is working through you and with you. Right? If not, these people would already have this place. This place would already be done and over. They'd already have everybody chained to a grid somewhere, a blockchain with wires in their brain. And we've been doing this game, this simulation over and over again, light age, dark age cycle from the beginning of time. These people this thing or these people we're supposed to be so afraid of and alter our consciousness and our intuition to align with cannot ever completely get it done because it's not meant to. If it was meant to, it would have, is what it seems to me, right? I can't prove that. So I get it. You just got to do the best you can, man. Do what you can. Make sure you're doing something in a profession that you can feel good about and that you can tell other people about without feeling like you're lying, cheating, stealing, and scamming. And then whatever comes to you is what you're blessed by God with. And as long as you ask the right questions and you put yourself on record honorably in good faith, it would seem to me that 9 out of 10 times they can't do what they would normally do to someone else who's already convicted in their mind and heart, right? We talk about legal lawful, the word is conviction, right? And conviction originally meant what you hold in your mind and heart above all other things. So that greatly influences the outcome of your experience on a quantum level, it seems.
I one time had somebody that looked over me. I was trying to look out for my best interest, and he just said, "Hey, as long as if you can live your day pretending that you're being recorded and you feel good about everything you do in a day, then you won't have anything to worry about." So that's how I've always lived my life. I've hurt people, but not to the point where I feel like the higher power would ever really be disappointed in me. So I've had luck based on how I treat people is my luck, and I fear a higher power. So I appreciate your time, man. I appreciate you.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you too. We're all on this kind of journey or walk together, right? Whether we want to accept it or not, or know it or not, right? So
Mm-hmm.
this is the juxtaposition or the test and challenge between true conscience, right, and a conscionable beingness versus a group of beings who would rather ignore their conscience to go along to get along in this world, right? This all goes back to the original scriptural ideas. This is what gave way to courts of law, right? Is the establishing of who has goodwill, who's honorable in good faith and wants to better themselves and therefore their society, versus who wants to lie, cheat, steal, play power games, and try to take away from the individual and the collective, right? So the same way you can draw the picture, right, the Venn diagram of how this place works is the same way you can usually put people in this category or this category. You just need to experience them for X amount of time before you see, okay, this person largely leans on this side. This person largely leans on that side. The last call was a perfect example of that, right? Regardless of what
Yeah.
you think, I came to the conclusion just energetically, like I can feel these people before I see them, just like God can, right? I know self, so I know other selves. There are folks who come here who want to do and be and create and have better. You seem like one of those people. Then there are people who come here who want to take away from, demean, right? Try to disempower, disengage, distract, devalue. See? So
Yeah, they're
it's
trying to
always
put the
ironic when they project onto me that I'm the criminally minded one. I perfectly admit and have admitted on this broadcast that I am somebody who by default has a criminal mind. I'm, if not in my own mind doing it, I'm able to look at others and almost immediately understand why they're doing what they're doing because I can look within to some degree. This is why oftentimes when people do these certain actions, right? I go, well, there was a time in my life where I only sought to get up every day and deceive other people, try to con other people, right? When I was involved in criminal activity. So I know that lives within me. It's not a shock and a surprise to me why Beto and Rubio and all these people do and say what they do and say. It's not a shock and a surprise to me because I do possess a criminal mind. But then there is the heart space intelligence, right? That it seems to be superior to that. It's what I would think in religion saves you. It's why Jesus is always pictured with the heart and the crown of thorns, right? So the criminal mind might be the crown of thorns. The heart-based intelligence is what allows us to go above and beyond that. So we can experience that, but not let it overtake us, right? We're in the world, but not of it. So,
Yeah, what you told to that lady, it's like she's trying to knock you a little bit, and it's like, all right, bitch, define crime. You know what I mean? what risk, right?
listen, bro, I've keyed in on certain words and terms, not only energy. When someone comes to me and they want to talk legal lawful and they use the term pro se, I know I got them already. See, this is again like playing chess or like playing poker, right? You don't have to show me your hand. I'm going to read your facial expressions and your tells. You already gave away your position, right? This is like, Sun Tzu in The Art of War. Once you come in and use, because every word we use is centered in the consciousness or the state of beingness that we hold or work through. So every word you speak reveals the state of beingness that you're in, unless you qualify it. So if she would have put one word before that term pro se, she'd have given herself and me a way out. She didn't. So I already know who she is and where she's coming from. She thinks she's a know-it-all who has some information I don't have and undoes herself by calling herself something she doesn't even know what it is. See, that's for the Goyim cattle slaves, right? You walk into court and say, are you going to be acting pro se today? And you go, yep. And you want to act like them and think that you're in the club and that you know something. And they laugh out the side of their face because they go, this dummy just called themselves something. They don't even know what they're saying and what it means and how they just indicted themselves. Right?
Yeah.
If I ask her, what's the difference between pro se and pro per? She doesn't know, doesn't want to know, isn't going to get into it. Doesn't matter. She's going to come here and overthrow Paulie Boy, who claims to know legal lawful, by saying that she knows how to act pro se. She doesn't even know how to act or be a woman, let alone pro se and pro per and all the rest of this crap 3 to 5 layers down the line that just reveals who and what she and others are. right? And it's so ironic because she's the same person who said to me, why can't you just dumb it down and simplify it? I can. If you walk into court, you're a man or you're a woman. You accept any other title or designation other than that, and you just fucked yourself, including pro se. You don't know Latin. You shouldn't try to speak Latin. If you go in there under a Latin distinction, they're going to twist you up 10 different ways to Sunday, and they're going to start talking Latin to you, and you're going to have to admit there in front of everyone, you didn't know what the fuck you were talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is why I really missed my calling, sir, although I could never get it done because of whatever goes on in here. But the folks from the system would tell me I missed my calling because I should have been an attorney. I should have been a prosecutor. Right. I should have been a judge, because I can use the words and terms or key in on somebody else's conviction, and I can accurately make a judgment or a discerning conclusion about who and what they are and what they're up to just by using a few words. This is what goes on all day, every day at court, whether we know it or not.
Oh yeah. So why didn't you pursue that? Why is it too late?
Because like I said, in my heart, man, I'm just not as much as I'd like to make an excuse or tell you it's something else, I'm not a highly motivated, ambitious person, right? Yeah. Like I'm not really money motivated. I'm not power motivated. We all want or need money to live here, right? Money, non-money, the promissory notes, the legal tender. But
yeah,
I'm not really highly motivated by getting or keeping power and wealth and substantiating myself in front of a collective or a group, right? I'm almost the opposite type of creature, where I would rather be reviled and carve out my own little place in my own little area, right, where I can do certain work and be motivated and inspired for whatever it is that I'm motivated and inspired for, without having to adhere to the collective expectation. So
yeah,
I'm just
having a homestead, animals, whatever, that's my thing too. Yeah. Oh no.
I'm basically like, if you had to pick a type of person, different types of people I've studied throughout my life or resonate with, it would be the comedian archetype, right? Where I find life to be fascinatingly comical in certain ways. It's entertaining. I talk about it. I work with it. I deal with it. It's become part of who I am and what I do. But if you were to take away all that and what I'm passionate or inspired about, I don't have much will or ambition to do much of anything, right? So it's almost like, when you talk to someone who found comedy and does it for a living, it's like they couldn't have done anything else but that, because they just don't have the ambition and will to get up every day, put on a suit, comb their hair a certain way, go down to the place with the suitcase and try to pretend and perform. Their pretend or their performance is life and everything in it, and what it does to them and with them, right? So
yeah, you could have been a psychologist. My friends used to all come to my house and do ketamine, and they used to say, "Hey, John, you really." I always helped them, and they used to get high in my house, and I used to talk to them, and they say, you should do this for a living, because I enjoy talking and helping people through their shit. And you're the same. Obviously, you're doing it. You are doing it.
Sir, this is the joke, right? I'm a little bit of all those things and none of those things. So I've won without playing.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah,
I can do comedy here for 5 minutes, or at least my attempt at it. I'm not saying I'm a master or great at really anything, right? Jack of all trades, master of none, but many times better than a master of one. That's the saying. I am that guy, right? So I go where my passion and my care flows, and it may go to a whole bunch of subjects, but I'm never going to specialize in one of them. I mean, never say never. Just up until now, I've never been motivated or ambitious to specialize in something and make it a career, because I just believe, or I have an intuition or an instinct that life is more multifaceted than that. So I may have my days or my moments where I'm more focused on psychology, and then sociology, and then theology, right? And then legal versus lawful. Then I have days where I just think it's all a joke. I just think it's all a game. It's all an act. It's all a performance. It's all nonsense, right?
Yep.
So this is where growing up, they would tell me, Paul, you're so intelligent. You have a high IQ and you speak well. You could go to any of these things and do just as good, if not better than everyone. And what does that amount to? A certificate on the wall and X amount of promissory notes they get yearly, right? but really not much beyond that, right? I've interacted with these people. I've met them through the course of my life, right? In some unsavory circumstances as well. Most jailers, most cops, most doctors, most lawyers, most whoever, whatever, don't really care about themselves and what they're doing. It's just a job for them. My father used to say that to me. Paul, you're too invested in this stuff emotionally. You care too much. Being a judge is just a job, right? So I've just come to the conclusion I'm not wired like most of these people. Never have been, probably never will be, on many different levels, including motivation, ambition for certain things and positions in this life, and the lack of motivation and ambition to care about what the implications are, right? Like, imagine showing up every day as a psychiatrist prescribing medications that are going to alter somebody's chemistry and going, this is just a job. You have people's lives in your hands, right? So I get to come here and I get to moonlight as all these things without ever claiming to be those things, so I can experience those things but never have a liability beyond a certain point, because I'm just a guy in a trailer on YouTube talking. I don't do like they do and show up and say, I'm the best psychiatrist ever, and I'm going to put you on 10 drugs to fix all the problems you and your family have created for yourselves and each other, right? I couldn't do that if I wanted to do it, even if I could play it off, right? So it's almost like everything that I do here has to be from a comedic or ironic, sort of sarcastic perspective, because I just can't take the majority of people in this world seriously beyond a certain point, right?
But you're giving your energy, you know, what it is like, imagine going to work and giving all your energy and really meaning it from, it's internal. Like I talk to my wife and I really give her my heart and she really doesn't care, you know? And then today, I'll give you an example. I talked to my mom, she's terminally ill with cancer. And I said, Ma, I don't like to talk to people because I really don't give a shit what they think. You know, I really don't give a shit to a point where I want to help people. But I told my mom who's dying, I said, if I talk to you, it's the fucking truth. Because if I choose to talk to you, I'm just going to give you my heart. That's who I am. Yeah. And I feel like you're sort of like the same way. Like, so I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I just feel like if I talk to you, you're going to get the truth, what's in my heart. And if I don't choose to talk to bless you, then so be it. And that's what I told my mom. She has pancreatic cancer. She's dying. And I have to, it's just a terrible situation, but that's life. And so I feel like you are sharing. You're sharing with people, and you wouldn't do it unless you had some, it's fulfilling. You know, my dream job was to be a psychiatrist. That didn't happen. I mean, I was selling pot my whole life.
Listen, man,
You know what I mean?
after having some health challenges, Big A, I see you. There was someone else in the back. I plan to let you guys up. If you just let me run my course here with this gentleman. But yeah, man, it could just come down to something as simple as your lot in life, right? You're dealt a hand and you play that hand the best you can the way it's dealt. And there really is no why behind it, right? Like with these health challenges and this humbling sort of events that I've gone through these last couple years, I come on the broadcast now like it's been, I used to come on 7 days a week over 1,000 days straight, right? 6 to 8 hours a day because I was hungry, I was inspired, it was new to me. And after a certain point, it just becomes, hey, this is just what I do. So I get it. I get why my father and others say it's just a job, right? Because that's what this has become in a way indirectly, right? I don't get any guaranteed income. Usually value shows up when I show up on here. But even that, right? It's not my motivation. It just becomes, what else am I going to do? It's just that. It's just that fucking pragmatic and utilitarian, right? Like, what else am I going to do? Am I going to go? And again, I have options, but what else am I realistically going to do? And I'm very much, in a lot of ways, a path of least resistance person, unless I come to a point where I really believe in something and I'm going to go above and beyond to break out of the box. I kind of do what makes sense based on what's available to me and who I am in that moment, right? So,
thank you, bro. Thank you for your conversation.
hey, I'm here for it. You got
Yeah,
anything else?
and
Questions, comments, concerns before we move on?
no,
I want to take the big A. I want to make sure
my
that everybody
concern
gets in here.
that lady missed out on a good conversation. You know, see what she missed out on. Like she doesn't know. If she wanted to be open-minded, she could have had a nice conversation, but she chose not to. That's her bad. Have a great day, bud, or the rest of your night. All right,
What was your name, brother?
John.
Thank you, John. Appreciate
You got it, man.
your energy.
For sure. I'll support you when I can. You know, when I have time. Life's crazy.
I get it, man.
All right. Have a good night.
All right, bro.
Bye.
All right. Put this up because why not? People love that imagery there. The big A.
Hold up. I don't
How are
know.
you?
Hold on. Please let me up. Please let me up. Please let me up.
You're up, sir.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Hello? I had a feeling, and he's playing porno, but I have my thing up so he doesn't realize. He didn't ban the broadcast, see? Got to get up pretty early in the morning to fool the enslaved one. Melanie, I see you back there. I'm going to bring you up momentarily. I want to take this call. 763, are you there?
Oh, hey, what's up, man?
What's going on, bud?
How's it going?
It's going. Another day at the office.
You have a very political banner, but you're more philosophical, it seems like.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could argue that philosophy is the prerequisite sort of practice that gives way to all the other functions or functionaries of what we would call society, right? Like law used to be, if you were going to be a great lawyer or judge, you would have to spend a lot of time with philosophy, philosophizing, right? Logic, morals, and ethics to interpret the complicated facts of matter.
Your ideology, sure.
Right.
Makes sense. I honestly didn't think you were going to answer. You're anti-Trump. Is that it? Is that what this is about? Or
See, that's the thing, right? People did. This is part of the philosophical aspect. I'm not anti anything as much as I'm pro certain things, right? And by virtue of the fact that most people are dualistic in the way that they conceptualize or engage, if you're pro one thing, you have to be anti something else, right? That's just the nature of the beast, the black and white thinking that most folks fall into, right? So if I'm pro an idea that makes sense, is based in truth, that comes from a leftist, well then I must be a libtard, and vice versa when it comes to the Republicans. I'm just pro common sense, principles, values, certain understandings, as much as I can practice it and not be a hypocrite, which is a big if, right? So
okay, what are your views politically on libertarians?
Right. I'm more pro liberty. I'm pro extreme rights and freedom. As long as we're self-governing, accountable, and responsible, that's another big if. More than I'm anti anyone or anything, right? Because I'm not seeking to kill, steal, destroy, or overwrite. I'm seeking to co-create and support people, places, and things, certain ideas, and to live that and exemplify that. Right. So I'm for the foundational law of this land, which is erring on the side of extreme freedom, right? Dangerous freedom. The founders would argue, some of the founders would argue that it's better to err on the side of dangerous freedom than comfortable slavery. And I echo that sentiment, just because from everything that I've seen,
libertarian is what you're telling me.
I don't pigeonhole myself with these labels, right? Because if I accept the label, somewhere along the way down the line, I'm going to have an idea or an experience that's going to be contrary to what that label typically expresses, and then we got a conflict of interest, right? So
sure,
yeah, I'm never going to accept a label. I'm just a man under God, whoever, whatever that is. Because see, like they'll go, oh, so you're a Christian, oh, so you're a Catholic, oh, so you're the. It just never stops, right? And this is why the woman will be happy who left before. I keep it simple in that regard. I'm just a man under the stars, whatever created me or this place and how it all works. And through my experience, I'm attempting to understand myself and reality and communicate what it is that I see. Right. So whatever that is, then I'm that. If we don't have a word or a term for that, it's probably because every one of those words and terms takes us away from that experience, if that makes sense.
Sure. I'm gonna throw an idea at you. I'd love your opinion.
I'm going to urinate. I want you to take over. I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
Oh, so I'm very. I would say I refer myself as libertarian, but I consider myself a volunteerist, a society that's based completely voluntary. We don't need to be forced into these huge political discussions. The divide you see in America now is because we're trying to solve social issues through a political process. And because we're using the government to solve all of these problems, it makes the stakes way, way higher. Say if you don't want to, if you don't believe that this is no really popular issue, but the whole trans thing, right? You don't want your tax dollars going to sex change surgeries for little kids, right? That is, if your government is facilitating that, that means you are actively funding that, right? Does that make sense?
Right. And I agree with you so far. And then I would just ask, what makes you think that I even want tax dollars at all? This idea that we have to give X amount of whatever is created over to a group of people to manage that value in order to make a culture, community, or society better, right? I don't necessarily agree with that premise as well, right? Because again, part of being a voluntarist, if I had to pick an ist, right, as best as I understand the isms, you could probably say that I echo that sentiment of voluntarism, right? I don't believe that good ideas.
Yeah, I don't know how to say it right.
Yeah, good ideas don't require force. Pretty simple, right?
Good ideas don't require force. Yeah.
So any system that seeks to compel the individual to do what it or they say or it says is an illegitimate system, because it removes the personal accountability, responsibility of the individual to choose their own path in life, right?
Correct. Well,
so it's pretty simple. Go ahead.
You end up having a yes or no. I'm for this. I'm not for that. And when we have a society that's so based on basically this omnipotent arbiter saying, yes, this is okay, no, that's not okay, it really leads to a diminishing of the variables in life. When we're needing a society to decide everything for us and all of us to agree on stuff, the individual basically, because these stakes are so high, we have to attach ourselves to one of the sides, right? And if we weren't having to worry about this ridiculous concentration of power making all these decisions in our lives, because they are very important, because there's the government's so intertwined with our personal lives, where it comes, your schooling, jobs, it creates a society where you can't acknowledge and accept and live in the gray. You have to decide one of these extremes and then basically dedicate your life to it, is what I've been noticing. I live in Minneapolis, so I'm experiencing it right now. So.
Right. And this is what, again, inevitably creates to a downfall in any culture and society, because what it creates is a group of individuals who cannot and will not think for themselves. Any society, culture, community, family, any organization, corporation of beings who cannot make decisions for themselves and for the collective on the fly without being told what to do will only be limited in their success, as far as I can perceive, right? So what made America great, as these folks like to put forth, was a culture, if not a society or community of folks who used a certain level of their sensibility to make decisions moment to moment, day by day, about what they and the people with them were going to do. Once you take that power and that motivation and inspiration away, there is no incentive to be prosperous beyond a certain point. There is no incentive to manage and to come to know, right, the path of self-knowledge, oneself and other selves truly beyond a certain point, because all the options are laid out. Here's what you get to choose from. There's nothing that exists outside of that. And if you pick incorrectly, we're going to punish you, right? So it just takes out a whole aspect of our experiential being that we don't get to experience, that I believe just creates a, for lack of a better word, a dulled human being, right? A dulled perspective or consciousness and awareness. And that's the majority of what you see with the public, right? Because everything is laid out for them and they get X amount of choices and there's no reality outside of those black and white experiences. Folks are not free to think and be for themselves, and they're not prosperous beyond a certain point. They're not fulfilled beyond a certain point because they're lacking a whole aspect of the experience that is meant for us supernaturally, right? To determine our own path in life, to determine who and what we are and what we're going to be and what we're going to do, and not be subject to the collectivized dictates.
Perfect. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I had a back and forth with
Went to my Bluetooth.
I thought it was you flushing the toilet. I go, there you go. That's appropriate.
Oh, no,
Sound
sorry.
effect.
Yeah, I hate my Bluetooth. It always connects. Sorry.
Yeah, I had a back and forth with a cop at one point. He came up to me and he goes, "Don't you see the signs?" And I go, "I have a habit of not reading signs because I find that signs take me away from my internal decision-making process." And I said, I questioned him. I said, "Let me pose it to you this way. How long have you been doing this job?" He goes, "Like 30 years. I said, "Over your time, have you not noticed that people have become less and less able to think for themselves and use common sense?" He goes, "Absolutely." I said, "Don't you think that there's a good chance that it's precisely because of the philosophy you're putting forth here today that that's happened? We have so many people who look for the next sign and the next order and the next instruction. They've almost been bred out of the ability to make a decision on their own, on the fly, in the moment, with their own faculties." Right. So,
Are you the kind of kid that had cop caught you underage drinking and you just try to tell him that time was relative?
well, I mean, you know, there's
You tried to make that argument at one point.
well, yeah, that's a good lawyer, right? A good lawyer is somebody who makes you question everything and anything about everyone's reality, how much we think we know versus what we actually know. So,
Sure.
you know, yeah, I was one of those kids who they would always tell me, "You'd make a good lawyer one day," which is code for I can ask questions that lead to answers that make us question entirely what we believe we know. And that's very dangerous for a power structure in any kind of system. Right?
Well, here's the thing: is that should be absolutely fine in a society. You should be able to get lost to a ridiculous degree that it seems insane to other people, right? But when we are so, we're inundated with this higher power, which I consider to be the government, it ends up you end up having to come to these conclusions even in nonsensical environments. And it's just too much of an ask. And at the end of the day, there just needs to not be a decision, and you just got to work through it most of the time.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is the system and mechanization becomes a substitute for firsthand experience, right? Like you walk into a court, they'll always tell you, "Well, that's not the precedent because we do this way and it's always been done this way." This idea of tradition, right? This is why I love the Tao so much. We could pull up different passages in the Tao Te Ching, and it talks about when the way is lost, tradition and false patriotism flourishes, right? So essentially all I'm doing is echoing, to whatever degree I understand it, this concept of the way to the way. And how once that's lost, everything else that people hold dear, which is actually a form of disempowerment, becomes the rule of the day, right? So tradition, false patriotism, statism, all these kind of seemingly true and substantial dynamics that are actually illusory.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know what else to follow that up with.
I'll see you later.
Take it easy.
All right. What was your name again?
Name is Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, man. You have a good night.
All right. Come
Hopefully
back,
everyone
man.
treats you
Hang
well.
out. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah. Take it easy.
Thank you, sir. All right. Let's bring Melanie. Melanie Fox Creature.
Hello.
I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that I don't believe because I've seen you before with the avatar that you're going to be up to anything. So I don't think I need my shield for now.
I don't think I've ever been up to anything. I can be adversarial, but that's about it.
Right, but we kind of like that here in our own way.
And I am here more to get clarification on your thumbnail choice, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Do you think it's a fair equivocation to compare vaccine mandates to what ICE is doing in the US right now?
Absolutely, because it all falls under the banner of authoritarianism. Do this or else, right? It's not do this out of an advisory suggestion. It's do this or else we're going to cause loss, injury, or harm to you, which is the cornerstone of despotism, right? It's what leads to all sort of illegitimate forms of non-self-government that impinge upon the individual's ability to choose.
So, do you think that people deserve to die because something's authoritarian?
I don't follow how.
So let's say I think something's authoritarian. I'm against it in principle, and I take actions that lead to people's death. Is avoiding authoritarianism a strong enough argument to justify someone's death?
I don't see the correlation.
COVID-19 killed a lot of people.
Right, but what is COVID-19? How was it created? Who created it? And could it have been
None of that's
stopped?
relevant.
Okay, it kind of is to me, because again, you would have to accept the premise that Cage. I'm just going to throw you in the back for a second so we can have a back and forth here. I'll bring you up at some point if you want to go over some stuff or final words. I don't accept the premise that vaccination is the cure for any ailment or all ailments necessarily.
Based on what?
My experience.
So let's say I'm taking advice from, and I have to pick between the state and some person like you, for example, that I meet on the street. Who's more likely to be right in this scenario that one person says vaccines are effective and another person says they aren't? The person who has spent their whole lives researching it, knows how they work, knows how the human body works, knows how viruses work, or somebody who has an opinion on the internet?
I think history has shown with some consistency that if you're on the side of the collective, it's time to pause and reflect. I think that throughout history, usually the majority is wrong. That's why things typically go the way that they go, because the majority is wrong. And there are always individuals who can tap into either an instinctual, intuitional, or informational component that is above and beyond what the masses and the collective decides to engage with. So I got COVID, whatever that means, however it comes from, however it works, you say it's not relevant. I did what most people from the beginning of time do, which is try to take care of my body, even work through it, right? Rest if you can. If not, you work through it. Try to nurture your body and let the body generate a natural immunity, right? So again, we have conflicting ideas here because the Fauci creature was on record stating many times, natural immunity is the best immunity. And then went to take a left turn over to we need to take 14 shots, which none of which actually protect you from getting the disease. If it did, then everyone wouldn't be worried about everyone else not getting the vaccine. So we have some issues with consistency and continuity and clarity on how this all works and what the position is, because the people putting forth the position have wavered on that position many times. And it's probably because they're bullshitting someone somewhere at some point, right? So again, I think it's extremely naive to deny that there was a lot of money made, there was a lot of power transferred and consolidated, wealth transferred as well. There were a lot of political ideologies that took foothold, right, to be expressed because of this supposed environment that we were in all of a sudden overnight. To just say it was all about COVID and keeping everyone safe, I think is extremely naive and historically lacking in context and clarity and continuance.
So I'm feeling like we're moving a bit away from the discussion, because certainly if I was in a debate right now, I'd have to point out to you multiple things. Like, you didn't answer my question. You gishkoloped a lot, and there's nothing
it's
I
pretty
can
simple.
do with that.
I don't believe people in
So
official.
I'm gonna here. I just want to finish. I'm gonna have to be a bit more assertive, and by pointing out that somebody who does understand how these things work is more likely to be correct about the prescription than somebody who doesn't understand how these work. Therefore, the virologist or the epidemiologist is more likely to be right than the random person online, and therefore, I if I care about my health, might go care about more about what the epidemiologist thinks I should do than that person on the internet. Now,
So you've never experienced a phenomena where
I'm not done. I'm sorry, sir.
Okay.
I think one of the first ways he went wrong is saying that COVID was imposed with restrictions that forced that, if not followed, risked your health. I don't think that's the same. Like, I'd agree for ICE, but not in this scenario. Many people found fines. Sure, there was some enforcement, but enforcement was actually really lax considering it was a mandate. Not everybody who violated got charged. And if anything, there was a lot of room actually given for people with respiratory illnesses. Also, I don't think it's up to you if you get to be a public health hazard or not, just because you believe in liberty. If you're trying to be a public health hazard, you're a danger to others. And I don't think we necessarily, like, if you're a danger to others, you're limiting their freedom and their autonomy and their right to be safe.
No, because we live in a world where there are no guarantees, and you can never guarantee everybody's safety and good health, no matter how hard you try. And I'm not going to be subjected to a whole bunch of experiments that are untested because you've tried to deem me to be a danger to others. See, that's the authoritarianism and appeal to authority that you and many others like to engage in. Not only do you claim that because somebody has a certification and has experience, they must know it all better than everyone else. That's appeal to authority. It's a fallacy.
I never said that.
Essentially the claim that because somebody's in a field and they're a professional, that they're automatically an expert and therefore know it all or know more than everyone else.
Can you not lie about what I said, please? Because what I said was I'm more likely to believe what they say than some random person.
That's fine, and you're entitled to your beliefs. That's why you probably got multiple shots, even though we were supposed to get one to protect us from the thing, but then you had to keep getting more and more and more, never ending, and I never got any. Because you have the freedom to choose, my body, my choice, just like you do, what you're going to put into your body or take out, right?
So
I have the same freedom, and I'm not willing to compromise on that freedom to do authoritarianism and appeal to authority. And again, the presumption that the expert knows it all, so they're going to do the right thing, is another extremely naive perspective, as if these people generally are people who are motivated by helping others and doing the right thing. That's not typically what we find throughout history. I don't know if you've noticed.
So if I have a bag of anthrax, and I'm just saying for the sake of argument here, I don't, by the way, but let's say I do, there's a good reason why I can't just go around spreading it because I feel like it should be my right to do so, or because I don't believe the experts that it's harmful. It's because it will cause harm, and in a world that we don't hold people who cause harm accountable, we don't have justice. And a world without justice is one where very bad people can get away with very bad things. And so I understand, like, you're coming at this from the side of liberties and freedoms, but there's also no justice in what you're saying. There's no justice. Hypothetically, let's go with what you're saying here, that the thing was manufactured, which is ridiculous, but I'll just go with that for a second. There's no justice for the people who manufactured it, and that's an issue. There's no justice for anyone who did make the wrong prescriptions during it, and that's an issue. But there's also no justice for the people who made my grandma sick and die from a heart attack, hypothetically, while that was going on, where she otherwise might have survived it. And that's really bad. I think in a society where you want us to care about each other and stuff like that, you can't have one where there's no justice.
Again, the presumption that justice could ever be achieved completely, I think, is another illusory concept.
I never said that.
I'm not, if you're going to stop me every time that I make a point, tell me what
I'm
you
just
didn't
rectifying.
say.
I'm just rectifying to point out that I didn't say that. So you're arguing against someone else.
Okay, this is a pretty simple argument that everybody who didn't take the vax is potentially a danger to everybody else because the experts know what they're talking about and have our best interest in mind. It's a pretty simple argument, right?
I think it's safer to look at their prescriptions.
And I don't.
Based on what?
Again, I don't need a basis to opt out of a forced compliance endeavor where I take. How about all the people who took the shots and now regret that they did it and believe they have a bunch of ailments from it? You just ignore all that?
That they could be gullible. But what I want to ask you is, do you think that you have enough knowledge to decide if something is real or not?
How about the professional doctors, all the folks, the appeal to authority folks who 4 or 5 years later have recanted their statements and gone the opposite way and say they've studied the vax and believe it to be a bioweapon?
So appeal to authority is not saying I'm more likely to believe somebody who has more knowledge on the subject. Appeal to authority is saying this person must be right because they have knowledge on the subject, which I'm not saying. So I wouldn't apply that knowledge to all doctors. In fact, most MDs are just knowledgeable within the generalist realm of being able to provide home medicine, or not home medicine, practical medicine to people at home. Epidemiologists and virologists are the ones we go to when we need to understand how is this virus going to multiply. If it does multiply, how dangerous will that be, and how can we prevent that spread? By the way, the idea of not spreading a virus is pretty common sense when you think about it. The virus spreads through our breath. We avoid breathing in each other's faces. It's not that complicated, right?
Are you aware that you say it's not that complicated because you've bought in, but are you aware that there is a controversy from the beginning of time till the end of time? There are debates when it comes to terrain theory versus, the point is there are different aspects to the argument that are you're conceding we already know and are put to bed when they're not. They're open for debate and discussion. There have been plenty of tests that show that what would be a phrase that is commonly used? Correlation is not equivalent to causation, I believe, is one of them.
Well, of course.
And
I'll give you some credit. I don't expect you to have these sources available, so I'm not going to ask for them. Neither of us have prepped for this as a debate. But I will say I don't agree with you that there's been lots of tests that show that the only solution is to treat it like it doesn't exist. The virus kind of made the conditions where we have to acknowledge it's existing. Particularly if we didn't, we'd be left with the question, why are all these people dying when not that many people died last year from things like the flu? And so a lot of those debates were more about the nuances of like, how far do we go with this? How much do we absolutely need to make sure that everybody who has breathing problems or anxiety from wearing a mask needs to not wear that mask versus how much can we let them in? How much should we shut things down? Not, is it a black and white thing? Do we do everything or nothing at all? That was, as far as experts went, nobody was debating that. It was an internet debate. That was people who feel entitled to basically be a public health hazard and people who are more likely to defer to experts on things they don't understand.
Right. And you have to, and again, this is where we kind of have completely opposing viewpoints. I don't believe this was ever about keeping everyone safe and stopping the virus. I believe it was about weaponizing the individual and claiming that anybody could be a potential danger to everybody else, and therefore restricting their ability to choose and interfering with their rights by claiming something that can never be confirmed. And it worked perfectly, right? So, we can just agree to disagree. And I would say historically that your perspective is the more naive and foolish one, because what has been shown over time, over and over again, is governments don't care about their people. They're not trying to keep them safe and make life better. They're trying to take their property and rights and aggrandize themselves. It's been true from the beginning of time. It'll probably be true till the end of time. You have the perspective that people in power positions just got there because they're such good, caring, loving people and want to
Can
do
you
the
stop
best
putting
for
words in my
all.
mouth? Because no, I don't have that perspective. In fact, I agree with you that we can't rely on governments to care about people. What the issue is, though, is that if you just negate everything the government does without understanding why they're doing it, that's going to make you a fool in certain ways. The reality of it is that if you want to be able to criticize, I'm just going to say it here more colloquially than seriously, your enemy, you need to understand them. And if you don't understand why the government's doing what it's doing, then everything's going to seem like authoritarianism to you. In this scenario with COVID, I think the government was trying to make business keep going as possible because the people who had invested in their campaigns and all the dark money that does make government sketchy, well, those people also have a lot to lose if all of their workers die. So we had a very pressing issue that went beyond just like, do governments care about people or not? Can the whole system function like this? And the answer was pretty much not. So we all needed to do something from the individual level to a higher level. And that doesn't necessarily, and that was a time where even malevolent governments felt the need to do something benevolent. Now, in terms of what's going on with ICE and stuff like that, I 100% agree with you. This is a malevolent government not caring about the people. And this is why I think it helps to be able to critique things with nuance and more than just like, oh, this is black and white thinking.
Right. So once they tell you everybody's got to wear a mask to stop the spread, and they're all caught on hot mics and private videos saying we're doing the mask as a show, it's not real, and they don't engage in it. And Fauci and others wrote up a paper at the NIH saying that the majority of the cases during the Spanish flu era, because we've done this before over and over again, it's the same thing, same script, same responses, same deductions after the fact, right? 5, 10, 15, 20 years later, some of us get a clue on what it always was. Fauci himself, the man in charge, wrote up a paper about the Spanish flu claiming the majority of the deaths of the Spanish flu were found out later to be caused by the mask. They're the same people who encourage people to wear a mask again this next time around, knowingly, after they wrote up the conclusion that the first time the majority of the deaths through pneumonia were caused by inhaling one's own bacteria over days and weeks and months. So to expect me to believe in more or trust in more people who in black and white wrote that they had an understanding of why this happened the first time and was really bad and proceeded to do things the same way, if not worse, to me indicates that there's foul play there. Right.
So I hear what you're saying about that. One of the things about that report is that Fauci was talking about how you can't just make people wear masks all the time, like in a hospital setting, for example. And Spanish flu was a good example of that. But that doesn't also mean you can just suddenly let the cases of something pandemic explode just because you're afraid of what might happen with masks. There's nuance. Not every solution is, again, black and white. And so you have to understand the nuance of these things. I have a question for you. When this was going on, did it feel like a punishment or something to you maybe?
I guess you could say that. Not really a punishment. It just seemed like another push that we see every so often, every 10, 50, 100,000 years, every so often there's a push for certain people
by viruses to infect humans, because that's what they do, right?
It's like saying the drugs now are killing everybody, so we have to interfere with everybody's rights to stop the drugs. You still haven't figured out that in order for government to take over the people, their property, and their rights, they need an enemy, and an enemy that can't be defined or pinned down is the best one. It's the Taliban, it's the drugs, it's terrorists, it's sovereign citizens.
But I would say that's all false equivocation. Okay, so.
You can say whatever you like. I have my belief and my understanding, and it's historically sound, and I'm not going to change it because you want to use the word nuance over and over again. It's pretty cut and dry and clear.
Everything I've argued applies best to a pandemic situation, and definitely it does fall apart, especially when you're asking that much of people for most other situations. If you're asking people to stay at home and not have a social life because the Taliban might be out there, I totally agree with you. However, there are very specific ways to present. If, let's say, the virus is there are very specific ways to spread it because there are very specific ways that the virus spreads. And you can definitely see a difference in places like China or even places with stronger mask mandates and how many people just died alone.
According to who?
People whose job it is to actually keep track of these things.
No. He who counts the numbers will decide what the outcome is. It's like
Then
saying
why didn't
that
you count the numbers?
because I, again, have a pretty simple and straightforward acceptance of what is here, and I don't believe that I can overwrite nature and what's supernatural and do it better than it's already been done, right? This is, again, the same cultures in society who literally push poison on everybody in the aisles at the grocery store. And I'm supposed to believe that all of a sudden everybody had a pandemic overtake them and decided to be beneficent and benevolent and try to save everybody from themselves and what they've created. This is hundreds of years, thousands of years long, the traditions and practices that have gone awry and created a completely corrupted and diseased culture and society from top to bottom, mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually. And you want to isolate the argument to one moment in time where your argument still doesn't apply. So again, these are the same people who pre and post pandemic have not done anything about all the poisons in the air, the food, the water, and everything else, because they're so interested in prolonging the lifespan of the individual and the collective. I'm not buying it. I think it's extremely naive and foolish. And I think the alternative perspective makes a lot more sense. If you want to take people's rights and property, you say that there's an enemy lurking around every corner and it could be you, and you get the collective to gang up on them and dictate to them. And if not, they get punished. Pretty simple. It's how collectivism has and will always work. And you obviously bought in when it comes to the pandemic. I never buy in with any of these events.
Oh, thought you might be done. What you're saying, by the way, would make sense if we still didn't, if we didn't get those rights back, or let's say they actually did take a bunch of property, except that didn't happen. As soon as the virus started to disappear, they started lifting those things. I'd also argue that most people are actually benevolent. There are some malevolent actors out there, but typically it's hard to be malevolent in any sort of institution that's filled with benevolent people. Not saying it doesn't happen, but you usually have to find loopholes, or you have to accumulate some sort of concentrated power, like in the form of capitalism, which we can always get into if you want. But in this specific scenario, I think too much of this happened without people being able to plan ahead for it, and too much of it had a necessary response for us to do nothing. For example, if there's a raccoon, let's say your grandma's sleeping in the back porch on the patio, and there's a raccoon out there with rabies, that might be natural for that raccoon to want to bite your grandma and give her rabies, but you're probably not going to let that happen if you love your grandma. And so a lot of these people in government also had people that they cared about who, if they did something wrong, that would fuck up the people they care about.
Again, the presumption is that one has to be completely in on the fraud or the malevolence that's taking place, right? I argue that the best enemy of the people is a willing dupe who just goes along to get along, who won't question because their tenure, their position, their status, and their title will be threatened. This is part of any collectivized endeavor. You don't have to officially say it or put it forth, although many times it is. But usually in a group, there is a consensus. And when that consensus is known, it's adhered to, because every individual consciously or subconsciously believes that their position will be threatened if they don't go along with consensus reality. It's literally the cornerstone of the Milgram experiment and many others, where they took people into a collectivized environment, told people to do harm to other people, and they did it, resulting in what the individual thought was the death of other people, simply because they didn't want to be admonished by the experts and lose their position in a group or a society or a community. So there doesn't have to be a direct conspiracy and agreement for there to be consensus reality, and for the majority of folks to adhere to that consensus reality for fear of exile or being ostracized.
And sure, you know what, that I at least agree with you. There is some nuance to the Milgram experiment and how far it can actually be taken, but it showed us that that can be a thing. One of the issues, though, is I think, crap, I lost my train of thought. But like, there's definitely an issue with believing that just because some people might do something malevolently, or even that there's that, you know, people can be duped. Like, the person who's least likely to be duped is somebody who understands how something works. So if I understand, for example, how economics work, I'm probably not going to be financially scammed very easily. If I understand how law works, I'm not going to be scammed in the courts. I'm not going to need a lawyer as much. And if I understand how a virus works, you can't come around and tell me you want to do something that will take everybody's rights away unless there's a very good reason that makes sense with how viruses work, that this is how we would prevent this. So the reason I'm skeptical yet again is because all the signs point to it being more likely that you've been duped into believing that this is a huge offense to your rights and freedoms and stuff like that. When again, if you had to go through the virus, and even worse, if you had died from getting the virus, that's a much bigger affront to your freedoms and liberty, because our number one freedom and liberty is the freedom and liberty to live.
Again, that's a perspective. I don't contend that just staying alive here longer, again, it's a flawed premise, because I'm here to tell you I'm still here. I didn't take any of the shots. I got whatever it was. That wasn't like any other sickness I've ever had. It lasted longer and had a different component to it. Didn't feel natural either. And I believe what Fauci put forth the first time when he said that natural immunity is the main type of immunity. So that's the understanding that I stick to. I didn't need to get it from him because it's based in common sense and intuition and instinct, that this place is created by someone or something. It's as perfect as it's going to get. Our body has all these different types of means to fight off bacteria and viruses. The best thing to do would probably be to support one's immune system to be able to do its job when necessary, not to put foreign contaminants and biologicals into the body that might take away from the process and the ability to do such a thing, especially when we were told that the vaccine was not a vaccine because you could still get sick and have to keep taking more, and people who didn't get it could get you sick. That's not a vaccine. So again, this has all been proven. The people who developed this crap have come out and admitted it's mRNA, recombinant DNA. It's a precursor of luciferase. It's most likely a spiritual thing before it was ever physical. It's
That's
about
ridiculous. No,
I
that
understand
means nothing.
I understand that you don't want it to mean anything and you don't like how that comes across, but that's just what it is. And I don't need it to be one thing or the other. It's pretty simple.
No, that was pseudoscientific mumbo jumbo. The reality of it is,
scientism is not the end all be all to the paradigm that I use to view reality and make a decision.
you got how immunity works wrong by.
It might be yours, but it's not mine. And this is precisely the idea that you're going to make your reality and what you believe everyone else is by choice or by force, right? I'm not into that, and I'm not a part of that. So you're free to believe whatever you want to believe, as am I. So if I want to say that I have a belief or an experience that it seems to be that there are forces here, principalities in high places that are working through men and women to create realities, you can say it's nonsensical and crazy. At one time, I would have said the same thing. The more that I live in this reality, the more I come to believe that it's not only possible, it's probable. You're not the arbiter. You don't get to decide everybody else's experience.
Well, I think there are people who are better at determining objective reality because they actually do tests to see if what they believe aligns with reality or not. That's called empiricism. And I think, for one thing, it's pretty easy to understand how somebody who doesn't understand how something works is more likely to believe that it's being used in a way that doesn't make sense. For example, trying to put out a virus in this particular way from China and trying to make it spread all across the world, that's really bad epidemiology, especially when this thing has a basic reproducibility number that kills more people than it should if you actually want it to spread to everybody. Another issue is that you got how immunity works wrong. Going back to the rabies thing, have you ever noticed that like animals don't have a natural immunity to rabies? Do you know why that is?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
Because you can't necessarily become immune to everything. Viruses can evolve to evade your immunity, and that can actually make them much more dangerous. Or your immune system just might not even notice it's there for whatever reason. And I'm sure you don't want me to get into the nuance of this all, but just saying like, oh, I'm sick, my immune system can take care of this. Well, not if you die. There's no point in having an immune system if you're dead. So I think you're playing with fire, and this is a particularly dangerous fire because it relies on what you don't understand making sense to you, and things that you don't understand shouldn't make sense. That's not how information works. That's not how reality works.
And I think I could make the same equivalent statement on the other side to you, that you're playing with fire by taking other people's tests and scientific anecdotes and experiments and making them the whole of creation, and then generating a solution based on that and trusting that the solution is what they say that it is.
But that would be a
Right?
false
So-
equivocation again, because again, I'm deferring to people who do actually understand how it works and are less likely to be
According to
duped.
you and them, if I ask everybody on the street, they know how everything works according to them and their group. It doesn't mean they actually do.
It sounds like you've set yourself up with a framework where you can pick and choose what you want to be true based on what you already believe, kind of work backwards from your conclusion.
Well, there's true objectively and there's true for me. I don't know objectively what's true about these diseases, where they come from, how they work, what they are. You claim that you do based on other people's work. I don't believe you have a firsthand experience or understanding that can be communicated to anybody else. These are all belief systems. So yes, we have to draw the line between objective truth, what is, versus what we believe or don't believe that it is. You have a belief and a lack of belief. I have a belief and lack of a belief. You can claim your beliefs and lack of belief are founded or stood upon some infallible practice known as scientism. I don't accept the claim. Simple. And there's a mountain of evidence from the beginning of time to show, whether it's AIDS, whether it's the what's the other the Spanish flu is another example. The polio was another example, the DDT, all the way down the line. For hundreds and thousands of years, people in power positions have been claiming to know what's going on, have the evidence to prove it, and have the solutions to stop it. And somehow, some way, along the course of our experience, many people who engage in those solutions wind up regretting it or having extreme side effects. So I don't know how we're going to discount that. All the people who got the shots, who were dyed-in-the-wool collectivists, who now regret what they've done and have come up with a bunch of health problems they didn't have before they took it. And there's a good amount of evidence to show it came from those supposed solutions. So it really just comes down to gambling. I'm willing to take a gamble. 717, just give me 1 minute. I'm willing to take the gamble that my intuition, my instinct, and my ability to experience trumps what the authoritarians tell me is a solution for a problem they most likely created or allowed to exist. Because that jives with everything else I've seen in history and with collectivism. Is problem, reaction, solution. These people and this spirit are masters of creating problems, causing destruction and discontent, and then providing everybody with a supposed solution that actually makes everything worse.
So I'm going to wrap this up so you can get to your next call. I know this is call-ins, not panels necessarily. All I want to say is that
just hold on. I'll go to you if you can. Just mute up. I want to finish with the cosmic fox.
No problem. All I'm going to say, and I will leave after this, that way you can have your last word and move on, is that I think that this is dangerous thinking. It's a sort of thinking that could have killed a lot of people during COVID. I don't know you personally. I don't know if that you would have done that or not. You don't have the right to be a public health hazard. There is objective information out there, and we can find it through testing our assumptions. Like if you think there's a monster under your bed, that's currently your reality. But guess what? You can look under your bed and find out that there's not a monster there. And then that becomes objective reality. So it's not out of our hands. It's not something we can't figure out. You could have learned this stuff if you wanted to, and then decided to critique it or not. Instead, I think you took the path of least resistance, which makes you more gullible, because anybody who doesn't understand how something works and wants to believe something else to be true probably will. And so all I can say is that if you want to better navigate with actual accuracy and precision, what is a conspiracy against us as a people, which I think is a good conversation to have, versus what is something we actually need to do. It comes down to, you want to understand, you want to know the enemy, you want to understand these things. Other than that, I just wanted to say, by the way, leave on a nice note, I do like the name of your channel. I think it is true that proper instruction motivates people. So good on that. And thank you for having me.
Thank you, Cosmic Fox. So I'm going to let you go, and then I'm going to just respond quickly. I think that we've already kind of taken this through. I'm going to bring USA up real quick. I want to respond to the caller. We got a lot going on. I never got to many articles, if any. So I think that the same statement which is more appropriate, if not more so appropriate, could be made back. That it's very dangerous thinking to presume that we can understand certain things about nature beyond a certain point, because I think a large portion of our experience is incomprehensible and non-simultaneously apprehended. That means you're lucky if you can understand some of it, because most things are not what they seem. And most people are never going to understand what some of us understand all at once at the same time. So it's an endeavor that could never be fully carried out or completed, right? And this idea that I will be deemed, or any other individual will be deemed, dangerous for simply wanting to opt out of a forced vaccine, not only one, but up to 11, I believe, at last count. As there now, many of the professionals admitting that there's poison in there, there's side effects, there's health issues, a whole bunch of cascade of information and experience we've gotten after the fact, right? That's an even more dangerous approach to take. That we have certain people, they have tools and equipment, they've done experiments that are repeatable, so they have an understanding of how everything works. Everyone who's not in that field or has that same understanding is potentially a threat and needs to be dealt with, or is considered a danger to everyone else. That is literally the evil and the danger in collectivism. And throughout history, it has shown itself for what it always has been and always will be, a mechanism to try to take power over the individual using this idea of safety, right? And just concern for the well-being of the public, right? So I would think now, like this far out, you and others would realize I was not only not the gullible one, along with many others, I was the one who made a sound decision to not engage in authoritarianism and collectivism. I don't regret it one bit. Every single person I've met who didn't take the shots hasn't regretted it one bit. 2 out of 3 people I know who have taken the shots have regretted it and wish they didn't, and bought in because of the same philosophy or lack thereof, the same ideology that you just put forth. So I think it would be fair to say the gullible ones are the ones who say the experts know best. They're always benevolent in corporations and in collectivized groups. You know, you've made a lot of statements so far. One of them was, how can there be malevolence in a benevolent organization? Again, the presumption is that most people who wake up every day to specialize and to make money and keep their power and their position are really good people and want to do the right thing. Most of the time, they're not. And even if they do wake up wanting to do the right thing, they wind up doing the wrong thing because everyone else around them is engaged in doing the wrong thing for profit. It's literally the cornerstone of cognitive dissonance and what allows tyranny to take a foothold on any prosperous society anywhere at any time, is the willingness for individuals to go along with a collective, right, wrong, or indifferent, because of fear of what will be done to them if they don't. And that was clear cut during this time. If you don't go along with the mainstream narrative, you will be marginalized and ostracized. You will be called a danger to your fellow man, and you will lose your livelihood, your benefits, your privileges, and on and on and on, right? So I think what you put forth is way more of a danger to everybody's rights, their beingness, their freedom, their health, their property. This go along to get along attitude where the experts and authorities must know best because they have the tests and the evidence to prove whatever we come to later to realize we've regretted being involved with. And again, this is literally historical context. It's the Holocaust, it's polio, it's every single great event where the majority was duped into making a choice out of fear that they later regretted because they didn't take the time to consider what the implications were and what the motivation is, right? So I just think there's layers and layers there. We could go on forever about it, right? But it's a perfect example of the differences between collectivists, communists, socialists, fascists, whatever ism, because the bottom line is it's a Satanist behind all of it. Someone who's deceived and wants to push a deception and tell me I'm the deceived one and the gullible one because I won't do what other people tell me because they have to understand reality and everything in it more than me. And they have to be like more benevolent than I am as well. Can't you tell? It's laughable. How many folks in these systems and these circumstances show up every day or X amount of days like I have, 7 days a week, 1,000 days straight at one point, with no guarantee of any power, of any position, of any title, of any remuneration, right? It just doesn't exist, right? And for the ones that do exist in that paradigm, they are marginalized and ostracized when they attempt to do the right thing when faced with the beliefs of the collective. 717, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
You got a name, sir? We're going to wrap up
Yep.
soon, but
Okay. My name is Justin from Pennsylvania. I mainly just called because I wanted to thank you for what the hell you're doing, brother.
thank you, sir. I mean, again, I'm driven by a certain passion and inspiration. If nothing else, I'm driven by the fact that this is what it seems that I'm formed to do to some extent.
I
Right?
see that. I came
Um,
across you just randomly on YouTube. I think it's because the shit I've been looking up, but I'm with you. I feel you 100%. And just the information you're giving, I think you're changing people's minds, kind of, or informing people, waking them up. And one thing I wanted to ask you, I know it's way off topic. I was watching a little bit, but what do you think about the whole? I know we've been being deceived by our government. What are your points on the moon landing and fucking flat Earth?
well, sir, of course, all the people in the expert positions who have all the papers and have done all the experiments would have to know how everything works more than me, so therefore are pretty much infallible, no? So I guess
Well,
it is whatever they say it is. If they say the earth is round because they've done the experiments and have the evidence and the paperwork, it must be. If they say they went in a rocket and went through the Van Allen radiation belt and with the
I want
technology
your
that
point,
was,
bro. What do you think?
oh, well, my point remains the same. I don't believe any of these people. I don't take anything that they put forth
Right
at
on.
face value. I have no stake in the outcome beyond a certain point, and that's where I get very selfish, right? See, I must not be as much of a benevolent being as the Cosmic Fox and all the other epidemiologists who made six figures and millions of dollars playing power games from their titled positions with their tenure. I'm not as benevolent as them, so I'm very selfish. If there's no benefit for me to believe in that narrative beyond what makes sense and what's right for me, then I just choose to stay neutral about it. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it's not, but I don't believe you, and I'm not repeating your narrative. Go ahead.
I'm with you there. I don't care either way. It doesn't benefit me one way or the other. I just like to know the truth. I don't want to be lied to. And back to
The truth is
flat Earth.
that most likely none of us can ever know whether we landed on the moon or not because we weren't there. And even if there was a
Right.
video, it could be faked, as we know. And I don't believe any of us could know conclusively what shape the Earth is because we can't move out far enough. I don't know about you, sir, but I've never been in a craft that has gone out far enough and all around the Earth to tell you conclusively what it is. I'll even go one better. If I did have a craft and I went out far enough and rode around the whole Earth and looked at it, I don't presume that everything that's physical here is wholly physical. There might be another layer of reality where everything here, including my body, is a light-based holographic projection that is only.
Might be. I guarantee there is, brother. You know there is.
Well, I'm saying the quantum physics, and again, I'm not a benevolent researcher. I'm far from as intelligent as a lot of these folks. But the little bit that my caveman brain understands about quantum physics is what it shows is that we are in a semi-solid or what appears to be solid holographic light-based simulation where what we think and believe and understand and the connections we have greatly influences the reality we live in and how it projects itself.
Well,
right?
it 100%. What I've heard, I've done a little bit of research, and it says the world is a mirror of your perception of it. If you perceive you're gonna have a bad day, you will have a bad day. You perceive you're gonna have a great day, that's what it turns out to be. But yeah, I think it is mostly in mind. But my main point was I want you to go. I don't know if you seen this yet or did any research on it, but look up the flight maps, the maps that the pilots take that they do. They're not the maps that we see. They have different flight patterns, and that's what I believe it's a flat Earth, but only because of the pilot videos that I've seen. To different, everyone into what 1960s thought it was flat. You could correct me there. You probably know better.
Again, I don't concern myself much with this topic just because I believe it's very much a sensationalized topic that has little to no application to who we are and how we live.
You're right. It doesn't matter one bit. It just proves that we've been being lied to. Is what I'm
That's
saying.
anything, man. Take anything, and you will find out if you look into it long enough. It's not as cut and dried as the consensus reality would have you believe. Far from it. There's a lot more to the
Right on.
story. See, and I think we need to get a lot more comfortable with just admitting we don't know. Like the
Dude, exactly. I
the
tell my son all the
woman
time.
who was just here, but I don't want to get in. I wanted to stay away from not attacking, but bringing out the whole idea that it's a man who believes they're a woman or whatever the case may be. But that's really not the point. Although it can lead into a certain idea, I'm not going to take it there. The point is that being claimed to know conclusively what it was and what it was not based on certain things. That is,
Oh, bro, I wouldn't even listen to that. This is my first call I ever did. I'm not really technological. I wouldn't even listen to your. I don't know your channel name, so I just called the number back. So I don't know what you were talking about, but I just want to let you know.
okay.
You're doing a good thing, brother. I just came across you. I appreciate you informing people, taking calls. You'll talk to anybody.
Well, thank
Really
you.
just give me props.
Yeah, we're good to go. You got anything else? Because I want to get to other people before we wrap up here,
No,
if
go ahead.
possible.
Go ahead.
So
What's
yeah,
your channel name again?
proper instruction motivates people at Pimp Unslaved. The reason I use
right,
the
brother.
the acronym is because it's proper instruction motivates people, and I believe that the majority of what goes
That's
on
your
on this
name. That's
earth is
exactly what I thought you were doing. Motivating people, man. Right on. Good
Oh.
for you.
I'm doing what I can, doing what I'm formed to do.
All
Thank
right,
you,
bro.
sir.
Have a good one.
We'll see you later.
Later.
So yeah, it's just again limiting cases for credulity and being willing to believe or buy. You have to get a lot more comfortable, and probably that's okay because there are certain things to experience here that are most likely true, if not true objectively, true for us to an extent, I guess. 562, you there?
I'm here.
Is that Thomas?
Thomas who?
Okay, no, I thought it sounded like Tom. Go ahead, man. You got a name?
Yeah. Jacob.
All right, Jacob. What do you got? Because I want to wrap up here.
Wrap up? Okay. Well, okay. I just want to ask you on this topic. To me, this is like my number one priority topic. I think it's important. What's your view of abortion, specifically in the United States?
I would say that it's a slippery slope, regardless of objectively what you believe it is, to open the door to. Well, first of all, we could start from the legalistic or the contractual standpoint. If you are someone who believes that the Constitution is a codification of natural law and therefore the law of the land, then it specifically states in there that everyone has a right to life. So if you're going to follow that premise that the Constitution is a codification of an idea that is the best one we have at the time, and it is there to secure certain principles and values, one of which is a right to life, then a right to life is a right to life, just like a right to have guns shall not be infringed. A lot of this stuff is pretty clear
Thank you.
and direct and to the point. So
Yes.
while I will say that from the beginning of time, most likely people have been using various forms of, I don't know if contraceptive would be the right word, but different sort of practices, chemicals, plants, and herbs to relieve themselves of what they believe to be the burden of having to carry a child to term and raise them. I don't think that we can set a legal, in quotes, precedent of simply just allowing that behavior, right? Because again, see, it would be one thing if you had a population of people who said, well, first of all, abstinence is the best contraceptive, I guess you could say. But
Of course.
if you have people who engage in lustful activity, which we've been known to do, and then the next day wake up and say, you know what, I engaged in a behavior, I'm not prepared to carry the child to term. I'm going to take some plants and herbs to make sure that this thing inside of me doesn't develop beyond the first night or so.
Which is murder.
Yeah, but again, and this is where the argument of at conception versus, there's a whole debate there. The point is, it would be one thing.
Well, I think life begins at conception. Even scientists have agreed that the moment conception happens, unique DNA is formed.
I don't necessarily deny that, right? I'm just saying if we were going to meet in the middle, it'd be one thing if folks said, well, we're going to use plants and herbs to stop a child from forming inside of us like day 2. That's not what you have folks in society and culture attempting to do. They're trying to use this idea of abortion being legal and lawful to get a foothold over the people in order to prescribe after birth death care, where they claim that, and again, this is just back to eugenicism. Once we start going down the road of what the Hitlerians and all the rest of the folks from the beginning of time say, they contact the aliens and the aliens give them the idea of what man is going to be.
Aliens are real?
Well, I'm just telling you what these folks have reported.
Well, it's possible. Listen, the universe is so big, I would find it hard to believe that we're the only ones in the universe. I'm not going to lie.
We also don't know what they are, right? There's been testimony of folks who claim that when they get in contact with aliens, if they use the name of certain spiritual beings like Jesus Christ, that these aliens don't like it and they tend to leave. So,
Jesus Christ is the king. He does fear the devils. I'm not saying aliens are devils if they are real, hypothetically, but Jesus Christ is the word. So I wouldn't blame the aliens for leaving, hypothetically, because I don't know if this is true or not, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't take positions on a lot of this stuff just because I can't prove it, and I don't even have enough evidence to speculate or postulate. I just go.
Well, nobody can prove anything 100%. Nobody, but we go with like what is most likely or logically. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
so I'll give you an example.
We could agree. We could agree. We both have like bones, right? Like I think we have bones. We could agree, right? I don't know if there's evidence.
Yeah,
I mean there is, but
yeah,
I think we agree.
There seems to be. I think most, if not everything, is a seems to be, conclusion. There seems to be something inside of our bodies that holds it all together that we call bones. Don't know what it is. Don't know what.
Also, Jesus was not black. Somebody said that in the comments. I don't like that.
Listen, here we go. We're going down.
He wasn't black or white. He was historically, if you study history, historically, the land where he was, Galilee, he was like olive brown. So let's not be inaccurate, please, in the comments. He was not black or white.
Right. Again, we don't know.
He was Middle Eastern.
We can't confirm any of this. We're using hearsay. This is why beyond a reasonable doubt is the requirement at court. And this is why, notice they never say proof. It's beyond a reasonable doubt with evidence, and hearsay is inadmissible.
Yeah.
So if we take any of these concepts to a court of law, it falls apart on the face of it. We weren't there. We have no firsthand experience. It's all based on hearsay and anecdotal reports.
Other people say they were there, though, right?
Great. I'm not going to presume to know the motives. We're back to the same argument that we would have with the Melanie preacher, that everybody in the Bible was benevolent, beneficent beings who only got together to write up scripture to try to help their fellow man. I don't.
Do you trust your parents when they say you were born in, this is just an example, April 22nd?
I tend to accept that to be true, but I have no firsthand knowledge of it, and I can't.
You accept it. That's good. I'm proud of you.
I just have no reason to believe that they're lying, but they don't have to be lying to be misunderstood.
I mean,
misunderstanding.
They could lie. They
right,
could.
But this is why I say when I go to court, if you ask me what day I was born, I will respond with, I can't swear on that. I can't testify to that because I have no firsthand memory of that. All I know is what
why would you swear though? Wait. Sorry. From my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if I heard from earlier. Are you a Gnostic or I don't know what your belief is.
I don't have any word with an IAN or an IC on the end of it or an ism that I can ascribe.
So you're a Gnostic, right?
Again, I understand that most people would like a label or a term so they can try to understand they believe who or what I am or what it is that I believe, but I don't subscribe to or have any of these titles or status or standing ascribed to myself, right? It's just not something.
Why
that I do.
Are you here then? No. I'm saying this for everybody in general. but specifically you. Why do you think you're here on Earth? And I heard you earlier with another guy. I think you said there's a chance that this is a simulation, which, you know, according to Elon Musk, which, okay, he's not reliable, but he said it's more likely that we are a simulation than real human beings. But like
What
why
is
do you
a
think you're here?
simulation?
I don't know what your name is, but Pimp, right? I'm gonna call you Pimp, I guess. Pimp.
You can call me Paul. That's my given name.
Oh, sorry, Paul.
It's fine.
Paul, why do you think you're here? Why do you think you're talking right now? Why do you think you go to bed at 9 a.m. or whatever you go to bed at? Like, why do you think you eat? Like, why do you think you do all these things? Why do you think what makes you motivated to do a show on YouTube Shorts or YouTube Live? Sorry, and TikTok. I don't know if you're on
Product
TikTok,
of
but
my beingness till it's not, right? It's just really all
like,
it
wait,
amounts
what?
to. It's a product or an effect of my beingness. If I'm conscious and I'm aware and I have certain impulses or inspirations or motivations to do certain things till I don't.
Like, can anything motivate you to maybe be an athlete or maybe enter this competition or do other stuff? You're going to do a bunch of stuff in your life, right? You're going to enter so many things. You're not just going to be on the podcast. You could do so many things, right?
I guess so. Yeah, it would seem to be so that I have a lot of choices that I could make of
Because I believe you have potential. You are. I think you're educated. I'm not gonna lie. Well, intelligent. Because I think what educated is like you took high school seriously. You went to college.
Nope.
I don't know if you do.
Nope.
Maybe you did.
Nope.
Maybe you
I'm
went
not
to
any
college.
of that. No, I'm the opposite of
Okay,
that.
so you're
Whatever.
intelligent. I believe you're intelligent. I believe you've done your own research. You've done your own studying. Sorry, excuse me. And yeah, maybe it's gifted because I believe some people are gifted. Unfortunately, some people are gifted with skills and talents, but some people earn it. And I believe you've earned it, man. And you're doing a lot out there. I'm not gonna lie. I could see it in you, man. You're doing a lot. So, yeah.
I'm not really doing much of anything other than living my life day to
Yeah,
day,
you are,
taking it
dude.
one moment at a
Dude,
time.
that other guy, listen, that other guy was kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie, flat earther, kind of. I think he sounded like a hillbilly. What doesn't matter. He was your hero. He said it himself. There's a reason why your channel's named Motivation. There's a reason.
Yes, like I said, I think that it's a product of who I am and pretty much always have been. I'm not sure if it's nature or nurture, a little bit of both, or neither. You know, it's some assignment that I'm on, like intergenerationally, cosmically, anything is possible. But all roads lead to where I am now, doing what I'm doing, because it just didn't seem to me that I had much other choice. If I go
And
with,
are you a real pimp?
no, that's a takeoff of the acronym proper instruction motivates people, because I say all the world is pimping and hoeing, you just don't know it, right?
So it's like a figure of speech.
It's branding, so to speak, if you want to call it
It's
that,
like
right?
it's like a metaphor, right?
Yeah. I just believe that all the world is under this illusion of authority and or government, and that it all just
Oh,
amounts
that's
to
what I want to
essentially.
talk about real quick because I know you're running out of time. Real quick, and let's talk about it real quick.
All right, because we got other callers coming in, man. I don't know if you hear them.
Real quick. Give me 5 minutes, maybe. What is wrong with authoritism at its best? What's wrong with autocracy? Because honestly, I'm not saying autocracy is perfect. No ideology is perfect, but I hate democracy, man. I'm sorry. I hate democracy. Democracy has failed. There's a good quote by a philosopher, I think Plato. He said that democracy doesn't elect the right leader, it elects the best liar. So democracy is a lie.
Right. Again, a mechanism can only work as good as the participants are able to work it.
What's wrong with a dictator?
What's right with it?
Well, what's right with it is he represents us at its best. It could go wrong, but
why do I need that?
I'll tell you, but what he represents is right for the most part, I believe. And he represents the people because the people can't make decisions. They're stupid. There's a guy who said the people are retarded. They just can't. They can't lead this country.
That was me.
Democracy
I said
is
that.
a lie.
I'm very oftentimes misquoted, but that was me.
No, it was a Muslim guy. It's a famous meme, but he said that the people are retarded. They don't know basic things about their country. They don't know 2 + 2. They don't know what Europe is. They think Europe is a country. So what I'm trying to say is The people are stupid. I'm sorry. It's a fact.
Right.
People are stupid.
People are stupid.
Let's
just say that I agree with that premise that the majority of folks are misinformed and willing to buy into something that is foolish. How does that translate to then we have to get one person to rule over everyone? Like, why can't stupid people just do stupid shit and get stupid consequences, and the rest of us just go about our life?
Because that's going to lead to cancer, like you're seeing right now. America is a cancer. America is the number one most satanic country in the world, and it deepens my heart. I love America. I love what it's going to stand for. Almost, I love this nation, but it just look at us. You know, I think we have we still have slave labor. We have pornographic. We have gay marriage. We have all these nasty things that is killing us and ruining us. We're telling kids that there's more than two genders. We're telling kids that you can become a girl. You were born in the wrong body. It's okay.
You're doing the collectivism thing where you're talking about we as if we're all one thing.
This is democracy. Listen, this is what democracy has brought you. Well, I'm talking about everybody, by the way.
Sure, I don't go to public school, public school system. I don't, if I had children, wouldn't put them in there. The people who I deal with homeschool their children. And we're pretty much like in our own world, essentially. Like, it would be the closest thing to Amish people at this point that you would meet, like a quote unquote white guy, Irish Italian.
We have a president right now.
We don't have anything.
Found guilty.
I'm not part of a corporation.
And he's elected and all that stuff, you know?
Again, you're taking us constantly away from the individual's experience and what we claim to know or experience to some reality that is superimposed onto all of our experiences. I'm not in a corporation. I'm not part of a corporation. I don't have a president. You know, even if I was, it's equivalent to saying I joined Walmart and I'm a part of the corporation, but I need to know anything about who's the president of Walmart. I don't.
Wait, legally you do have a president.
I don't.
Wait, do you not live in America?
You're talking, this is again, you're one of the retarded people who you're insulting. I hate to break it to you. Sir, I hate to break it to you, but you're one of the people who has no idea what you're talking about, but are pretending you do. You think you do.
I'm not. I do know.
Okay. So
what has democracy brought us? You're a democracy defender.
I'm not. Oh my God! This is why you can't interact with people like you, because everything is black and white, and you will shapeshift.
Sorry. I'll go ahead.
So
my question
the U.S.
is, what
Code
has
defines the United
brought us?
States and a citizen as a business and business instrumentality. The debtor is located on the District of Columbia. The District of Columbia is a non-unionized foreign territory outside the boundaries or on the geographical location known as Maryland State or thereabouts. So you just made hello? You just made 3 or 4 statements that I could prove are not what they seem to be.
Okay.
So I live on a land that I refer to as America. It has nothing to do with the United States.
Really? You should see the public schools.
I am aware.
You should see what they're preaching to these kids.
Right. There's a corporate takeover headed in the district or on the District of Columbia, a foreign
satanic takeover.
I get that, but it only proliferates because you and others believe in it, give it your time, energy, attention, and serve it one way or the other, or fight it. If you fight it,
you're okay with kids learning about pronouns expression. And
I'm not responsible and accountable for other people's property, including their children.
This country was founded on a war.
I'm not interested in fighting. Not interested in fighting other.
You're not interested in how America was founded.
Again,
how it gained independence.
You have these. Again, this is another false statement. America never gained its independence. It federalized and wound up creating a corporation that took over the land we know as America. Half of your founding fathers did not sign the compact or the contract known as the Constitution for precisely the reason I'm putting forth. So you have a very limited view of history and how it's all working.
Half of the founding fathers were Freemasons.
Right.
They were a part of a secret society called.
Right. And they've gotten you and everyone else to believe.
Did you not know that? No, they didn't get me.
We can't
George
both talk
Washington
at the
didn't
same
get
time,
me.
sir. We can't
Thomas
both talk at the
Jefferson
same
didn't get
time.
me. I can acknowledge the good things they've done, but they didn't get me, Bubba.
Again, the presumption that I need founding fathers in order to come to an understanding that I get to choose for myself, along with everyone else, what we do and don't
So
do.
you
Is
want to live in the USSR
we
in the
both
1940s.
can't talk at the same
your
time.
idea.
You're not
That's
trying. You're pigeonholing me.
Is that your idea of a country,
You're
the
doing,
USSR?
You're doing the Republitard tactic, the same
I'm
thing
not
the
Republican.
libtards.
I'm not Republican.
You're doing
not
the
Republican.
collectivist tactic.
I'm not
that's-
Republican.
I
I'm
don't
not
care
Republican.
what you identify as. You're
Then
trying to
don't say what
pigeonhole
I
me
am.
and project
Don't
onto
assume
me.
what I am. Don't assume what I am.
I'm not assuming. You're stating it.
What do you mean? You just said
You're making
Republican.
if-then statements. It's not a genuine
not a
discussion at that
Republican.
point.
I just told you I don't believe in democracy, so I can't be a Republican. I don't believe in two-party systems. Do you not understand?
So what's the bottom line, sir? Because you keep saying stuff and I keep responding and you keep cutting me off and projecting
No,
on me.
my problem is your idea of a country and an empire is the Soviet Union. I don't want to live like the Soviets, okay? I don't want to live like the
How
Soviets.
do you know how the Soviets lived? Have you ever lived there?
Because there's reports, there's historical accounts, there's people who got out this.
Right.
Okay. So you don't trust. Wait, okay. So you don't trust the old
Now
Soviet
you got
Russian
it.
lady.
Now
in
you got it.
Moscow.
I
Wait,
don't.
Okay.
Now you got it. You're getting it slowly but surely. You're
Whose
getting it.
sons were
I
killed by
don't
the
need
Soviets.
to or have
Sons
to
were
trust.
killed by the Soviets. She had sons. She had daughters, and they got captured by the Soviets. Put them in the gulags, and they were tortured and killed. And when the Soviet collapsed, which she was like 99, barely, where are her kids? You see?
That's all hearsay. It's not admissible at court. It's not your firsthand experience. And you and everyone
Not my
else,
firsthand.
you keep talking over me. I'm going to have to let you go.
But I'm just telling you.
I don't
we have to
need
be
you to
accurate.
just tell me. I've met 1,000 people just like you who parrot
Then
the same
why are you
garbage and won't listen to
pro-vaccine?
anything that I'm putting forth.
You trust what the government puts in us? Oh my gosh.
I don't know what that means. You're purposely being non-genuine and disingenuous. You're making if-then statements and projecting
That's
onto me
subjective.
because you
It's
just don't
subjective.
want.
What you're saying is subjective.
You just don't want to free your mind and heart. I get it.
I do.
Yeah, and believing in dictators certainly proves it.
An autocracy.
Isn't that a monarchy essentially?
Hey, look at China. Look at China.
Just keep
Clean
saying,
streets,
"Hey,
no
look
homeless,
at."
No
As
homeless.
if I live there and know what's
No
going
hom-
on there.
Okay, look at it. Do your research. No homeless, no mass crime, no none of that. You could say, "Oh, it's brutal." Like you're gonna complain. No offense. This is how you are. Oh, freedom, 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 freedom. They can't do their own shit. Make them do their own garbage. Crime is down. No more homeless. Clean streets. Respected country. I'd rather have that than a country where people do stupid shit. Sorry.
Now that you've told me and everyone else again what you believe and what you want, now what?
I want your rebuttal.
You don't, but we can continue
do.
to play this
That's
game.
why I
So
asked,
did you move
what's
to
your
China
rebuttal?
yet?
Go again?
Did you move to China yet?
My friend did.
I didn't. Again, everything I say, you have a deflection and some other thing to point at. If you love China so much,
Okay, have
why
you
are
been to
you?
the Soviet Union? Have you been to the Soviet Union?
If you love China so much, why are you here and not there?
Wait, have you been to the Soviet Union?
I'm gonna let you go, sir. You're not only not letting
That's
me
right.
speak
Yeah,
and
you have no
respond,
argument.
You're not.
You have no
There you go.
argument.
You're doing the same thing
This
that
is why
woman
you have
did
no
and every other
argument.
tard like you
You're
does.
frowning. You're scared.
I know.
I
I'm
destroyed
scared.
you.
I'm
I
totally
beat
scared
you.
of you.
I destroyed you on your show.
That's all it's about.
Bubba.
That's all it's about, Bubba, right?
I destroyed you.
All it's
Bubba.
about is you calling
You
in
just
and
got
trying to get me
destroyed.
in a gotcha. You haven't
You
done
just
it
got
yet. But
destroyed.
you
You're
reckon-
embarrassed.
You did it.
You're embarrassed. You
Right.
got clowned on.
I'm
You
embarrassed.
got dunked
If I'm
on.
embarrassed,
You
it's
got
because
dunked on.
if I'm embarrassed, it's
You
because
got dunked
I'll
on.
see you later, bud. Now you're just
You got dunked on.
now
You're
you're
embarrassed.
talking over me,
I
hoping
went
I'll
on
throw
your
you
show.
out. So that
You're too.
okay. Another retarded collectivist who doesn't know who they are, where they are, or what they really want, says that they love something, won't go there, wants to turn this place into that place, and then tells me he dumped on me, right? Again, they're showing themselves this over and over again. Ooh, the same. See what we got here. We also have people who can't figure out how to call when I'm done with a call. They call while I'm on the call. 707.
Hi.
What do you got for me?
I don't know if you've touched on this before, but I am a woman in her early 30s who wants to have children.
Well, I can help you out with
I
that. Are you
do-
vaccinated?
No.
Sign me up. Send me an email. We'll exchange photographs, and I will impregnate you at my soonest convenience, my earliest convenience.
Well, that wasn't.
This is how it
that wasn't
usually
really why I
goes,
was
right?
calling, but-
They say that, I say that, then they go silent, and then something happens. I think it's a connection issue or something. But go ahead.
I noticed that you don't really have like many female callers, at least from the shows that I've seen. Maybe having a better approach would be helpful, but anyways, I was calling.
What approach would you recommend? How should I tailor make myself and be inauthentic to get the acceptance of the fairer sex, so to speak?
It's not really about like the acceptance of it, but your channel and your energy seems to be very logical, and I guess kind of intimidating to women, perhaps.
I thought you were going to go a different way, but that's perfect. You gave me exactly what I needed. You're absolutely right, man. And it's not just a woman thing, but the majority of folks really put off by like logic, morals, ethics, and common sense. Very intimidated by that, right? They're used to their day-to-day procedures in their life, right? At the water cooler with their family. Basically, a bunch of people who are full of shit, don't want to be honest with themselves and each other, and want to placate each other, right? And I don't do that here too much too often. So I can appreciate that. I get that. But again, I'm willing to take that risk. We have enough women here, the right kind of women who care about what's true and what's right, or at least making sense and having some continuity. I would rather have few but quality around me than have more of lesser quality, right? That's just how I look at it. Kind of the trade-off that we make.
I totally agree with that, and I really appreciate you as a person and the logic and just everything that you put forth openly. As a woman, I learn from it because you're built differently than I am and most people, and so I have a different way of thinking, but it's good to thoughts and ideas and stuff like that. I guess I was just more speaking to the fact of like, just because I'm a fertile woman, you kind of just automatically went to maybe it was a joke or whatever, but the whole like impregnating me and all of that, which is fine. But I wanted to ask
It's
you,
a
'cause I
bit
don't know
non-bit,
if you-
right? I was kind of being shocking and being flippant for effect. It also doesn't necessarily indicate that if we were to talk privately and share an understanding or connection, that it wouldn't potentially lead to that. I don't know. But yes, I was kind of being off the cuff, trying to be cute or be a bit shocking, and I guess on some level, take your temperature, right? Where you're at with me or with the idea. Again, it's a broadcast.
Maybe the other male viewers would appreciate that, but yeah.
The presumption
it's
is that the
always a
female
fair
viewers
show.
wouldn't appreciate it as well. You may not appreciate it, but to do this whole as a woman, because I can hear it in the way that you're phrasing things. When women say as a woman, they think they can speak for all women, all places. You can't. So if you don't appreciate that, that's fine. I'll take that under advisement. But don't presume that every other woman here thinks or feels or lives like you, because that would probably be a false presumption.
That's fair.
There might actually be women here who want me to impregnate them, and I haven't. Believe that or not, right? That's a crazy, outlandish claim. It's going to be hard for you to believe, but especially looking at me, right? I'm not the prettiest thing on 2 feet, but yeah, I think you get where I'm going.
Women don't really value that. Well, I would say me as a woman, speaking from my own personal perspective, that's not really the most valuable characteristic when seeking out a mate to have offspring with. But
well, what is then?
what I would say the definitely the unvaccinated status kind of shows more than just whether or not you have the mRNA vaccine thing going on. It just kind of shows where you're at as a person, some level of personal sovereignty, personal freedom within your mind, health, consciousness, and that does come with some level of strength physically and spiritually. And I would also appreciate emotional availability or emotional heart connection, and some level of living out their vision, whatever that is.
Right. So I don't pretend to know conclusively how that all works, because I could go either way with it. I've developed, as you put it, a heart-based connection with a woman or with women over the course of time. It may not take precedent to what a man, and again, I'll just speak for me because I don't want to do the whole I'm speaking for all men thing, just like I told you with you. But I have heard a fair bit of commentary from men that they're just not built like women. A lot of times, it seems, unless you're going to get a womanly man, right? So there may be men out there who are more sort of oriented. 717, I'll call you back when I'm done with this. You don't have to keep calling, even though I declined the call. Very obnoxious. So I think there just may be, and I'm saying maybe, because I just may be a traumatized, broken, unavailable individual based on my mommy issues and upbringing. But I've kind of heard from other men, and it's become almost a big thing on these broadcasts, that men are not like women in certain ways. So it's why we kind of thrive on respect and certain things, and women maybe thrive more on that heart-based love connection, and then we have to kind of meet in the middle or experience enough that we sort of work into that, right? Because I see a lot of times. Go ahead.
I definitely agree with meeting in the middle. I think that most normal women appreciate the meeting in the middle. It's not that we some women want to turn a man into a woman or operate like a woman but still be a man. So it's like that's not what I mean when I say heart-based, that any soul can and should in their evolution connect to their heart regardless of being a man or a woman, but perhaps
Right.
it
I
is
believe that
easier.
that's an indwelling process and that we make it an external one and potentially by mistake, because the internal process of coming to know oneself and be more heart-based in their actions leads to that authority, as you spoke of, living by one's conviction, right, and being strong or leading in certain ways. I believe all of that comes from a core-based sort of instinct or intuition. And I think that if a man and a woman both have that, that is their bond. And oftentimes the woman makes it about her specifically rather than the cause and the overall experience, right? So it's like, you know, a woman, and again, I'm not telling women what they should be doing or not doing, but it would seem to me a woman should be looking for a man who they can relate to on a soul level, right? At a core level, a heart based level, not necessarily looking for a man to act toward them the way she would act toward him, because it just may be that women can love on a different or a deeper level than a man can. And that might be part of our biological sort of evolution or nature, right? That just based on who we are and the roles that we undertake, we may have to be almost less emotionally available to an extent than a woman, because we're going to have to be available in other areas of our life, right? If you can imagine,
Yeah.
if you can imagine a woman being more emotionally available to feel a more deeper and broader range of emotions that she would need to care for the children she's with all day every day and put an energy into that home, man oftentimes has to go out into the world and face certain obstacles and make himself into something, right, or align with something that is above and beyond where he presently is. So again, I'm not contending it is that way. I just may have more maturing and work to do on myself. As a matter of fact, I'm probably sure of that based on certain things. But again, it seems like there is this middle ground of understanding that we almost have to come to as men and women, uh, so that we know more about where we're going. Because I meet women all the time and they tell me, well, the men who are emotionally available are usually womanly, the same men who they don't respect. The men who they respect, who they see as strong and powerful leaders, are oftentimes not as emotionally available because of the position they occupy internally and externally. They couldn't be, right? By the nature of who they are and what they have to do in this life. So it's almost like a woman has to choose, right? And this is where we get into the idea, if we're going to talk pimping, tongue in cheek, the rule of the woman has to choose. The woman is the chooser. So, and I have seen oftentimes this. Go ahead.
I didn't mean to cut you off. It's a pretty big decision, and kind of a big weight to be the chooser, even if maybe to you as a guy it seems like, well, you're lucky to be the chooser, or that's kind of the better side to be on. But it's, both sides have their challenges, and I don't think that anybody, especially in the postmodern era, or maybe ever really, is like this finished project or finished nicely wrapped package of doing all the work and being healed. We all have our distortions, and especially with how things are going in today's society, it's like hard to be a heart-centered person regardless if you're a man or woman, but especially I think for men. But we all have like a anima and an animus, a masculine and feminine energy, and we're all kind of unique combinations of both. So like kind of the compatibility of two people, really, it's hard to generalize. We can generalize for the sake of disseminating information, I suppose, or having a discussion about it. But
I just find that because I hear a lot of these same sort of tropes from women just interacting with them over time, and even like you just said, it's a difficult choice. I don't see it as such. I think that it's a choice that a woman is forced to make at a certain point or remain alone. That she has to choose a man based on a man who she sees as respectable and honorable and someone who she can walk with and feel secure to an extent, that he has an understanding and a logic, as you put it, and a vision and able to lead. And she has to concede that whatever connection or love and care that's there is going to grow over time to whatever degree is available, right? If not, you wind up in these relationships where you may have a heart-based connection, but you can't trust the man that you're with, nor do you respect him, nor does he have an understanding and a vision. So you wind up disrespecting him because he says and does shit that doesn't make any sense, right? So I don't think it's a hard choice. I think that it's an egotistical choice where women are so used to a world where a man is taught all day, every day how to treat a woman, but a woman is never taught or raised how to treat a man because it's presumed that the man has to do or be something in order to get that woman's affection relating to her rather than his purpose in life. So it's almost like a woman has to decide that the relationship can't be all about me and what I want and my feelings. It has to be all about what makes sense, right? And based on kind of what is, so like you just put forth, this idea of unvaccinated, not wanting to comply and be a slave, and these are common goals, principles, values. This is our bond, right? And we need that because beyond that, on the lowest level, and forgive me for being crude, but our only relationship at that point is you're a woman, I'm attracted to you, and I want to sleep with you, right? And that's oftentimes the foundations, it seems, of a lot of relationships. And maybe I'm speaking out of turn here or out of school, but that's just what I've experienced, either with myself or with other men, including my father and others. Right. So I think the love and the care comes out of spending so much time with someone who you relate to, right? The word is relationship, in the fact that your goals, your principles, your values, and the way you co-create are so much in alignment. It's almost like another expression of you. Right. So it's almost impossible to not grow and care and love for a being like that. Right. And this is why I say, in a lot of ways, you could argue relationships in and of themselves are rather narcissistic, to use a buzzword that a lot of folks are throwing around nowadays, where it almost seems like we love and care for more or more attracted to those we relate to that are a reflection of ourself. Right. So it's almost like being in love with an aspect of self.
Yeah, very true.
So yeah, I mean, and again, I've seen, because I've seen the alternative. I've seen the relationships where women come here and they have an attraction to me on a metaphysical or spiritual level, not as much physical. The guy who they're attracted to physically, who has the job and all the things that they want or believe they're supposed to have, and they were taught how a man's supposed to treat them, all the things they have that they want is not what they really need, right? And oftentimes, when the woman is forced to choose between getting everything she wants and not what she needs versus what she needs without everything she wants, they usually, at least for a time, go with the wants, right, rather than the needs. So, yeah, I don't know if I'm languaging that out, but it's just, again, I could fucking speculate or sort of philosophize on these things because, like I started out saying, I don't at all presume to know how a functional relationship should go all places, all times. I'm just speaking on certain themes and experiences that I've had and what kind of shows up in my world.
I think that finding a mate is very central to the human experience. Although, yeah, I guess it is very ego based because compatibility comes from shared well, you have to be a person in order, and then have a story and a culmination of characteristics and traits in order to meet with another and interact in that way. But if we look at nature, it's like, you know, a very central thing that's happening with the creatures is that they are trying to procreate, and maybe that is just the, but you know, that sexual urge is what drives a man to want to be around a woman, despite maybe the chaos or frustration that women can bring. But and
that's one way of putting it.
yeah, where was I going with this? So it seems that now there's, like, you know, the fertility rates are declining, or even outside of that, it's just people aren't getting together and having children, and that is concerning. But it also makes a lot of sense. So there seems to be kind of like this gender war, and men are seeming to be more feminine and women are seeming to be more masculine and all of that. And it is, I think, very painful for us as individuals to experience chronic loneliness or heartbreak time after time. And
now, how much does the monogamy aspect play into this? Because this is something we've gone over here extensively at one point, that it seems to be that a man's nature, especially just by his biological nature, testosterone and such, that he is a non-monogamous creature by nature, and that a woman tends to be not completely, but its tendencies, right? Tends to be more on the line. It's the whole men are from Mars, women are from Venus thing, right? We want the next one, the woman wants the right one. So is that at all, does that subconsciously or consciously play into the quote unquote heartbreak or the lack of heart-based connection? Is this always in the back of your mind or in the front of your mind, the fact that men typically have eyes for other women and have to pretend they don't in order to placate a woman's sort of, you know, emotional state?
I mean, to be honest, like, women, I think, are like, I think their eyes wander just as much in a different hypergamous way or whatever, like, and really quite horny too. It's just different. I don't think we can understand the need or the desire to have sex with, you know, anything with a shapely form. So, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I'm not sure. I feel like the best men
No, I
that
get what you're saying is that part of God's joke, so to speak, or the creational joke is that we are a more physically oriented creature, you're a more metaphysically oriented creature. It's why you would refer to a man as looking to the physical shape and physical attraction, while you yourself would be wanting more of a metaphysical connection, right? And again,
Well,
I
yeah, I
think
mean, women are kind of constantly scanning to find, like, the best possible mate that they can have, and there's several cues judged by, but, like,
I like
so
that
I
you're
think that
admitting women are loyal to their emotions only and will jump ship as soon as they're not getting what they believe they need or want, which might be proof that a man is in a way more loving than women, right? Or more loyal.
100%. I 100% believe that.
What are you doing later? They're saying in chat that you might be the one. We might have found you here live on the air, but yeah, I don't know. When it comes to relationships, there's a lot there for me, right? And like I said, I don't
think
know.
that goes for probably everybody
It seems
in the
so.
live stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't feed or whatever. That's not my intention. I was just happened to see it on my feed, and joined and you were taking calls, so I thought I would try, and I did. And I wanted to originally talk about like the possibility of having kids in this current climate. It seems like worrisome, just with all of the technology and the constant like psyops and the economy, and there's also like the social security numbers and stuff like that, which you know, I worry about, and I don't know if there's a way around that.
Yeah, I mean,
I
you
just
know,
wanted to know what your thoughts were about that.
on what specifically? Because I think you said a couple things there. I tend to agree, but I try not to come from a place of worry. Although I guess being you know, Irish, Italian, New Yorker, um, neuroses is just kind of built into my physiology, right? It would seem, but and again, maybe it's just me, you know, as a being or my upbringing. But I tend to agree. You know, you got the vax situation. You got this seeming divide between men and women in our biology or our physiology or how we tend to approach things. Um, you have this idea of typically, you know, what a woman sees a man as, at least a lot of the time. I've seen and heard it, a walking paycheck or an opportunity. And then on top of it, the willingness to use the system to extract whatever value or power you believe that you deserve in that relationship, right? So I can't really speak on beyond a certain point relationships from a man's perspective, presuming that I'm seen as one, or I even am completely one at this point. I might still be evolving, still a little boy in some ways. But yeah, I you know, it's definitely a daunting sort of endeavor, right? This idea of dating in the modern day world, and who knows, it might have always been this way. You just kind of see it.
Yeah, it just
differently.
seems very dystopian right now, and like for me as a woman who's 32, like you don't really have biological triggers, so I don't think you maybe can relate, but
You cut out there. What did you say? I can't relate to what?
I just said like as a 32-year-old woman, there's a biological pressure which men really have the same time frame, so maybe you don't feel that, but
No, I
I
have.
kind of
I was with a woman recently over the past, it's been probably 6 months since she went back home because we kind of mutually agreed that there's just something there, you know, on my end, on her end, maybe both of us. But you know, and I don't know what to make of it because obviously I would have to be in a relationship where I actually had children with a woman and then saw what my nervous system did. But I tend to be someone, and I just look at my father, and I wonder if it's a curse or just a, you know, biological inheritance, or it's just the way men are typically. But you know, I typically have a desire to be with more than one woman. The longer time that you space out the relationship, and I also do, it seems, have more and more of a desire to have the experience of having children. So I was with a woman who we aligned on every level. We had a connection. There was mutual care for each other, and we kind of were involved in some great things. Um, but there was that sort of, I guess, subconscious or conscious pressure to, you know, have that experience of having children, and she was beyond that point in age, right? From what I understand, so she's a fair bit older than me. Um, but yeah, you know, I'm still working me out and how that all works, and like I said, what a functional relationship between a man and a woman is. And I just may need more time with myself and not pursuing, uh, you know, sexual experiences or any experiences because I typically don't pursue sexuality beyond a certain point, right? Like folks who come here know that I've been with 4 women. From what I understand, men are lying like crazy out there because I looked it up. They say the average person, man or woman, is with 5 people throughout a lifetime. Now, that's not the report we get from most males. So either they're lying or most males are way more sexually active than I've been, right? Which I don't deny either. But, you know, obviously.
I think that like more conscious men tend to be more careful with who they
Right.
interact with
It's not for
sexually.
lack of impulse, far from it. It's from just being conscious and aware of what could happen, right? Like it's you know, I have it to the point where, you know, I like getting massages just because I find that it relaxes my nervous system and is healing for me, like even if it's just on a spiritual level, if not physical. But I won't even go and get a massage from somebody because I don't know what they have and don't have, right? And of course the happy ending thing comes up and occurs to me. You know, boys will be boys. But I can't even get a regular massage, let alone a happy ending, because, and again, maybe that's a good thing, is what I've come to sort of accept. It seems contrary to my nature and seems like almost like a deprivation in a way. But when I look at it again, I go, this might be exactly what we need at this time, especially. It's just more discernment on when we're going to take our metaphysical sort of nature to the physical realm and really co-create in reality, right? And what becomes of that, right? Because we see not only the disease, but, you know, you got spike protein now, good God help us. And just this idea of bringing about children to parents who are not really in it for the right reasons and for the long haul, right? And I really would not want to be a part of that, right? And I think a big part of that comes from my upbringing, right? This neuroses of being a parent who, hey, I had a child and it just kind of happened and I'm not really in it for the right reasons and for the long haul, and willing to deprive that child of what they would need to become a functional being, presuming we have that. But
yeah, I agree. I think that on both the women and the men and that we are invited to step beyond just the sexual instincts and impulses in order to gain more consciousness and connection to something beyond the flesh. So,
well, I got bad news for you. Keith Williams won't stop. He's imploring me to bang you. So you may just have to submit to the authority of a man. And I'm now going to spring it on you. I might just be one of these Orthodox Christians where the man is the closest thing to God and I have authority and you have to submit to that. Because he just in chat, he won't stop. And he keeps telling me to get your number. And I don't want to break the news to him, but you called into a broadcast where I already have your number. So like, Keith, get with the program. You don't have to keep telling me to get this woman's number. I literally have it already. And if it's going to go somewhere, it's going to go somewhere, right? Like, I don't know what you want me to do. Like he's in some weird voyeuristic mode right now where I think he wants me to like, you know, hit on you more, you know, or I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not really sorry, but I'm just going to say that I am. I don't know that you may not appreciate that. I get that from the introductory that you know, me metaphorically banging you over the internet is not something you seem really excited about. Initial interaction.
I mean, I called into the show anticipating that there was going to be some vulgarity, so I'm not really surprised.
Smart woman. See, it's already working out, right? Who would have thought? All right, I got someone on. It might be Keith himself. I got someone who keeps calling and calling and calling and isn't taking the hint. And we're just kind of like,
yeah, I don't mean
we're on like a metaphysical date here, right? Like we're just chatting it up, talking about how we both want to have children, but we're both neurotic about it, and you know. I'm going to go back to my default position. Email me, send me pictures. You already see what I look like, you know. So you're going to have to, if it's going to happen, this is the best you got, right? From the neck up, this is the money shot here. So, yeah, feel free to engage me further if you want me to objectify you, and see where this goes. If not, I look forward to having another subscriber. and someone here to interact from time to time. You know, why the hell not?
Yeah, another woman in the group.
Right. I could use a few around here. You reminded me that there aren't many, but there are some. We could use a few more around here, especially ones who are willing to understand me. You seem like somebody. I'll not give you credit, but I will commend you on your willingness to dialogue and try to understand and not just push a narrative, and even be open to conceding certain things on behalf of all women everywhere. Right. So yeah, that's probably.
I guess I have. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm saying that I was going to say it's probably good for whatever man you're going to be with on the face of it. Hopefully, faithfully, it's not to a fault of your own, right? Like there's a fine line there between being willing to be led and being taught or shown something different and changing your mind versus being duped and delusional and tricked out of your position, right? And there's a very fine line there when it comes to a man and his leadership, right? We could think we're leading and doing the right thing and putting you onto some game and actually deceiving ourselves and you, and wind up sitting somewhere one day going, man, I was a jerk off, so to speak, right? For lack of a better word. Yeah, we all have, sweetie. I've been on the giving end of that, right? And I've had to pause and reflect and go, you know what? Maybe I don't know as much as I feel like I know. And I can speculate and postulate, but I have to concede at a certain point that maybe I just don't know, right? I'm not going to be one of these, Andrew Wilsons. I know it all. I'm the closest thing to God. Whatever I feel must be true, and you have to submit yourself to that. Well, like maybe not, maybe there's more to the story here that we're all kind of uncovering and is being revealed, right? We're all learning on the fly.
Yeah. I definitely can see that with you. There could be some perhaps narcissism because of your intelligence.
Well, thank you for noticing.
It's good that you also have humility and check yourself.
I have to. I mean, see, you're already imagining what it's like to be with me and how you're going to have to put up with how intelligent I am and also somewhat narcissistic, right? But my humility, I want to believe, makes up for it. One of the female creatures in chat is asking, what is your name? Probably should have got your name. If I'm going to continue to hit on you, I should at least know your name, right? They're helping me. These women here, they help me from time to time. I didn't have a mama, by the way. So that's another thing you're going to have to deal with if you ever move forward with me, is the realization that my mother pretty much rejected me and neglected me, did not show any kind of attention or love to me. So I'm working from behind the 8 ball here, extremely. A lot of trust issues. Yeah.
Yeah, I tend to attract guys who have issues with their mothers because of my kind of maternal sweetness, which has not been great experience for me, but certainly something I needed to go through. But anyways, my name is Christina. I don't mean to take up all of the time, but thanks for chatting with me, and bless you.
Oh, you as well. Thank you, Christina.
Ta-ta.
We'll see you later.
Bye.
I'm immediately looking forward to Christina being my newest surrogate mommy. Cook for me, clean up my messes, bestow all the love and care on me while I focus on myself and whatever it is that I'm going to decide to do in this life, if anything. And if that sounds like a desirable relationship for you, Christina, you know where to find me. Okay. 850, you're a nonstop caller, huh? If I got you right here, you had to get in. 850, are you there?
Oh, yeah. I had to get in.
Oh, is this some kind of competition or something? Don't get jealous that woman's going to be my newest mommy.
Oh, no, I'm not jealous. I was going to say, there's
room for.
No thank you.
Oh, no, thank you. Okay.
You're not my type.
Okay, that's what they all say.
Okay.
Right?
No.
That's what they all say. Give me time. I'll work my way in there. All right, let's go. Are you fertile, by the way?
Well, that doesn't really matter because I came here to talk about theories that I have. Okay.
Oh man.
I'm not here for a little bit of get to know me sort of Tinder hookup chat.
I think that you broads should just leave all the philosophizing and thinking to us men, right?
No, because my mind is full of wonders. Okay.
I'm sure it is.
Wonders, many wonders.
I'm
many
sure
wonders.
it is, and you're gonna make me part of it right
I'd like
now
to
without
share
fail. What did you call 10 or 15 times already to give me the wonders of your mind? I gotta know. I gotta hear it. What do you got?
I've lost count. I've lost count at this point.
Right.
I'm itching because you see, like around 2 weeks ago, I've been working on this theory for a while now, and I finally cracked it. I really think that this is something substantial and it could really catch on, and in people like us that could start sharing these ideas and coming to these conclusions.
You're not gonna say that I'm gay, are you?
No. I
All right,
never
because
take
I'm
offense at someone's
not gonna allow
sexuality.
that. Go ahead.
Even if you were gay, that's no issue, of course.
Right.
All right. So my theory, it's really. Can you still hear me, by the way? Because sometimes my mic gets a little finicky.
I'm very intelligent and narcissistic, as my new mom pointed out, and I will correct you at the drop of a hat. Don't worry about that.
No, I'm not here for corrections because my theory doesn't need corrections. It's simply it's a creation of my own view into the universe. All right, it's so out there that corrections don't even exist in the type of knowledge that it's unlocking. It's simply an insight into the metrics of how reality behaves. It's not something that's factual and it's not fictional. It's somewhere beyond that. It's the truth to everything that has ever existed and everything that will exist.
All right, give it to me. You got me on the hook now. Let's go.
All right. So I've been working on a couple names for it, but I think I'm starting to I think what I could call it is something along the lines of like a layer theory. It's about layers. It's about layers of the universe, layers of how reality exists. So, and I even have some notes. I've been writing this down for quite some time. It's been really eating at me. It's making me sort of see more in the world. So I call it like laminated reality. When you were younger and your mom would bake cookies and
No, I don't.
on the cookie
I'll stop you right there. I just told you. My mother didn't love me. She never baked me anything.
Oh, well, I'm sorry about that, sir, but my mother would bake cookies for me all the time. And
Well,
whenever
lucky
she baked
you.
cookies, yeah, she would put a parchment sheet down on the cookie tin. And it's like, those parchment sheets that you use for baking so that the cookies don't stick to the cookie tin. It's like the laminated parchment sheet. And that's kind of what I'm going off here, the laminated reality. It's sort of like a polymeric overlay, a hypothesis of my own. And so basically, let me get my notes out here. Hold on. It's the central idea is that reality is not simulated digitally like I don't know, the Matrix, or it's not divinely created like religious texts like the state, like the Bible and the Quran. But it's laminated, okay? Like the cookie sheets. It's layered repeatedly. It's using thin, like transparent sheets that contain causality. They have memory, physical law, and they're all sealed together by an unknown process. This process is almost industrial in nature. Like this is intensive. Like this is the making of sort of like a mass production, and each layer can be misaligned. Okay, so it's like when you're stacking pieces of paper, you can move one paper so it kind of shifts out of the group a little bit, so all of the papers, they don't look straight like a big, cube anymore. They start to, each individual paper shifts. And so these misalignments, they cause the glitches in reality that people like often, accredit to religious phenomena or other theories like, a digital simulation, like to name a few, deja vu, Mandela effects, like, and reoccurring fashion trends, even personalities that go across generations, bureaucracies, other things. There's many things that I found that can be accredited to this theory, and so it all comes from there's an origin to it. It goes into human history as a whole. So back of course in the ancient times, ancient humans, they didn't necessarily invent writing on their little clay tablets like the Mesopotamians and the Egyptians with their hieroglyphics. They rediscovered the concept of lamination, okay? And the first clay tablets, Mesopotamian tablets that were used for storing information and classrooms and all those sorts of things, they were prototypes of the layered reality storage. Bits of data spread across planes stacked on top of each other. That is reality. And the idea of the Tower of Babel being destroyed, that information, the data that was contained inside of it, it wasn't destroyed, it was delaminated. The pages were also skewed. It's like stacking papers and then just like all messing them up with your fingers, and so each one is just rotating in a different position than the one below it. It was delaminated. That's what happened to it. The data was all skewed, so no one could understand each other. And Babel is sharing, for some reason, this is a coincidence, Babel kind of sounds like bubble, which is a laminated structure. And ancient bricks, they were often glazed, which is also proof of early plasticization. And confusing languages, that is data corruption, okay? That is the data corruption. That's not punishment.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Because they're blowing up in chat. Are you on like Chantix or Celebrex or any of these other things that end with X? Because they're saying that you're high, and they do that with me too. A lot of people say that I'm high and I'm on something. No. You're not, right? This is just
drugs are the poison of delaminated individuals. I do not mess with drugs.
It's interesting you use the term delaminated. That was a term that I was using rather regularly to describe the average slave. So I find that to be interesting. Interesting coincidence.
Well, yeah. I took this concept and kind of, like it's literally stacked it on top of.
What is the basis? What is your basis as far as a physical correlation for this metaphysical, I guess, philosophy of?
I have a lot of material. I was just about to get into material evidence in the physical world. I even have a little title on my notes that was like material evidence, but I was just about to start talking about that.
This last woman wonders why I don't want to connect and talk with women, because this is what I wind up with. This woman just went on for 10 minutes. I think that I know what she's kind of talking about, but also not. I've like checked out a good 10 times and just imagined me having sex with her. And I think that that's like a man thing. And like, or that's just a me thing. And then I'm wondering, does she have some groundbreaking knowledge or perspective here that I can't get down to or understand because of my like whatever going on? And you may need to teach me about that, because I feel like you're the kind of, I've met women like you in my life, and I feel like you're more than happy to teach me how to be a better man, and I might need it. So we might have to get into that at some point, like after the delamination and all that. Like, you need to teach me how to be more disciplined and focused. And what did the woman say? The last one? What do they all say? Heart-based connection-y, right? I may need more of that. You may have a lot of work on your hands here with me, sister. I'm letting you know. I'm sure you know this. You can probably read me to an extent, but you got a lot on your hands here.
I consider myself a lover of knowledge, right?
Right.
And I love to have curiosity in my being. I like to be curious in the world. I like to try and explore both metaphysical and physical reality. And I want to spread my knowledge when I come to a conclusion of something. And spreading this knowledge, it's a core value in me that I want other people to be able to relate to me as well, to also teach the knowledge that I've spread, to form a community within that. And I guess that is sort of a fertile soil for relationships to sprout. I do see that.
Now, do you find that to be a challenge for you? This might be how we relate, that you find it difficult, I'm guessing, to relate to the average or majority of folks. This is why I'm saying I'm your type and you just don't know it. We'll get there. There's no way that you go on Tinder, or you don't even go on there. But if you do, there's no way that anyone like swipes right on the layer delamination theory of physics from a woman, right? Like the average man, he can't handle that. He can't handle you. Just like the average woman's not going to talk to me about.
Too.
Right.
The average person.
It's on both sides. They can't process you. They can't handle you. They don't even know what the fuck you're talking
They
about.
dismiss you.
Right. Like they just did in chat. They're like, this woman's on methamphetamine. She's on angel dust. And I'm like, I don't think so. I think she's just really excited about this knowledge that she believes she has. And it may be a bit disjointed how she presents it, but join the club. That's my whole broadcast, pretty much, is what I just described. So.
Yes. And I don't let comments get to me, because I know that my goal is to spread knowledge. And what they are doing, their goal is to spread hate. It's to spread, disingenuity. I don't listen to people who just want to try to tear me down or just throw something at me because they can, throwing a rock like some sort of chimp to just like, like your theory sucks, you're on crack. No. Like I spread knowledge. You just spread.
Got the chimpanzee thing down. She just said it. Chimpanzee.
That even crosses my path as an obstacle. I pay no mind to that, really. I pay no mind. And I feel like more people should not pay mind to them, too.
So Red says you kind of cock-blocked me because then you were kind of bitter about it, too. You're like, I'm not here for this whole back and forth getting to know you, trying to impregnate Christina, this other woman who I just met. And you just kept calling, and I felt like I was right there. Like I was potentially, not that I don't even know if I want that, but I was like really close to impregnating her. And then you just kept beeping in and I'm like, I got to get to this. So like, we're here now.
Well,
okay.
I'm sorry for talk blocking you, sir. My excitement kind of got to me.
My stomach already cock blocked me. Who are we kidding? Okay. And I'm losing weight. I'm working on it. So, where does this go? Because I want to know, like, is there an upshot to this?
Well, I do have a continued line of evidence from the physical world that I've pieced together. So, and a lot of it has to do with plastic. It's the plasticization of things. It's a phenomenon that it's modern, but at the same time, the metaphysical aspects have existed far beyond what we can comprehend. And it's not plastic itself. It's not a material. It's a symptom. So, as you know, plastic appears everywhere where industrial lamination becomes widespread. It's used for containing. It's used for entrapment.
So are you kind of saying, let me see if I understand what you're saying. Are you kind of saying that if we had to use this analogy of paperwork, where we're all pieces of paper stacked up and we could all basically be in contact or in touch with each other and almost in one formation, but due to the mechanization of the universal experience on some level, we become plasticized or almost laminated and rigid in our beingness? Is that where you're going with this?
Yes.
Separated from the whole.
From the wholeness of the universe. Yes. Like
a membrane almost. Okay. I think I am. I thought you were kind of wacky, but I think I'm following this. The
And
analogy, I think, is
this
what threw everyone off.
this
Go ahead.
membrane, it's seen everywhere. Like, we not only is it a mental blockage, it's a physical blockage as well. It's preventing us humans from tapping into the sort of hive mind of the universe, of reality as it is. Tapping into that energy that we once had, the connection to nature, the connection to the cosmos. And then as soon as classicization was widespread, we lost this contact. We lost our way of life. And plastic never degrades. It takes 500 years just to break down, and even then it's still there. Microplastics are everywhere. They're in blood, they're in placentas of pregnant women, they're in the clouds. We even find microplastics in glaciers, just showing like how far deep embedded they have wrapped themselves around our universal experience. And it's reality's adhesive leaking into itself. It's that lamination, that separation in a physical form, leaking into reality, poisoning and separating every being that it touches. And I also had this pointing theory about receipts. Receipts are made of thermal paper, all right? And thermal paper, it fades over time. It disappears without the light exposure. If you have it in a dark place, it might fade. And if you don't use the heat on thermal paper, on receipt paper, then nothing shows up. There's no data on it because the heat hasn't activated the ink within the paper. So receipts, they're not recording reality, they're confirming it. As in, like, the longer, as a side note for this, the longer you keep a receipt, like the less real a purchase really feels. Like that sense of newfound like hope and gratification when you purchase something, it fades longer and longer from getting that receipt, from confirming that purchase. And then the refunds, they require receipts. It's reality rolling back on itself. You're giving back that data. You're giving back a confirmation of reality. You know what I'm saying?
No. Like sort of, but not really.
Oh, well.
As far as the analogy was hitting for a second, but then I think we lost each other.
It's all right. Don't feel bad, and don't feel bad. There's nothing to be sorry about here. This is my own perspective, my own knowledge. And
this is good because when we start dating and you're my second new mom, which you're probably not going to be as good of a mom because you're going to be too busy theorizing, but I usually do most of the talking. Either I'm always silent and just in my own space doing my own thing, or like I'm always the one theorizing and yapping. And this could be a good change of pace, right? Like I'll just sit back and I'll listen to you and you yap, and I'll even let you like maybe co-host. People are into it.
Yes, that'd be a good idea.
All right. See, I got her. She's admitting she's going to be my second mommy. I am so good. I missed my calling with being a ladies' man. Oh, well. I'm a broadcaster. That's where it's my first and only love. All right. So where does this go, man? Because it was an interesting sort of analogy. I think I was with you for the most part. What's the upshot? Like I asked you, where does this go? What does this mean for us as a race, as a species? And how do we undo it? How do we delaminate, so to speak, to get back into connection, not only with ourselves, but with the rest of the stack of paper, so to speak?
Well, that's the theory that is sort of not necessarily the core of the elimination, but it's the next step of how do we undo this? How do we fix this? How do we go back to our old ways? And that's the thing that I've been struggling to comprehend myself, because I see the problem, but the solution is still somehow not tapped into yet. I can see what we need to fix, but how we fix it is just it's not there. And I feel almost disappointed with myself for not having a solution to the poison that's leached into our reality. but I know that as one person, one collection of knowledge, one soul, I cannot come up with the answers for everything. And even with the disability to our connection to others that this lamination has given us, I can still find hope in knowing that there are other people out there like me who I can come to, who I can go with, who I can communicate with, that can help me, that can help others find a solution to this. And that's how I cling on to that hope, is knowing that there are others out there.
Is it possible that we at times overthink and make more out of this than it needs to be, in the sense of, if we just do our best and be good people and co-create something that is worthy of living, that's as good as we got? We may not have all the answers for all the problems of the universe that may not be created by us completely.
Yes, I agree that sort of in the modern world, a lot of human interaction has been commercialized, as in a sense of my theory, laminated, as there's sort of a barrier of plastic, of product, of confirmation between it. It's when people get caught up in the small grooves and cracks of every single misalignment, as in, oh, like, she said this, he said that. What does this imply? Like, oh, boundaries, this, that, all these buzzwords used to describe relationships, those prevent us from truly connecting as human beings, as we are supposed to, as souls, as energy. That is a part of the lamination that keeps us all apart.
Well, speaking of which, Missy, what was that whole thing about me not being your type, Miss? I like it raw and unlaminated. What was that all about? If you're really interested in a deeper and more truer connection and being open to whatever the universe has in store, you just did to me what you said we're not supposed to be doing.
Well, I do think that sort of when you live in a world poisoned, that normalizing yourself within it is a coping mechanism that individuals sort of like me do, where you can't really just go off on a land and live in the forest and try to reconnect with something that you don't even have a solution to reconnect to. So when I say that I have a type, it's a way of me saying that I know the qualities I'm physically attracted to, but if I worded it in another way, that people, others,
I'm grotesque.
not be
That's
able
what you're
to-
saying. I'm a grotesque human being and I'm not physically attractive. That's what I heard.
Well, being grotesque is far from being not physically attractive to one person's perspective. Of course, I think that everyone has their own energy that can match well with someone else's, and I think that also applies to, like, energy in the physical sense, where someone can recognize when someone else isn't necessarily within their boundaries and needs, boundaries of need, boundaries of fitting together in a sort of energy.
You're worried that we may not be able to achieve copulation because I'm slightly overweight. Are you slightly overweight as well? Is there a lot of barrier between us?
I wouldn't consider myself overweight now.
Okay.
I'm within a perfectly healthy weight.
Well, I didn't consider myself to be overweight either. Everyone just kept telling me. So I kind of had to accept it.
Don't listen to those who throw rocks at you.
Wow, okay. See? That's what I'm saying. We may need each other, not even know it. This is what's so complicated about just dealing with people in general, like, let alone women and dating and the whole thing. Like, how do we really know, like, if what we want is what we need, or if the people have what we need and we don't want it? And shit's confusing, man. What is real at this point? Snafu is like harassing me in the back. I got people in the back just flashing me, and they just don't want to see us really connect and be delaminated and evolve, is what it is. All right, how are you feeling like 15 minutes in? Have you moved at all? Because if not, I might throw you out of here. Have you moved at all on me not being your type at all, or just me being completely...
Well, I think I've sort of recalibrated that stance of mine in having a physical type, and it not being you. I think
So
I'd
that
like
went
her to
out the
feel
window. There's a possibility here right now.
Yes, I'd say a possibility is isn't on the table. That's to use
All right.
a term.
Now, are you willing
I
to
just
share me with Christina if we wind up hitting it off
well,
like
I'm
we
sure
already have?
Christina is a lovely woman, and of course I'm open to all sorts of connections. The human connection is my goal in spreading my knowledge, and I'd love to have another person to be there to share it to. And I'm sure she seems like an enlightened person herself. I think it would
So
be
you're
lovely
saying
to
that
get
you're
to know
into
her.
women on some level.
Well, no, I'm saying that on sort of a metaphysical aspect, I can connect with all types of people as long as they are willing to, and they haven't been totally eliminated over by a false sense of reality and disconnected. I mean, when there is an opportunity to connect, one should connect to sort of bring back that wholeness of humans in reality. So I think connecting and sharing my knowledge with her, and just getting to know her, getting to share our energy, not on a sexual sense or anything of that matter, but just in a way of two humans connecting their minds. I think that would be a good idea.
All right, I'm going to stop you. For all the people out there who say that I am not an important or powerful person, I just proved here right now on just one level why I am. This woman came in, was completely disgusted by me, right? Even said, "You're not my type. Nothing's ever going to happen, chubby. Just get it out of your mind." Within 15 minutes of us interacting, that has now been recalibrated according to her, and she's saying that there is a shot. I am an amazing man in my own way. And I've also proven another thing. Paul is a god. Yeah, well, no, a god of all media. Not a god of all media. There is a distinction. I'm limited by my powers and scope. But if nothing else, for all of the disempowered, disconnected, deluded incels, right? Disenchanted is a better word. Incels out there, much like myself in a way, although I'm a vol cell technically at this point. There is hope, folks, right? There may be a God, as we put forth here, right? Beyond the God of all media, and there may be hope for everyone. And this is also proof that oftentimes what a woman wants is for you to just listen, right? Like if I'd have done what all you guys did and said, she's crazy, she's on the Chantix, she's delusional, she's this, that, that's what they do to me. So I had to like go within and go, Paulie boy, get out of your lustful beingness, get out of your dismissive beingness, right? Get out of your imagination and get back to the now, right? And see if there's some kind of commonality here. You can reach some kind of understanding and connection, as the word has been brought up by multiple women in my life.
The now is important. It is truly important because the past, there is no past and there is no future. There is only the here and the now. There's only what is happening in this moment. Reality does not revolve around what is to come or what has happened. It revolves around what is happening at the very moment. And I think keeping yourself in the now, focused on what is happening to me right now, what am I doing right now, where am I in a metaphysical sense, where am I in a physical sense and an emotional sense, that grounds you, that helps you bridge connections between people. It opens up that gate of
all right, I'm going to bring my creature in because we got to start to wrap up here somehow or another. Once again, I've done over 5 hours. This is pure lunacy and insanity. I can't believe it. I come on here and say I'm going to do an hour and it always turns into 5 because this is what happens with the call-in, right? We get so engaged and enthralled. Julian Barbary says for broadcast overtime, thank you. At least some people around here understand my time is valuable. Okay. Like I just said, I'm an important and powerful person. That means it's true because I'm a broadcast expert. And if you ask the cosmic fox, Melanie creature, man, woman person, experts know it all. I'm a broadcasting expert. I proclaimed it. It's got to be true. Thank you, John. John writes, John, nice talking to you. So he's saying, he's John, nice talking to you as well, John. I appreciate your contributions and support. Man's got to make a living around here. You know, man's got to eat some way, somehow. Okay, I got to urinate. Quick question. I'm going to let you expound on it. Then I'm going to bring the creature in. I got Tyler Money back there. I'm going to hear from him, her, whatever. quick checklist, because you said you recalibrated. I want to know what's on the table and off the table. Like if we're going to fit, if this is going to be a thing. If Christina doesn't work out, or even if she does, you're willing to connect with her. I just found 2 new mommies who potentially will also have sex with me, even if it's pity sex. Okay. Sex is sex from a man's point of view. And I don't feel that it's pity sex. I feel like there's some real connections being made here tonight. You know, as flippant and dismissive as these people in chat want to be. By the way, these people in chat, they're evil people. They're horrible people. Except the ones who contribute and support to me. Those are amazing people. We love those people. Everyone else, very evil, negative people. And like this woman says, don't listen to them. They'll try to tear you down. Okay, so quick checklist. If I am able to give you many powerful orgasms, I'm a decent cook. I'm a very good cook, actually. I'm Italian. Make a lot of garlic and onions, olive oil, very flavorful dishes. I'm not going to buy you anything, most likely. If I do, it'll be like sporadic. Like I'm really feeling it that day. I'm really into you. You not annoying me. Which I don't know. We'll have to go figure that out. But, you know, I'll let you yap and give me your theories. I'll even try to understand them, communicate back up until the point that I get annoyed. And then I'm going to want to stay to myself and just kind of recede into myself and maybe even do some escapism. What do you think about all that? And where do I need to get my act together? I'm going to listen to you while I urinate, and then we got to bring my creature in, and he's going to have a bunch of crap to say about you and me and whatever. That's his deal. But yeah, wherever you want to go with that. I may need your help. Just remember that.
Yes, I do appreciate you being open and honest enough to admit that, you know, there are areas where not all people are perfect. We are not perfect creatures. We're creatures meant to be connected, not to strive for perfection, but to strive for wholeness, to strive to be with one another, to form that hive mind, to form that universe full of connection and energy. And I do enjoy Italian food. I really do. Italian food, it's I really do like garlicky, sort of salty flavors of those sorts. So that is a nice thing. I'd say about sexual relationships, that is it's not my priority. I'd say that's just a bonus. I mean, sometimes I'm just not really interested in all that stuff, but it's just whatever for me. It's something that's not always the front of my mind. It's more just a side thought. Like, oh well, this is nice, a nice little bonus, I guess. And of course, I'm not a material being. I reside in a lot of metaphysical ways, metaphysical mannerisms. So material gifts or possessions are not of concern to me. So not being able to give me something of that sort is not of my concern.
This is why women are better people than men, or just me, right? In general, like women are better than me, if not all men, because of precisely what you just mentioned. You know, you hear how she just talks about it. Oh, well, you know, sex is kind of an extra thing. If it's there, it's there. It's great. If it's not, it's not. It's not the forefront of our mind. Hello. I can't stop being sexual with these women. I have a problem, people. I need Jeebus. That's the bottom line, right? I've racked my brain and my soul over the past year and a half, 2 years with this lust idea, this procreation idea, this connection idea. Worked myself into a guiltful, shame-based depression, pretty much. And it wasn't hard, okay? That's the background I come from. A lot of Italian, Irish guilt and shame. Go ahead.
I've also dealt with lust myself. You see, like getting over your physical desires and sort of transcending into a more metaphysical present state. So that's a journey. And oftentimes people, whether they're helpful or harmful, can help you launch into that journey. See, I've been in the dating world, and I've seen some different experiences. I've heard from people. I've heard from people who had similar stories to me, and I did have an ex-partner who was quite involved in the physical world of lust and desire, and we met in a similar way that me and you are conversing now over a broadcast like this.
Yeah, but he wasn't a broadcast expert. I I'm highly doubtful of that. Right.
I wouldn't consider him an expert. He was immature in his he liked to go out in the forest a lot. He was a strange one, and we communicated, and I met a lot of people through him. And I met someone who I still talk to today, and I consider a very good friend. And I actually believe they're watching this right now. So shout out them. You know who you are. And
So you're not into the going into the forest thing, or just you're saying like not all the time? Like once in a while we can go, or even live around the forest.
In the forest, he played with bricks. He built weird structures and claimed the forest as his own. And I didn't really think that was an activity that interested me.
Yeah, that's really fucking bizarre, honestly. I go to the forest usually to masturbate and take mushrooms. This guy seems like a real fucking piece of work, you know?
Yeah, he claimed territories and even labeled them as his own, and would section out different provinces of his territory. He even made a flag of his country. He called it Nuggetlandia, and he planted flags throughout this forest area that was just unclaimed backwoods land near his neighborhood. And he took old bricks from like this abandoned bomb factory that was in the forest, and he built them into weird half-made structures, and it would claim that they were houses, and it was strange. It was strange indeed.
Can I just stop you? I have an amazing audience, okay? And these are amazing women who come here. Intelligent. This woman, the other woman, right? Philosophical. Even allowing of my hijinks and my insanity and nonsense, willing to concede that going to the forest to take mushrooms and masturbate, way more attractive and interesting to them than like building fake castles and pretending to be some who knows what, Count Dracula. I mean, I really am blessed here. You're reminding me of that, ma'am. I am blessed to have you ladies as part of this audience, whether you're my next mommies or not, right? It's just, there's no way around it. Continue. Go ahead. We got to bring the creature in at some point. We're going on 6 hours. Are you going to be around here? Did you subscribe? By the way, I got to harass the audience. Like, share, subscribe, contribute, and support. If you're not going to like give value to me and what I'm doing here, God bless me. Send an email. You know, some articles, maybe some songs for the broadcast, some videos, something that we can cover. Make some pictures of me, like as the ruler of Nuggetlandia, whatever. You know, that's another way to contribute and support. All right. Are you going to be around here? Are you going to be part of this experience going forward? Or is this like a one-night stand?
Yes.
All right, great.
Yes, I consider myself something to the experience.
All right. And since you've recalibrated, this goes for you and Christina. Email me, send me pictures of you so I can objectify you to whatever degree you feel comfortable with. I'm not a brute. I'm a gentleman. And we'll go from there. Yes. Anything else? Final questions, comments, concerns? What was your name again?
I go by the name Alpha.
Alpha. Okay.
Yes.
You're not going to try to peg me or anything like that, are you?
No.
Well, why would I email you back then? I'm kidding. Right? A bit of a zig, then a zag. Alpha. Interesting. You can already imagine how this goes, right? She comes in saying I'm not her type. She warms up to me, like maybe we explore something, and it's like 6 months max before she's like, "Get your own grilled cheese, chubby. What do you think I am?" Right? And all the bitterness and resentment starts coming out. I'm sorry, Alpha. This might be me projecting my trust issues and my guilt and shame again, right? This is what you might need to help me with.
We all have trust issues in a disconnected world. It's no one's fault, really.
Was it Nuggetlandia or Nuggetopia?
Nuggetlandia.
Okay, so I was right. Nude Guru, you're wrong in the chat. Did he at least make you queen of Nuggetopia? Or Nuggetlandia?
Not necessarily, but I got to rule my own imaginary province that he helped me set up. So I was sort of a separate ruler of another country, province, whatever you like to call it, kingdom. And he even gave me my own territory in his forest. And he marked it with with a weird little rose metal statue. It was some sort of garden decoration. And at the time I thought it was sweet, but
See, this is a warning for every other woman out there. You think you want a man who's not like prioritizing sexuality till you get the guy who's ruling Nuggetopia, right? Nuggetlandia, whatever the fuck. Then you start to read. This is the grass is greener syndrome. We all go through it, right? Oh, that Paul, he's on there talking sexuality. This is the only thing he knows how to relate to women about sexuality. And I go, it's either that or Nuggetlandia. You choose. At least you get something out of the first one, you know. All right. Am I the only one in chat, by the way, who's wondering what this woman and the last woman, and also that wench who insulted me and ran off the phone? She should be stoned immediately. It's a good thing we don't have a Nuggetlandia here, because I wouldn't have done it, but I would have allowed one of my inferior officers to order the stoning of that woman. And I'm not talking about giving her some good weed either. But whatever. That's why I'm not fit to rule.
Stones is never a solution.
You're saying stoning someone's never a solution, right?
I mean, it's just throwing stones altogether. She throws stones, and stoning her back it's not going to lead to any sort of resolution. It might make you feel gratified for a moment, but I think to just let her move along with her journey, wherever it's going, and then just going on yours, knowing that you know where you're taking yourself. I think that's the better
Right.
option, to just ignore those people.
Right. All right. See, this woman's wise beyond her years, it seems. She knows all the right things to say. All right, you got anything else? We're gonna wrap up here. I gotta start moving toward that goalpost, and we'll come back. We'll come back within a week or so. I used to do every day, 7 days a week, over 1,000 days straight. We went on a run. I had some health issues. It seems I'm recovering now, slowly but surely. No, you didn't do it. I did it to myself, being a disgusting pig creature. Eating ice cream and cake and, just acting like a complete animal. If you can imagine that. It's not hard to imagine. But I've learned my lesson. Okay, I've been fasting, exercising, eating nothing but healthy whole foods. I want to believe I'm on the right track. So, yeah, if subscribe, notification, all that. When we come back, we come back. Hopefully you're around to be a part of it.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for participating and listening to me. I really appreciate the insight that you gave, and also just being there to receive my knowledge. It was splendid, I'd say. Yes.
All right, and I want to be clear that when I create my empire of Chublandia, I will make you the queen of, at least a queen. There'll be multiple queens. I won't be as rude as your last affair, we'll call it, right? When I go out into the forest to pretend to have kingdoms, I will immediately appoint you a high-ranking position there, so that we make a connection, right? We feel part of
thank
something.
you. I appreciate that.
All right, Alpha, get the hell out of here. I have no idea what just went on here. No one else does either. Queen Outfit of Nugget or Chublandia. Snafu Snaps creature. Your thoughts? God help us.
Daddy. I'm thinking if you know the old TV show, Two Dads.
Hold on, Snafu. I was talking to my creature. You can't hear him on your side because you're on the phone. He's on the panel. What's that now, Alpha?
I said thank you for the conversation. Again, I just wanted to thank you because this was a wonderful experience for me. I've been so disconnected from people for a couple of weeks now, and I feel like this was me getting back into the human connection and really getting myself to see that energy of just shared human thought again. So I really appreciate it. I do.
Yeah, we had fun, if nothing else, right? I mean, I'm a bit more sort of jocular and jovial on here than I would be in real life, at least to an extent at times. So, yeah, if nothing else, I enjoyed it. I think we had an interesting back and forth, creating content for whatever that's worth. And we got into a little bit of metaphysical quantum theory there. So yeah, we had fun. We had a good time. There's more where that came from. Like I said, email me. This can all be yours, all day, every day.
Oh, I appreciate the offer, and I'll take you up on that. I'll see what I can do. Because I think I'm gonna let the next caller come to your space, because I've taken up quite some time. So thank you once again, and have a good night.
All right. We'll see you later. I don't know, these broads. I got a problem, Snafu.
Daddy,
I love white women, and that's my problem, right? These white women they're crazy.
You don't even know if they're white.
I don't.
They could be like jaundice.
She was
albino.
probably potentially an Asian woman. I was picturing an Asian white mix with potentially some glasses and like coloring in the hair, like black hair, but with some like coloring.
Maybe a little Irish Asian.
It really is. I'm
Daddy, here's my issue, okay? I was thinking of that TV show, Two Dads,
I
One
also
Girl.
kind of feel bad for her now. I'm kind of like I'm realizing that like when she said that last part, that's how she got me. She got me at the end there, where it's like I can't objectify this woman beyond a certain point and only think about banging her. The woman's had no fucking connection, or what? I mean, that's a blessing to me, like my world. But she said it like it was a negative. Like I haven't been around people. I've been no connection.
It could be a micro penis problem. It could be a micro penis problem.
Well, it's definitely a micro penis problem on my end, but I'm saying on her end.
Look, this is how I feel. If you're gonna get some stepmamas for me, okay, I'm okay for stepmamas, and I'm okay for the gorilla seed to go out. But I feel that if there's some siblings coming for me, we have the right to ask these stepmamas some questions sometime. So depending on how your email works, Daddy, I think you'll need to schedule a time for us for your other children to have some conversations with potential stepmommies.
Yeah,
That's
again,
fair.
I'm my own biggest problem and worst enemy in this life. I've come to accept that, whether I want to admit it or not. It's just the way that it is. So even if these women are interested in me and want to explore an interaction with me, I have to be right with me and where I'm going in life and able to be what I need to be for myself and for others, right? And I may not be there. Who knows? Maybe one of these women or a multitude of women, through interacting with them and just aging and maturing, I'll get to where I'm meant to be and everything will be what it's meant to be, right? But it concerns me, right? My biggest concern is not like it would be with you. I know you're Mr. MGTOW. Your biggest concern is the women. My biggest concern in my life is me. Am I where I need to be and being who and what I need to be for myself and others, or am I lacking in some way?
You be what you can be. But I just if you're pulling the stepmommy card on me, I feel I need to at least feel comfortable. Yeah.
That's it. That's okay. Well, that's why you may need to be there on my dates or my interactions more often. I may need to bring you up and you may need to be here so you can ask the right questions, just so I don't get bowled over by this, you know.
And a healthy competition is never bad too. Cause I was thinking two stepmamas, one Paul, and if that's okay.
Right. Like we can play who can find my penis first.
Pin the tail on the Paul. Pin the tail on the gorilla.
Yeah, a little competition, keep them. Yeah. Government is good at that.
That will allow you to figure it out and me to say, okay, that's stepmommy material. But either way, the optics are high, and I just wanted to say, don't forget about us, Daddy, because these stepmamas, maybe their womb is gorilla seed bearing, but you have other children to worry about, and we have the right to say, hey, this stepmama might not be okay. So I'm glad that the gorilla seed could be potentially spread throughout the nation of nations, but some of these stepmamas acting a little crazy. That's all I gotta say.
But they kind of have to be, man. Like, think of the way I do this broadcast and just kind of how I am in life to an extent. I'm kind of a wild card. I'm kind of an asshole at times. I'm kind of out of the box. I'm going to need a broad who's really kind of out there at times. She's a bit eccentric, She doesn't get into her feels too much, She's able to be logical and necessary and overlook all of my shortcomings, including
I feel you need to
your penis thing.
I feel you need to find your penis for one. That's big time for sure. But secondly, But well, you said that your belly is causing you Ozempic. I hear can cure that. It could slim you up. Your
I
penis.
can't. Yeah, I don't. I can't. Yeah, I don't want to.
Hollywood's doing it. They're trying to get me on it for diabetes, but
That is true.
yeah. Let me ask you this too. Did you hear about the optics with old Daddy Trump and the wall posting, and then the motorcades being transitioned last night, and the doomsday planes and all the crazy shit going on, especially with his the watcher of the wall picture he posted recently.
Yeah, the optics are too many to count.
Yeah, for sure. It's crazy. But I'm just sitting here thinking, if you're gonna pick a stepmommy, I'm thinking Big Mike optics. You don't even know what these ladies look like. You gotta say, send me a picture right now.
But isn't that? But I did that. But isn't it like, again, part of the thing is connection, and maybe like, and I know I get it, man. Like we're males here.
No, bro, I mean, you're not.
I get it.
How, but you're also. I don't like it. Would you want to date someone that looked like Lou Bass?
Yeah, I'm shallow how, but I kind of am. I never thought that I was. And then I used to disdain my father for being that way. And then I realized I'm just like this motherfucker. Where, I asked him one time, I go, what's the difference between lust and love? He didn't know. And then he goes, it seems that when I'm in one, I'm not in the other, and vice versa. And I go, you don't even know? And I fast forward, realize that's me. So... And I'm learning. I think part of my experience with Jennifer was just that, right? Like we had an age gap, I was attracted to her in some ways, in other ways, maybe not as much as I have been other women, but in other ways, more metaphysically and who we are, more so, right? Well, because I'm typically, even though I have the mother thing, I'm typically not necessarily attracted to her into older women, but she was kind of in and on. She was in damn good shape. So
the creature's advice for now is you need to get yourself a checklist made, since all these women are throwing themselves upon my daddy.
Right.
And I'm okay with daddy spreading his seed, but my stepmama shit, I'm gonna have to feel comfortable with that. But you get your checklist done. I think we could get answers for the audience, viewers, and your children out there. So you might have to start getting a checklist, since these women are potentially ready to, masturbate in the forest or whatever kind of crazy shit you got going on.
Right. My checklist is pretty simple, right? You're physically attractive to me to some extent.
Oh, see, there you go.
Yeah, I know, I get it.
Snitching on yourself.
It's severely limited. And you don't annoy me. That's a big one. You just leave me the fuck alone. And then like here and there, you take care of me like a giant ass baby that I am to some extent. And I'm probably all men are, right? I've learned this. Men really want their mama.
You know me, I'm going to just go there. Who was daddy feeling more? The first one, second one, or the chick with the dick? Which one?
That's the thing, man. I'm so like connecty. I'm learning this about myself. They keep saying like we need connection. I'm so connecty and open to connection and exploration that I'm like, I'd say both of them. It's a unique experience. Christina had a different energy.
Right.
She had a different kind of train of thought and perspective. She had different interests. This one, was kind of out there at first, but I was kind of like, okay, this is a change of pace. She can kind of carry the thing, and she's got energy, and it's a different experience. It's like saying, do I like, burdock root tea or do I like turmeric tea? I've been getting a lot into like herbs and spices and teas and shit.
That makes sense.
They're just different. I enjoy them at different times, right? I mean, hell, Mimi's down there. I'm thinking I add Mimi to this. We get a trio going, right? Like a rat pack.
Well,
that's community, man. That's as a Christian Orthodox, powerful,
strong. The forest with multiple women is community. You're right.
What do you call it?
I call it stepmama in the making.
Listen, that's another way of saying community. Okay.
Okay.
We're all aligned at certain core values or ways of thinking or perceiving. We have common passions, right, and inspirations.
So you didn't vibe with one better than the other. Just kind of putting you on spot right now.
Okay, if I really had to, see, I don't want to go there because there might be more that I'm overlooking. There might be more. You asked the tough questions, man. I would say the first one because
See, that maybe says you should give your attention to the
I
second
could
one
just
more.
see. I could just see. But again, maybe like you told me last time, I just need to learn to submit more to God, to women, to the moment. So like this, because Steven said, my name's Alpha, right? And it's like right away, are we going to clash? Is that going to be a thing?
I thought Big Mike optics right away.
You got this obsession with Big Mike and her penis, right? Just let that go.
Penis, non-penis. We don't
That
know.
was
We
a
haven't seen a
woman.
picture. We don't
I'm
know if
pretty
there's the
sure.
Adam's apple. We don't know if
No,
there's.
I think that was a woman.
I
But
do
she
too.
was very powerful, very cerebral. You know,
very cerebral.
Just kind of inspired and motivated, and again, can there be two of us? See, okay, this is really what it amounts to. When I'm in a depression,
can you live with another intellect?
When I'm in a guilt-based, shame-based depression, the second one. She can just yap. I can stay quiet. She won't expect much of me. I'll just listen or just check out and think about banging her after I pretend to listen. And then when I come out of that guilt-based, shame-based depression, the first one, because then I can kind of lead and I can kind of talk and she'll kind of, follow along and take the lead from me. And that's the thing, man.
You're a man of plans sometimes, Daddy. This is why,
I'm very practical.
They call you what they call you.
What do they call me exactly? You know what? I don't even want to hear it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I heard some were saying media god or some shit like that. Or
yeah, that's mostly me saying that, but some folks have repeated that, and I appreciate them for that.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, man. Again, this is the bottom line, right? If I'm gonna do the picking thing, I'm gonna have to interact with women. They're gonna have to interact with me, and time is gonna be the deciding factor, right? I've just kind of learned that. Maybe that's an excuse or a way for me to not commit or check out. I always have to watch for that. I have avoidant tendencies, but I just feel like time is going to tell the tale, right? Someone who's consistently around, who we both want to spend time and be together. We align. When we disagree, it's okay. It's not a shit show. Right. We can overlook some shortcomings and have some kind of, like you said, physical attraction. I think that's important. There has to be some kind of
there has to be.
There passion there and attraction.
Right. And there has to be on the same page, because it was interesting how she said she was lustful, but then when you asked her about like the thing, she kind of switched it, but non-switch. Well, how are you lustful if you're not? Or how are you not lustful if you are? Like, so there's, like I said, time will tell. I do feel you're kind of going out of that box that we talked about the other day, and that's good to see. And my only concern is if stepmamas are involved, I'm going to have questions. You know me.
I won't fault you for it, man. I have to embrace the chaos. All right. Tyler Creature in the back left. We've been going on so long, on and on and on.
We'll go get some rest. Go get some rest, and the optics are high.
All right. I didn't take a few calls. I'm almost feeling guilty about that.
It's weird. I called and it just went straight to voicemail. You got my shit blocked.
What was your first? What was your number?
480. I'll email you that way, But I don't know if it's blocked or not. But I don't think it is. But it literally
I'm not seeing it though.
Okay, it literally went to voicemail, and I'm wondering how many people call you and it does that to you.
All right, let me see here. Quick callbacks. I'm hurting, man. I want to get out of here. I feel like
Well, I'm gonna let you go, and good as always, man. And I feel down the road you might have to have these potential stepmamas, potential mamas of yours come and just interact with the audience, the viewers, and your children out there, because it's not just about daddy anymore.
All right, let's see who we got here. I'm gonna call back 717.
Uh-oh. The only podcast that I'll call you back.
Right. The only broadcaster that will call you back and sexually harass you. That's me.
It's not sexual harassment if you're willing.
That's true. They were both consenting. They didn't want to be.
Consenting.
They didn't think they would be.
She was down to masturbating.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is
not available
at the time.
There's an accent on the voicemail. What the hell?
I got British robots calling me and shit, man.
Oh no. Hey, did you hear about Australia, the UK, and Canada? They're about to ban Twitter or X.
Fuck it, ban all of it, man. What the fuck am I even doing here? Ban this too. Ban it all.
It's going down, man.
I have my Alpha and Christina now, so they are my world.
So what would that
and
make you if you're with an alpha woman?
I'm sorry, the person
king
you
of
are trying to
Nugget
reach
Land. All
has
right,
a
you know what?
voicemail
Go
box
fuck
that has
yourself.
not been set up yet.
Try to
Please.
call these people back. They were calling me. 10 calls each. I call them back, and they send me to voicemail. All right. So you know what? I'm done then. That means I'm
Done.
officially done. My work is done
That's
here today.
disrespected like that.
Right. Like I said, I
how
have
would you
much
feel
bigger
though?
things to focus on, trying to satisfy the 2 new women in my life. And it's going to be a Herculean task. I need both of their help.
Are you gonna be able to do that though, Paul? Like you're
Is
hanging out with this
racism
girl.
allowed here? Not only is it allowed here, it's encouraged here. Okay, let it all out. This is
You
a safe
bigot.
space. Right. What were you saying?
I was like, how are you gonna do that? Like, are you gonna say this is my alpha girl?
Oh,
Like,
this
how
is
are you
alpha.
gonna? This is alpha. So what does that make you?
Well, you know, she's
You
alpha
can't
on
have
the
two
one.
alphas, can you?
All right, I
A
see where
man
you're
and
going with this. We're
yeah.
clashing already. She's alpha, I'm beta. Okay.
Is that
Submitted.
okay? I'm just asking, Dad. I'm just asking. The questions are there, you know. But all
She's
right, man.
alpha on the woman's side. She can never be a man, right? She can never replace a man. Quite frankly, I'm not so sure I can be a man. I'm working on it, doing the best that I can.
Won't be what you can be, like you said.
Right. She's the alpha of all media. I am the omega of all media.
There you go, alpha, omega. I was gonna say there has to be omega in the alpha somewhere to this. All right. Well, you get some rest, man.
Right.
Make sure all you fucktards thumb up, like, and share on all social media platforms on Slavia. The optics are
You're
high.
not going to tell these people to give me shit after all I've done?
Oh yeah, give them some money, motherfuckers, right now.
Right.
And pay
Why
for
not?
my clutch. Anyone who wants to pay for my clutch, shameless plug.
I don't know what just happened. We lost connection. He left anyway. Man, that was crazy there right at the end. We had a whole thing going, and then he just completely disconnected when he brought up the whole clutch thing, right? All right, Aaron James. Thank you, sir. Says for the good things. I don't know if that's the Aaron. I don't think so. That's not Aaron Spiegel, one of the good ones. Jew. I was watching something yesterday. This Italian guy, old school Italian guy, he's talking and he just dropped that into like regular conversation. You know, this guy, Jew, he's a Jew, but good people. All right. Like he had to preface it like the guy was a fucking Jew, but he's one of the good ones. You gotta love that whole deal. All right, folks. Special thanks to the contributors and supporters. You are a blessing to I can come here, run my mouth, act like a complete unhinged basket case, and somehow, some way, folks will contribute and support because they love me. Extended friends and family here. They, much like Alpha and my new mama Christina, overlook my shortcomings. Oh, Tyler's back. Hold on. Take Tyler. Why not? No. I don't want my. There we go. Tyler Money, your thoughts? Quick interaction. Questions, comments, concerns?
Hey, yo, dog, you hear me and shit?
Yeah. What's going on?
Hey, nigga, that hoe was crazy and shit, you feel me?
That hoe was crazy?
Yeah, nigga, you saw how she was moving and shit?
Yeah, but you know, I mean, listen, not everyone's from Philly, you know, people got different ways about them, you know, different presentments.
Man, here, feel it. All we do is fucking fent and shit, you know what I'm saying?
Right. You know,
Hey,
you're a regular guy, you do fentanyl, you know, you kind of hang out. You're probably straight to the point. Very practical, but some people are out there. I'm kind of a mix of both, you know. I have a practical utilitarian side and I have a bit of an eccentric side to me.
Yeah, you right. Hey, for real though, I'm hitting the sack. I'm just letting you know. Hey,
What's his
T-Money.
name?
Yo.
What's his name?
Who?
Said you're hitting the sack.
Hey, what
I'm
you mean,
teasing
dog?
you. You're not getting it. All right. What do you got to say? Go ahead.
Yeah,
You
I ain't gay.
up?
I ain't gay, yo.
Not yet. You're not.
Nah. Hey, nigga,
Email me. Send me a picture. You never know.
Aight.
Might not work out with Alpha and Christina. Take whatever I can get.
Man, them hoes be crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Which one do you pick? Which one you like better? The first one, Christina, or the Alpha creature?
Hey, I'm more of a Shaniqua guy. You know what I'm saying?
I get it.
Hey, for real though. Good night, yo.
All right, Tyler.
Hey, Tyler Money, out.
Tyler out. There you go. All right, folks. It's been fun. Interesting broadcast. Said Paul, you can fix them. Right. Isn't that always the famous last words? They all think the same thing with me, right? I'm not their type. They're not really attracted to me, but they warm up to me and they think I can fix them. It never works. Okay. Don't waste your time, ladies. Alpha, Christina, other women out there, don't even try to fix me. This is the best that I got. If it gets better, great for all of us. If not, this is what you're stuck with, right? If you can't handle this, then you're out. You're not a wartime consigliere. Paul Infallible on the way out, back who knows when, because we're doing like 3 to 4 broadcasts in one nowadays. So maybe once a week. If you're lucky, a bit more. If I'm lucky. Hell. Right. I'm the God of all media. I got to remind myself that. God of all media. You're powerful. You're inspiring. Yeah. Paul Infallible on the way out. Back who knows when. Thank you to the contributors and supporters. And special thanks to Christina and Alpha, my 2 new mommies, and Snafu Creature for always going on the date with me and asking the tough questions. Bye. Oh, and starring Brian O'Shea.
I'm more than happy to take a peek at the title if you're willing to give it to me.
Yeah, I'm sure you are, but that's my thing. I'm not trying to give up
My
information.
apologies. I just thought you said you were willing to show it.
Right. It's important to get every single person and piece of property registered and identified with a state of and a corporate entity. We just gotta do it. It's gotta happen.
Questions like why I do what I do, why I am the person I am, and how you can't see that by coming up to a man and trying to identify him. Like a piece of plastic doesn't identify me. That's not me. I am me.
Why do we all pretend like it's better to exchange little plastic pieces to pretend that that means anything about who I am, that am is, or what I am, that am, or what it's connected to? Better yet, right? So that is the greatest resource and source of order and co-creation. The little plastic pieces don't do it any justice.
This is like my personal journey.
Dude, it's crazy because if you would have just given me your name,
If you guys would adjust, right? This is your logic. This is the logic of a tyrant, right? This is the logic of a horrible parent. This is the logic of an authoritarian everywhere. If you would have just did everything that we told you and asked you, we wouldn't try to make your life harder and do loss, injury, and harm to you. That is the rallying cry of tyrants everywhere from the beginning of time. Go fuck yourself. You don't get to tell us what we're going to do and be in life. All you teachers, all you parents, all you authoritarians, all you false prophets, you don't get to tell us what we're going to do and be in life at the expense of rolling up your sleeves and doing harm, like the Tao says. You know, all you subjective moralists, all you solipsists, who you and your dogma is the only thing in creation that actually exists that you can confirm.
But say, if I would have just complied, if I would have just done what she wanted, maybe that'd be better for me. Nah, if you would just maybe listen to what I'm saying, maybe it'd be better for you. Maybe, just maybe you're making a mistake. Maybe you shouldn't be doing this to people. Maybe you're like security guard for someone you don't even know. You're a security force for an invisible entity. You're working for, you don't know, you might be working for the devil.
Stop telling other motherfuckers who may be born and may be meant to be here at this time to influence all of us to do better and be better and have better, to just stop and just shut up and just go away. You're ahead of the game. No, fuck that. It's called free expression. It's called getting really real with ourselves and each other. It's called gambling, cosmic gambling on the truth and on faith. You didn't just hear him? You didn't just hear him? He said he's waiting for the day, just like I am, when they actually can show me that they can hurt me.
Just so you know, you should be cooperative in that way. Does that make sense?
But see, we can disagree.
That you have.
To submit, comply, and obey. I don't have a responsibility to submit and comply and obey to you guys. I don't. I have an authority to God, and I have an authority to my spirit. Like, so you guys, it doesn't matter what you guys do. Like I said, you guys could take me to jail. I only get better and level up from this stuff. You guys have never hurt me yet. I'm waiting to see when you guys can hurt me. When you guys take me to jail, when you guys try to do something to hurt me, it never works. You guys never teach me a lesson. You guys are never going to come up to my car and say, and then later on be like, okay, I'm going to give you the ID this time because I went to jail that time. I'm telling you guys, man. And this ain't just about me and my dirty ass in this car. I'm speaking a truth that's beyond me in this fucking car and my goofy presentation.
All right. So, Mr. No Name, we're gonna go with it. I want you to know what we legally are allowed to do, and then I want to proceed with what we're going to. And today we're gonna serve you by just calling it good as is and leave it alone and hope we don't have any later run-ins. How's that sound?
You guys do, all three of you, like your energy, like I deal with officers in situations like this, and our people do too. Like I mess with your energy. Like, even though you guys, we might not be connected, like you guys could do things to me. Like, even the language, like we could like cause loss, injury, and harm to you, but we're just not going to. That's how it is to me and my people.
It's us enforcing the laws thereof. Yes.
Right, but we as human beings to one another, like we all come from families, we're all brothers and sisters. Right. That's the kind of how I looked at it. Like we don't even get along with our own families a lot. So like, we're at the dinner table and we're having a discussion about something. That's how I look at it. And you guys are saying we can legally do this, we can legally do that, but we got to get back to the spirit of our gut instincts. It doesn't matter what's on all these papers.
Tell me your plea, I'm a really big deal, you must listen to me. As you can see, I'm totally real, you can tell it's true, cause I'm a really big deal. Oopie-loo, Scooby-Doo-ba-Doo-ba-ba-ba-boo. You there, Subset, what's your plea? If you're really, really good, I might lessen the fee. You don't have a choice, you're in my court, and you better hurry up, my temper is short. Oopie-loo, Scooby-Doo-ba-Doo-ba-ba-ba-boo. Silly Self-Sit, when you're gonna see the only option you got is to tell me your plea. As the people I represent, society, you're criminal scum, now listen to me. Oopie-loo, Scooby-Doo-ba-Doo-ba-ba-ba-boo. Oh, stand me up, this man is unsafe. Slave him up quick before he gets away. Wait, hold on now, what do you mean fiction? Your Honor, I bet he's got a drug addiction. He wants to challenge jurisdiction. Oopie-doo, Scooby-Doo-ba-Doo-ba-ba-ba-boo. Your Honor, I'm thinking about doing a no-load. Dismiss the case, or maybe call it a no-show. Please hurry up if you've got any tricks. This must be how Subsets get their kicks. We don't got a choice, we gotta let him go before he gets fees and realizes it's his show. If he can make a claim, then he can't make me pay. It's clear now these sadists think this is foreplay. Oopie-loo, Scooby-Doo-ba-Doo-ba-ba-ba-boo.
You can't treat him like any of the other niggas around here, because he ain't like any of the other niggas around here. You got it?